Chapter 3507. Facing the Saint Emperor, Fong Qin and the others had no power to fight back. Their only hope was to escape into the Death Mountain range. Run! Hua Tsang Saint Emperor roared, and a terrifying flame aura emerged from his body. He stomped his foot and soared into the sky, entering the Death Mountain range. Let's go too. Meng Ta covered his sister Meng Sha and plunged into the mountain range. Bai Yong was the first to enter. In the end, only Fong Qin was left. Boom! 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 Before Fong Qin could move, he was enveloped by the terrifying hand. The surrounding space was instantly sealed. Fong Qin cursed inwardly. He gritted his teeth and executed the primordial chaos sword art in a frenzy. One after another, sword lights intertwined in the void, forming a powerful sword net, trying to block the attack of the giant hand. Crack! However, the sword net was too weak. The giant hand tore the sword net apart without any effort. Seeing that the giant hand was about to suppress him, Fong Qin's eyes shot out a cold light. He turned his head and saw that Hua Tsang Saint Emperor and the others had disappeared. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Damn it! He gritted his teeth and cursed. At the same time, he quickly took out the Saint Emperor from the immortal cave mountain. Crash! With a shake of his wrist, 5 energy crystals appeared in the Saint Emperor's hand. Boom! The crystals rotated, and the Saint Emperor's hand quickly absorbed the energy. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted. Kill! Fong Qin stomped his foot and came to the top of the Saint Emperor's head. He controlled the Saint Emperor's hand and launched a counterattack. The leader seemed to feel that something was wrong. He continued to increase his strength, and the giant hand went straight down, trying to suppress Fong Qin. Crack! However, the power displayed by the Saint Emperor's hand was too violent. The giant hand couldn't resist it at all. In just one exchange, the secret technique that the leader was so proud of was mercilessly shattered by the Saint Emperor's hand. At this moment, his face suddenly changed. Oh no, this is the Saint Emperor's hand. He recognized the Saint Emperor's hand, but it was too late. The Saint Mantis was Fong Qin's trump card. He would never use it unless he had no other choice. But right now, he was facing a 4th-level Peak Sage Emperor. In addition to his special techniques, his battle prowess was comparable to a 5th-level Holy Emperor. Fong Qin had no chance of winning at all. He could only use his trump card, the Saint Kiln. Pucci! The Saint Lion crazily attacked, violently tearing apart a weaker shadow. Then, with a stomp of his feet, he rushed into the crowd of shadows. Apart from the leader of the Black Shadows, the other Black Shadows were relatively weak. Rip! One shadow after another died under the holy light. This scene caused the leader of the Black Shadows to go completely mad. His eyes turned scarlet as he let out a long howl. I want you dead. The Black Shadow took a step forward, bypassed the Saint Kiln, and came before Fong Qin, intending to kill him. As long as I kill you, the Saint Mantis will be mine. Thinking that he could own the Saint Fruit, the Black Shadow's heart was filled with desire. Humph! Fong Qin snorted coldly. With a thought, he recalled the Saint Kiln. With a boom, it blocked the leader's all-out attack. Kill him for me. Fong Qin ordered the Saint Kiln to attack with all its might. After a while, the Black Shadow could not hold on any longer. Bang! The Saint Kiln suppressed the leader of the Black Shadows with absolute strength. Pucci! The leader of the Black Shadows burned his origin source energy, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, he encountered the Saint Kiln. 5 energy crystals could allow the Saint Kiln to display the battle prowess of a 5th-level Peak Sage Emperor. Moreover, the Saint Kiln did not have any perception and would not feel any pain. It did not need to defend. It only needed to attack endlessly. Even a 5th-level Peak Sage Emperor might not dare to fight the Saint Kiln. Dong! The Saint Kiln's palm penetrated the leader's chest, destroying his internal organs. At the same time, It also shattered the leader's primordial spirit. Run. Seeing this, the other black shadows were terrified and fled in panic. However, Fang Qin was already prepared. He chased after them with his sword. Under his and the Saint Kiln's joint attack, all the black shadows that came to attack them died. Huff! Fang Qin took a deep breath. He could not calm down for a long time. He looked up at the Saint Kiln and was quite surprised. It was a pity that there were only 9 energy crystals. After using 5 of them, there were only 4 left. However, when Fang Qin put away the Sumer rings of these black shadows, he was instantly overjoyed. There are so many yin and yang pills. Fang Qin said excitedly. With just a cursory look, he found a mountain of yin and yang pills. With such a big commotion here, it will definitely alarm the Song Nation's royal family. Fang Qin suppressed the joy in his heart. With a wave of his sleeve, he threw all the corpses into the Death Mountain Range. At the same time, he brought the Saint Kiln into the Death Mountain Range. The Death Mountain Range contained an extremely strong illusion, and there was a natural illusion array. It was like a maze, and one would get lost if they were not careful. Bang! Suddenly, several large craters appeared on the ground. Then there were a few muffled groans. Hiss! Huatsong and the other 3 fled into the Death Mountain Range. The moment they touched the ground, they felt the powerful corrosive power of the golden corrosive water. They stood up and jumped onto the towering tree. What a terrifying golden corrosive water! After a long time, they calmed down and looked at the Death Mountain Range seriously. Where's junior brother Fang? At this time, Meng Ta realized that Fang Qin did not come in. Could it be that junior brother Fang was intercepted by the black shadows? As soon as Meng Sha said that, Huatsong and Meng Ta's faces changed. The golden corrosive water here is too thick, and the talisman's power is rapidly consumed. It's not good to stay here for long. We have to explore as soon as possible and then leave this place. Bai Yang said. His meaning was obvious. There was no need to care about Fang Qin's life or death. Senior brother Huatsong, Meng Ta shouted. Our heaven-defying alliance is extremely united. How can we leave our fellow disciples behind? Meng Ta, are you trying to kill us all? Bai Yang scolded. Don't you know where we are? This mission is beyond our imagination. It's good enough that we can go back alive. You can't even take care of yourself, and you still have the heart to care about others? If you want to go back and find Fang Qin, go by yourself. I won't go with you to die. Bai Yang's attitude was clear. He wanted to explore the Death Mountain Range as soon as possible and then leave. In the end, Huatsong and the other 3 went deep into the Death Mountain Range with talismans. Not long after they left, Fang Qin entered the Death Mountain Range. Phew! What a thick, golden, corrosive water! Fang Qin could not help but exclaim. The golden, corrosive water in the soil could definitely kill a low-level holy king. Fortunately, he had talismans and the protection of the holy jade. In the previous battle, the 5 crystals had only consumed a little more than half. Fang Qin calculated that it was enough for him to explore the Death Mountain Range. I wonder how senior brother Huatsong and the others are doing? Fang Qin murmured. He spread out his divine sense and was shocked to find that his primordial spirit golden core was suppressed and could only explore within 100 meters. This, Fang Qin exclaimed, feeling that the Death Mountain Range was unfathomable. Roar! Suddenly, Fang Qin vaguely heard the roar of a beast. He rushed in the direction of the sound. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the plains in front of the Death Mountain Range, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Soon the Grand Tutor and the Oblivion City Lord had arrived. The Grand Tutor's face was gloomy. He scanned the ground and found signs of potholes. Lord Grand Tutor, there must have been a battle here, the Oblivion City Lord said. The 5 disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance should not be a match for them. They are probably dead. The battle had caused a huge commotion. After the Grand Tutor sensed it, he came here to investigate. Just as the Grand Tutor was about to speak, the communication jade pendant suddenly rang. In an instant his face darkened. Damn it! The Grand Tutor cursed. A terrifying aura emerged, and the sky changed color. Lord Grand Tutor, what's wrong? The Oblivion City Lord was a little scared and took a few steps back. We failed. What? The Oblivion City Lord exclaimed. A 5th-level Holy Emperor led a team of more than 10 3rd-level Holy Kings to encircle 5 disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, but they failed? Could it be that they have a Holy Emperor hiding in the dark? The Grand Tutor frowned and shook his head gently. Impossible. The entire Tsang Kingdom is under our surveillance. Once any outsider enters the Tsang Kingdom, His Majesty will know, the Grand Tutor said. 5 little fellows from the Heaven-Defying Alliance actually caused the Tsang Kingdom to lose a 5th-level Holy Emperor and more than 10 3rd-level Holy Kings. How interesting. The Grand Tutor's voice was cold. He was responsible for this matter. Now that they had lost so many people, he could not account for it. Lord Grand Tutor, I feel that this matter is strange. The Oblivion City, Lord analyzed. The Heaven-Defying Alliance clearly knew that their disciples might have been killed by the Tsang Kingdom, but they still sent disciples of the Holy King level to investigate. This shows that they are very confident. We worked hard to lure the 5 of them to the edge of the Death Mountain Range and prepared to hunt them down, but they killed us instead. It is very likely that the higher-ups of the Heaven-Defying Alliance made a move. If a saint came here, how did the Tsang Kingdom discover his tracks? Saint, the Grand Tutor frowned. You continue to investigate here. I will immediately return to the royal family and report to His Majesty. Yes, Lord Grand Tutor. Tsang Kingdom's royal family. The Tsang Kingdom was very angry. They had lost so many strong cultivators, and they still did not know whether the 5 fellows from the Heaven-Defying Alliance were dead or not. Most importantly, those black figures who went to carry out the mission were not people from the Tsang Kingdom, but send people into the Death Mountain Range to search. If they are still alive, they won't be able to last long in the Death Mountain Range. The Tsang Kingdom said. But no buts. Just do as I say. The Tsang Kingdom said in a deep voice. The Grand Tutor carefully left the secret chamber. In a dark corner, a black figure appeared out of thin air. Tsang Kingdom, you have disappointed me, the black figure said coldly. Losing a 5th-level Holy Emperor is a huge blow to my sect. I can't explain it to the sect leader. The Heaven-Defying Alliance may have noticed that the Tsang Kingdom is working together with the No Demon sect. They may have sent disciples to explore the ruins on the surface, but it is very likely that they are secretly preparing to attack us. Chapter 3508 Death Mountain Range. Fong Chen passed through a dense forest and arrived in front of a swamp. Metal corroding water. Seeing the swamp beneath his feet, Fong Chen's pupils shrank in shock. The corrosive metal water in the swamp had reached an extremely terrifying density. Even Saint Kings would die if they accidentally stumbled into the swamp. Fong Chen could feel the blood in his body circulating rapidly. What's going on? The half-perfect bloodline was one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world. Under normal circumstances, it was difficult for anything to cause it to move. But now his blood was circulating rapidly. This surprised Fong Chen, but soon he discovered something. As the blood in his body circulated rapidly, it seeped into the surface of his skin and formed a layer of blood-red armor. Most importantly, this blood-red armor was absorbing the metal corroding water in the swamp. Could it be? Fong Chen was shocked. A huge guess appeared in his mind. He stared intently at the blood-red armor on his skin, carefully sizing it up. Hiss! 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 The metal corroding water in the swamp formed a faint mist and floated to Fong Chen's side. Boom! The flame talisman in his hand released a fierce flame, trying to stop the metal corroding water from getting closer. However, the mist formed by the metal corroding water was extremely destructive. It constantly consumed the power of the flame talisman. Crack! The flame talisman and the mist only resisted for a minute before its energy was completely depleted. At this moment, the faint mist finally reached Fang Chen's side and attached itself to the blood-red armor. Rip! The blood-red armor ignored the strong corrosive power of the mist and absorbed it in an instant. From the beginning to the end, Fang Chen did not feel any discomfort. This scene completely stunned Fang Chen. The flame talisman contains a strong fire origin energy. It can temporarily resist the corrosion of the metal corroding water. The fact that the mist was able to instantly deplete the origin energy within the talisman shows that the metal corroding water contained within it is extremely dense. However, Fang Chen was surprised. A half-perfect bloodline can counter the metal corroding water? Fang Chen murmured after recovering from his shock. Hiss, hiss, hiss. With this guess in mind, Fang Chen slowly approached the swamp. The closer they got, the thicker the fog became. The speed at which the blood-red armor absorbed the fog also became faster. An hour later, Fang Chen could clearly feel the changes in the blood-red armor. The color of the blood-red armor changed. Fang Chen exclaimed. He carefully sensed the blood inside the blood-red armor and found that it had become even clearer and smoother. What did this mean? Fang Chen's heartbeat sped up, and his eyes emitted an astonishing light. If a half-perfect bloodline wants to transform, it needs to absorb rare treasures of heaven and earth as well as a huge amount of energy. If I'm not wrong, the metal corroding water meets the absorption requirements of the half-perfect bloodline. After seeing the blood-red armor and the changes in the half-perfect bloodline in his body, Fang Chen was even more convinced of his guess. Phew! He took a deep breath, and his face was filled with excitement. If this is the case, can I use this to do whatever I want in the Death Mountain range? Thinking of this, Fang Chen took a step forward and jumped directly above the swamp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A biting, cold wind blew from afar, blowing against the blood-red armor and making a rustling sound. The terrifying fog instantly engulfed Fang Chen, and a strong pressure pressed against the blood-red armor. Crack! Fang Chen could hear the sound of metal clashing as the blood-red armor and the fog clashed. A cold chill invaded Fang Chen's mind, and in an instant, Fang Chen's primordial spirit, golden core, turned snow white, as if it was about to be frozen. Not good. Fang Chen cursed inwardly and instinctively jumped out of the swamp. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After stabilizing his body, he looked down and saw that cracks had appeared on the blood-red armor. How can this be? The blood-red armor was unable to withstand the pressure of the fog in the swamp? After thinking for a while, Fang Chen guessed that the fog in the swamp was too thick, and the density of the metal corroding water was beyond imagination. Even a 6th-level Holy Emperor would not dare to enter the center of the swamp, right? He was a little rash just now, and the blood-red armor had only absorbed a little of the metal corroding water and had not completed its transformation. It was normal for it to be unable to withstand the dense metal corroding water. Let's absorb it at the edge first. Fang Chen said. He sat cross-legged near the edge of the swamp, and the blood-red armor surrounded his body, blocking the attacks of the metal corroding water. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The blood-red armor automatically absorbed the metal corroding water, and Fang Chen did not waste this opportunity, and he took the opportunity to comprehend the water origin. There were a total of 5 origins in the world, and they were called the 5 elemental origins. The 5 elemental origins complemented each other, and none of them could be missing. They were also the core that stabilized this space. An ordinary saint could comprehend 1 origin at most, and that was already the limit. There were very few talented people who could comprehend 2 origins at the same time. As for those who possessed 3 origins, they were even rarer. Even in the ancient times, there were only a handful of them. Such a monstrous talent would be fought over by any force. He might even reach the chaotic supremacy realm in the future. The reason why the metal-corroding water had the corrosive power that even saints feared was because it contained a very strong water origin. Fong Qin activated the half-perfect blood, and drops of blood appeared in his palm. He clenched his fist, and a drop of metal-corroding water covered in blood appeared in his palm. Whoa! The metal-corroding water emitted a cold aura through the blood. It's so cold! Fong Chen's body trembled, and then he gradually calmed down. Comprehending the origins was a long process, and Fong Qin was not in a hurry. Compared to Fong Qin, Hua Song Saint King and the others were not so lucky. After a few days of exploration, the flame talisman in their hands had been exhausted. Senior brother Huatsang, we can't explore anymore. Meng Ta said anxiously. The talisman's power is about to be exhausted. We must leave, or we will die here, Meng Sha said. Bai Yang had already left. According to him, although he was a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, it was not worth it to give up his life for the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Bai Yang is right. As long as there is life, there is hope. With our current strength, we can't explore the Death Mountain Range. Let's save our lives first, Meng Ta said. Humph! Hua Song Saint King snorted. He was furious at the mention of Bai Yang. When I go back this time, I will definitely go to Yin Luo Peak to challenge Bai Yang and expose his ugly face. However, even though he was angry, Huatsang knew that it would be too late if he did not leave now. Chapter 3509. Outside the Death Mountain Range, on the barren plains. At this moment, there were many experts hiding in the dark, observing the situation inside the Death Mountain Range. Imperial Tutor, do you want to go in and take a look? Sitting Oblivion City, Lord asked. There was a natural barrier around the Death Mountain Range, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Right now, the Song Emperor was furious, so they could only find out the truth as soon as possible. The Imperial Tutor's gaze fell on the exit of the Death Mountain Range. He was thinking about how to avoid the golden corrosive water and enter the Death Mountain Range smoothly. Of course, he wouldn't be reckless. After all, life was the most important thing. In fact, he had some precious items that could temporarily protect him in the Death Mountain Range, but he didn't want to use them for the time being. Firstly, he didn't know who killed those people from the No Demon cult. Secondly, he couldn't be sure that the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance had really escaped into the Death Mountain Range. Considering all the above factors, he decided to wait. Let's wait a little longer. The Imperial Tutor muttered. Right now, he didn't have any other choice. The Heaven-Defying Alliance might have sensed that something is wrong. Perhaps there are already experts watching us. The Imperial Tutor muttered. At this moment, a ray of light flashed at the entrance. Hua, Song Saint King, and the other two escaped from the Death Mountain Range in a sorry state. They had used up all the talismans in their hands. Damn it! Meng Ta couldn't help but curse. One of his arms was stained by the golden corrosive water when he was escaping. He made a prompt decision to cut off half of his arm to prevent the tragedy from happening. Big brother. Meng Sha's eyes were red as she bandaged Meng Ta's wound. After returning to the sect, I will ask Master to help you reconstruct your arm. Meng Sha's master was also a peak lord. He was extremely powerful and had the ability to bring the dead back to life. Meng Ta used his other hand to caress his sister and comforted her. Sister, don't worry about me. It's just half an arm. It's nothing compared to my life. Sub. Meng Sha cried as she bandaged his wound. The Imperial Tutor's eyes lit up when he saw Hua Song Saint King and the other two. They're not dead. Obviously, the Imperial Tutor was shocked, but he soon became excited. Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. The Imperial Advisor laughed heartily. With a flick of his sleeve, a terrifying power swept across the heavens and earth, trapping Holy King Huitsong and the others. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Instead, you barge into hell. Originally, The mission was already a failure. Who would have thought that the three of you would be so lucky to survive after entering the Death Mountain Range? The Imperial Preceptor said that's good too. His Majesty will be very happy to bring your blood back. Boom! A vast and mighty power whizzed over. Hua Tsang's sacred king cursed in his heart. He wanted to escape, but it was already too late. Trapped, the three of them tried their best to calm down. The state preceptor of the Tsang Empire, Hua Tsang's sacred king, was furious. Your Tsang nation sure has guts. You actually dare to touch my heaven-defying alliance's disciple. Haha, how laughable. You're about to die, and you're still trying to scare me with the heaven-defying alliance? The state preceptor took a step forward and looked at the three of them mockingly. Hua Tsang's sacred king glanced at the Mengta siblings and secretly sent a sound transmission to them to escape first. Run! Hua Tsang's sacred king bellowed. His entire body was burning with flames. He clenched his fists tightly and took a step forward, rushing straight towards the imperial advisor. Knowing that he could not escape, Hua Tsang's sacred king was prepared to risk his life to stall for time for the Mengta siblings. Senior brother, Hua Tsang. Mengta roared in anger, wanting to help. Bang! In just one exchange, Hua Tsang's sacred king was defeated. The state preceptor was too strong, and he was not his opponent at all. You cultivate evil techniques? Hua Tsang's sacred king was shocked and furious. No demon cult. Your Tsang nation actually colluded with no demon cult. The three words, no demon cult, caused Mengta's face to change. He quickly helped Hua Tsang, sacred king, up. Senior brother Hua Tsang, take my sister and leave first. He pushed Hua Tsang's sacred king away, ignited his origin, and risked his life to fight the state preceptor. Boom! A terrifying power swept through heaven and earth. The state preceptor did not fight Mengta head-on and quickly retreated. Let's go! Hua Tsang's sacred king took Meng Sha and quickly fled. No one can leave. The state preceptor formed a seal with both hands, and a black halberd quickly condensed in the void, piercing through the void, and shot towards Hua Tsang, sacred king. Die for me. Mengta's attack that ignited his origin was broken by the state preceptor. He had the determination to die and ignited the power in his body, wanting to perish together with the state preceptor. At the same time, Hua Tsang's sacred king and Meng Sha, who had already fled far away, felt the shroud of death. Let's go! Almost at the same time, Hua Tsang's sacred king pushed Meng Sha out. The black halberd shot out. Hua Tsang's sacred king could not block it at all, and the black halberd carried endless power, piercing through his chest. Bang! Hua Tsang, sacred king, died. Crash! After the black halberd killed Hua Tsang's sacred king, it exploded, and a terrifying chi wave blasted Meng Sha away. In front of the Death Mountain Range, the thick smoke dispersed, and the state preceptor's clothes were somewhat tattered, his face gloomy. Lord State Preceptor, that woman seems to have escaped. The Forgotten City, Lord said solemnly. Once that woman escaped back to the Heaven-Defying Alliance, his Tsang nation would definitely suffer the endless anger of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Seal the border of the Tsang nation. If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her corpse. The state preceptor was very unhappy. Meng Ta's self-destruction was beyond his expectations. Collect blood, he ordered. The Forgotten City Lord led a group of people to search for Meng Sha, while the others were collecting the blood of Hua Tsang, sacred king. Death Mountain Range swamp. Fang Chen, who was cultivating, did not know that Hua Tsang's sacred king and Meng Ta had already fallen. He had been cultivating and comprehending the origin of water. Perhaps it was because the semi-perfect blood had absorbed the metal-corroding water and undergone a transformation. But Fang Chen felt that his speed of comprehending the origin of water had actually increased by a lot. In just a few days, he vaguely had a feeling that he was about to condense the origin of water. Whoosh! On this day, Fangchen opened his eyes and stopped cultivating, because the semi-perfect blood in his body had already reached a saturated state. He subconsciously raised his head to look, and the swamp in front of him had changed greatly. Could it be that it has absorbed all the metal-corroding water in the swamp? Fangchen was stunned. Originally, the swamp was shrouded in fog. Now it was bright, and the fog was so thin that it could be ignored. He could clearly feel that the aura of the metal-corroding water was getting thinner and thinner. Fangchen shook his head, somewhat in disbelief. The semi-perfect blood has indeed undergone a transformation, and is getting closer to the perfect blood. The only thing that made Fangchen feel gratified was this. Whoosh! He took a deep breath and slowly got up. He was shocked to find that after the semi-perfect blood had undergone a transformation, his body could actually resist the corrosive power of the metal-corroding water. Is this an ability given by the blood? Fangchen exclaimed, unable to calm down for a long time. Chapter 3510. Bai Yang vaguely remembered the message senior brother Xiao Fan gave him before he left. Xiao Fan was an outstanding disciple on Yunluo Peak. If Bai Yang wanted to gain a foothold on Yunluo Peak, he could only seek Xiao Fan's protection. Everyone knew that Xiao Fan had always admired Lu Lanqi, while Fangchen was close to Lu Lanqi. Lu Lanqi even took the initiative to take him to see the master of Yunluo Peak. When this news reached Xiao Fan's ears, the latter was very dissatisfied with Fangchen. He thought that he was just a new disciple who was so arrogant that he needed to be taught a lesson. However, not long after, he learned that the Jinyan herb that his master had prepared for him was given to Fangchen. Thinking of Lu Lanqi's attitude towards Fangchen, Xiao Fan was even more furious. Regarding Fangchen as a potential opponent, he had already secretly arranged for people to teach this new disciple who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. Coincidentally, during this mission, he sent a message to Bai Yang. Boy, you can only blame yourself for being too close to Miss Lu Lanqi. This was the Death Mountain Range. Even if he killed Fangchen, the higher-ups of the Heaven-Defying Alliance would not know. On the one hand, he could make senior brother Xiao Fan happy and gain his recognition and protection. On the other hand, he could kill a potential opponent. This was killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, Bai Yang quickly walked to the swamp. Fangchen. Bai Yang's voice pulled Fangchen back from his thoughts. It's you? Where are senior brother Huitsong and the others? After seeing Bai Yang, Fangchen asked anxiously, And Meng Ta and his sister, have you seen them? Bai Yang sneered. You're about to die. Why are you still concerned about this? Hearing this, Fangchen was stunned for a moment and then frowned. You want to kill me? Because of the small conflict on Yunluo Peak? Bai Yang stood with his hands behind his back and sneered. As a new disciple, you're unusually arrogant. You don't know how to keep a low profile. You've offended someone you shouldn't have. It's only a matter of time before you die. You dare to attack a fellow disciple? Haha, what a joke. This is the Death Mountain Range, isolated from the outside world. Even if I kill you, the upper echelons of the Heaven-Defying Alliance won't know. Bai Yang said, I also want to know what you are capable of. You are known as this year's #1 new disciple. Bai Yang had also heard that Fangchen had defeated Lin Yi, so he didn't dare to be careless. He directly used his ultimate skill and used his source energy to suppress Fangchen. A narrow-minded person like you is not qualified to be in the same sect as me. Fine, since you want to kill me, I'll clean up the mess for the sect. Fangchen said indifferently. Boom! A powerful chi wave soared into the sky, completely enveloping Fangchen. Bai Yang held a long spear in his hand, and with a tap of his foot he shot over. Die! Bai Yang roared, and the void exploded inch by inch. Fangchen shook his head, his eyes filled with mockery. From the beginning to the end, he had never taken Bai Yang seriously. What was laughable was that the latter had used his status as a senior disciple to oppress others. "I'm invincible under the Saint Emperor," Fang Chen said softly and then punched out. Dong dong dong. The terrifying fist collided with the long spear, and a deafening sound was heard. Fang Chen's power was suddenly activated, attacking the long spear. "Die!" Bai Yang roared, and continued to strengthen his attack. Buzz! At this moment, a breeze blew over the swamp, blowing a cloud of mist in front of Fang Chen. "Go!" Seeing this, Fang Chen flicked his finger, and under the guidance of his blood, the mist enveloped Bai Yang's long spear. Crack! The long spear was corroded by the gold corrosive water and directly shattered. "This is gold corrosive water?" Bai Yang exclaimed, threw away the long spear, and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. The mist had already attached to his arm. Ah! A miserable scream came out of Bai Yang's mouth. His arm was instantly corroded, and the gold corrosive water seeped into his internal organs at a speed invisible to the naked eye. He was very unwilling to give up. Until his death, Bai Yang did not understand how Fang Chen could control the mist condensed by the gold corrosive water. Bang! Bai Yang's body began to crumble. Fang Chen's heart was unperturbed. He took Bai Yang's ring and turned to leave. No matter what, he was a veteran disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, so he should have a lot of wealth. However, there were many things to check now, so he first looked for Huatsong and the others. Since Bai Yang appeared here, then Huatsong and the others should also be here. Fang Chen had a bad premonition. He even guessed that Huatsong and the other two had been killed by Bai Yang. "I hope the three of you are fine," Fang Chen prayed inwardly. After the semi-perfect blood had absorbed the metal-corroding water and undergone a transformation, Fang Chen could now freely travel through the Death Mountain Range. A few days later, he came to a valley and stopped. In the valley, there was a herb bathed in flames. "This is a fire elemental spiritual herb." Fang Chen was happy. He entered the mountain range and picked the fire elemental spiritual herb. With this fire elemental spiritual herb, Senior Brother Huatsong's injuries can be healed, Fang Chen said. Then he continued to explore the Death Mountain Range. After a few more days, Fang Chen saw some corroded bones. He stopped to observe and finally determined that these corroded bones were the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance who had disappeared in the Tsang Nation, because beside the bones there were a few modeled tokens. These tokens were specially made by the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Even the gold corrosive water could not completely decompose them. What is the Tsang Nation planning? Fang Chen pondered. Knowing that the Heaven-Defying Alliance was a huge monster, they still dared to attack them? What was the Tsang Nation relying on? Fang Chen felt that the God-falling battlefield was more and more mysterious. He bowed to the corroded remains and left. After going around for half a month, Fang Chen finally found the golden flame grass. On a mountain peak, the golden fire herb was shining with golden light and a sharp aura. The golden fire herb grew proudly. There was no gold corrosive water in the soil around it. From this, it could be seen that the golden flame herb contained a terrifying amount of gold origin energy. The third one. Arriving at the mountain peak, Fang Chen was a little excited. He had two, and with this one there were three. It could help him break through to the Saint Realm. At the completion of the Yin-Yang Origin Realm, he could kill a third-level peak Holy King and was invincible under the Holy Emperor. Fang Chen was also curious. How strong would his combat power be after entering the Saint Realm? The process of picking the golden fire herb was relatively smooth. There were not many obstacles. When Fang Chen held the golden fire herb in his hand, he laughed heartily. With the 3 golden fire herbs gathered, Fang Chen did not waste any time. He sat cross-legged on the mountain peak and prepared to break through. The Death Mountain Range is deserted. The surrounding soil is filled with endless gold, corrosive water. Very few people come here. It's quiet enough. I can refine the golden fire herb in peace. Chapter 35:11. The Death Mountain Range was as peaceful as ever. However, the Tsang Kingdom outside was unusually depressing. The imperial family suddenly ordered to seal off the entire border of the Tsang Kingdom. No one was allowed to leave. Moreover, under the leadership of the sitting Oblivion City Lord, they had to find Meng Sha, who had escaped. The citizens of the Tsang Kingdom were curious about what had happened. Why would the imperial family mobilize so many people? Of course, they were just guessing. As for Fang Chen, he knew nothing about the outside world. He was refining the golden flame grass on a mountain peak. He had obtained all 3 stalks of golden flame grass and chose to refine them on the spot. Buzz. He already knew how to refine the golden flame grass, so everything was logical now. Fang Chen held the golden flame grass in his hand, and a flame suddenly appeared in his palm. Soon, the flame spread and completely enveloped the golden flame grass. Hiss! After a while, Fang Chen heard a rustling sound coming from the flame, and his face lit up with joy. The refining process of the golden flame grass was very smooth. Perhaps it was because he had condensed the powerful origin of gold, so he could quickly absorb the power of the origin of the golden flame grass. In just 3 days, he had finished refining the first stalk of golden flame grass. At this time, the origin of gold in his body became more and more substantial. It rotated slowly as if it was going to devour the yin and yang energies. Continue. Fang Chen closed his eyes and continued refining. It took him about 10 days to completely refine the 3 stalks of golden flame grass. At a certain moment, a terrible cry came from Fang Chen's body. This was a state that appeared when the origin of gold reached a perfect state. Fang Chen knew that everything was ready. He could break through to the Saint Realm. He spread out his hands, and the 3,000 feet yin and yang energies stood above his head. A terrible aura swept through the entire Death Mountain Range. Then a palm-sized origin of gold floated in front of Fang Chen, releasing an ancient aura. It was absorbing the yin and yang energies. The biggest change from the yin and yang energies to the Saint Realm was to condense the origin star, break down the yin and yang energies, and integrate them into the origin star. Boom! 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 The half-perfect blood in Fang Chen's body circulated crazily, helping to condense the origin of gold. Time trickled by. This state lasted for an entire month before the origin star finally condensed completely. Origin star. Fang Chen was excited. However, the origin star had just been formed and was not stable enough. It needed to absorb the yin and yang energies. Decompose. Due to the help of the half-perfect blood, the yin-yang primordial qi was decomposed much faster than expected. In just 2 hours, the yin-yang primordial qi was completely decomposed, turning into majestic energy that completely merged with the origin star. Rip! After the origin star absorbed the vast power, it quickly entered Fang Chen's body. At this moment, a change occurred. The origin star was actually disintegrating. Fang Chen was slightly startled, but he soon felt relieved. Ordinary warriors could only condense 1 origin star upon entering the Saint Realm. Those with slightly stronger potential could condense 2 origin stars. Being able to condense 3 origin stars was already extremely rare. Such potential was enough to join the heaven-defying alliance. The more origin stars one condensed during a breakthrough, the deeper one's comprehension of the origin. 1 star, 2 stars, Fang Chen's origin star was slowly condensing. In the blink of an eye, the huge origin star had already split into 4. 4 stars. Fang Chen murmured. Buzz. At this moment, the 5th origin star was condensed. Finally, after condensing the 5th origin star, the power in his body completely stabilized. 5, Thumb-sized origin stars formed a circle and floated in Feng Chen's body, continuously providing Feng Chen with origin energy. Phew! Feng Chen heaved a sigh of relief and felt the changes in his body. Is this the Saint Realm? The five-element Saint Realm was an expert who stood at the peak of the world. They could control the most powerful energy in the world, the origin energy. Therefore, entering the Saint Realm meant soaring to the heavens. From then on, the sea was boundless. Throughout history, there had been countless Yin-Yang origin realm experts, but only a handful of Saint Realm experts. The number of saints was already very small, and in the battle of gods in the ancient times, there were even more casualties. Since then, the number of saints had fallen to an underestimate. Now, Feng Chen had finally entered the Saint Realm. Third level. Feng Chen clenched his fists and was extremely excited. It was a qualitative leap from the Yin-Yang origin realm to the Saint Realm. Some people with monstrous potential could enter the second-level Saint Realm in one step. Feng Chen had unparalleled potential and could enter the third level in one step. There were 3 notches on each of the 5 suspended metal origin stars. These 3 notches represented the third-level Saint Realm. In fact, Feng Chen had also guessed this. After all, he could kill a third-level Saint King in the Yin-Yang origin realm. Entering the Saint Realm and entering the third level in one step was also considered tidying up. Phew! After a long while, Feng Chen finally calmed down from his excitement. He concluded that entering the Saint Realm not only meant a breakthrough in cultivation, but also a transformation of the primordial spirit. Now his primordial spirit, gold core, had reached the peak, and the strength of his primordial spirit was comparable to that of a Saint Emperor. His physical body had completely integrated with the half-perfect bloodline, and the grade of the chaotic sword body had increased by a level. With my current physical body, no one below the Saint Emperor can break through my defense. Even a Saint Emperor would have to put in a lot of effort. Feng Chen was very proud. Just this physical body alone was enough to make him look down on all heroes. Swoosh! He flicked his finger. The 5 primary stars of the metal element shuddered. The brilliant primary force of the metal element gathered at the tip of his finger and turned into a terrifying ray of light that fired at the mountain in the distance. Boom! The finger radiance hit the mountain and instantly flattened it. The void in that area shattered bit by bit. Most importantly, the golden corrosive liquid contained within the soil of that region was instantly evaporated. This Feng Chen was shocked. He truly felt the terror of the origin power. The wrinkle of origin and the origin star are like heaven and earth. The funny thing was that he had thought that although there was a difference between the wrinkle of origin and the origin star, there was not much difference. Now that he thought about it, it was really childish. Feng Chen withdrew his aura and stood up, looking down at the Death Mountain range. His every move could change the trajectory of the origin aura in the surrounding void. In merely a dozen days, he had been reborn and reached an unimaginable level. His primordial spirit was at the peak of the Golden Core realm. His physical body was comparable to a Saint Emperor, and his cultivation had reached the level of a third-level Holy King. Feng Chen's strength had reached an unprecedented level. Before I broke through, I could easily kill a third-level peak Holy King. Now that I have reached the level of a third-level Holy King, with my many tricks, killing a fourth-level Holy King is not a problem. I can even fight a fifth-level Holy King and even defeat him. As for a sixth-level Holy King, Feng Chen did not dare to say anything. After all, the difference between each level of the Saint Realm was huge. Although there was only a difference of 1 level between a 5th-level Holy King and a 6th-level Holy King, the difference was like heaven and earth. After entering the Saint Realm, Feng Chen was even more fearless in the Death Mountain range. He began to search for the legendary relics of Saint Kangi. After several days of investigation, Feng Chen finally found a suspicious place. It was a valley located in the deepest part of the Death Mountain range. The surrounding soil was filled with the thickest golden corrosive water. At the entrance of the valley, There was a very terrifying array. Fang Qin tried it. With his array skills, he could not break the array. He could not even shake it. This scene caused Fang Qin to be extremely shocked. This shouldn't be. Fang Qin frowned and continued to form seals, trying to break the array. Buzz! When he used his most powerful array skills, golden ripples suddenly appeared on the array at the entrance of the valley. Upon closer inspection, there were complicated patterns on these ripples. This, Fang Qin cursed inwardly and instantly retreated. After retreating far away, he stopped. His pitch-black eyes stared fixedly at the ripples on the formation. His heart was filled with shock. "Invincible saint!" Fang Qin exclaimed. The golden patterns on the ripples were the legendary saint patterns. Only a saint could carve such patterns. At this moment, Fang Qin's face became completely serious. Saint Kangyi is an invincible saint. Fang Qin's heart raced. If that was the case, then he had to leave this place as soon as possible. With his strength, it was impossible to break the array. Moreover, it was very likely to cause unnecessary trouble. Whoosh! After a long time, Fang Qin calmed down. The array in the valley had been hidden. Fang Qin sighed. If not for his half-perfect bloodline, which allowed him to sense something extraordinary, he would not have been able to discover this formation. No wonder even the royal family of the Tsang Kingdom could not find the remains of Saint Kangyi. I can't break the saint patterns. There's no point in staying here. In an instant, Fang Qin had made a decision. He was ready to leave the Death Mountains and return to the heaven-defying alliance. I think Senior Brother Huitsong and the other two have already returned. He stared deeply at the valley and quickly disappeared into the Death Mountains. Forgetful City Inn. After Fang Qin disguised himself and changed his breath, he sneaked into Forgetful City to gather information. Have you heard? There's a thief who dared to break into the royal family to assassinate. He was severely injured by the imperial advisor and escaped. Now the entire border of the Tsang Kingdom is sealed. The Forgetful City Lord is leading a carpet search to find the thief. I also heard that the thief seems to be a woman. She has the cultivation of a third-level holy king. Her potential is terrifying. This time the Tsang King seems to be angry. The world is changing. Sitting in the inn, Fang Qin's face darkened when he heard the discussions of the warriors around him. A woman assassinating a third-level holy king? Chapter 35:12. When he heard that the woman had escaped, Fang Qin's expression became serious. He was almost certain that the assassin they were talking about was Meng Sha. Meng Sha was injured and was hunted down. What about Meng Ta and Senior Brother Huitsong? Fang Qin's heart was in a mess. He was extremely worried when he thought of the black shadows that had lured them to death in front of the Death Mountain Range. I hope you're all safe. Fang Qin clenched his fists and prayed in his heart. After leaving the inn, Fang Qin found the secular disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance to ask for information. However, the actions of the imperial family were very secretive, so he didn't know. In the end, Fang Qin began to secretly observe the city, Lord's mansion, hoping to find some clues from the sitting Oblivion City Lord. Heaven-Defying Alliance, Yunluo Peak. Yunluo Peak Master, who was teaching the disciples, suddenly had a slight change in expression. She got up and walked straight to the main hall where the life slip was. When she saw Bai Yang's life slip shattering, she frowned. Father, what happened? Today, Lu Lanqi also came to the class. Seeing her father leave with a strange expression, she quickly chased after him. Bai Yang is dead. What? Lu Lanqi exclaimed. Didn't he go on a mission with Senior Brother Huitsong and the others? How could he be dead? What happened? Yunluo Peak Master shook her head and tried to calm down. Go to the other peaks and see if Huitsong and Meng Ta's life slips have shattered. Yes, soon. Many peak masters of the Heaven-Defying Alliance gathered in the hall. A heavy aura filled the air. Everyone's expression was not good. Meng Ta, Huitsong, and Bai Yang's life slips have shattered. Meng Sha's life slip has countless cracks and is on the verge of shattering. Fang Chen's life slip is intact. After a long time, Elderly spoke. This meant that Fang Chen and Meng Sha were still alive while the others were dead. The heaven-defying alliance had developed for countless years and had many disciples. Under normal circumstances, it was normal for disciples to die outside. But today was different, because the 5 of them went to the Tsang Kingdom to carry out a mission. Before this, there were disciples on a mission who died in the Tsang Kingdom. What's going on? Have you sent a message to Fang Chen? Yun Luo Peak Master asked. She had a deep impression of Fang Chen and had even gifted him a stalk of golden flame grass. She was very optimistic about Fang Chen's potential. I've already contacted her. Meng Sha's transmission token should have been shattered. As for Fang Chen, there is no response from him, said Elderly. He was responsible for the affairs of many disciples. Now that something like this had happened, he was also responsible. Everyone, what do you think? Peak Master Yin Luo looked around and asked. This matter must have been done by the Tsang Nation, said a Peak Master. Even if it wasn't done by the Tsang Nation's royal family, they can hardly absolve themselves of the blame for the death of our disciples in their Tsang Nation, said another Peak Master. This matter is a little strange. I think that the most important thing right now is to send some people to the Tsang Empire to investigate the truth and rescue Fang Chen and Meng Sha. As one of the top forces, the heaven-defying alliance would never give up on any of its disciples. Just as the Peak Masters were discussing, Elder Li's eyes suddenly lit up. He flipped his hand and took out a transmission token. Fang Chen has sent a message back. Elder Li hurriedly said. Everyone's eyes were all on Elder Li. What did he say? Elder Li relayed Fang Chen's words to everyone. He said that all of this was a conspiracy of the Tsang Nation's royal family. The disciples of our heaven-defying alliance that died were also killed by the Tsang Nation's royal family. Tsang Nation. The Peak Masters were furious. A small Tsang Nation dared to go against the heaven-defying alliance. They were courting death. If I remember correctly, the king of the Tsang Nation is only a 5th-rank holy emperor, right? Who gave him the courage to go against our heaven-defying alliance. Ask him what happened to Huitsang and the others. What did they go through? Asked Yin Luo Peak Master. Elderly nodded and continued to negotiate with Fang Chen. A moment later, Elderly knew everything. When Fang Chen and the others entered the Tsang Nation, they were monitored by the royal family. Then the imperial advisor, personally, lured them to the Death Mountain Range. At the edge of the Death Mountain Range, many mysterious experts suddenly appeared and wanted to kill them. Elder Li said the leader's cultivation had reached the Holy Emperor realm. They were no match for him and had no choice but to escape into the Death Mountain Range. After that, he was separated from the other 4. He was lost in the Death Mountain Range and went through a lot of hardships. As soon as he came out, he heard that the royal family of the Tsang Nation was chasing after Meng Sha. After Elder Li finished speaking, everyone fell into silence. Then why are we still talking nonsense? The evidence is conclusive. Send troops to attack the Tsang Nation. The Sky Sword Peak Master said angrily, our heaven-defying alliance has always been aloof and unwilling to fight for worldly power. I'm afraid the world has forgotten about us. He even dares to assassinate the disciples of our heaven-defying alliance. I want to see how capable the Tsang Nation is. After that, a terrifying sword intent emerged from the Sky Sword Peak Master's body. He lifted his sword and was about to leave. Sky Sword Peak Master. Elder Li suddenly called out to him. Fang Chen is secretly keeping an eye on the Forgotten City Lord. He told me that the Tsang Nation's assassination of the heaven-defying alliance's disciples is most likely related to another force. He told us not to act rashly and alert the enemy. It won't be too late for us to act after he's done investigating the force. Now that the Tsang Nation has sealed the border, he and Meng Sha are in great danger. The slightest carelessness will lead to death. Our heaven-defying alliance can't be indifferent. The Sky Sword Peak Master shook his head. No matter what force was behind the Tsang Nation, the heaven-defying alliance had nothing to fear. If the Tsang Nation makes a move, let alone him, even the other senior disciples won't be able to resist. Tell him not to be impulsive. We should go support him as soon as possible. I agree with Fong Chen's suggestion, Elder Li said. Everyone was puzzled. Elder Li continued, daring to attack the disciples of our heaven-defying alliance is enough to show that the force behind the Tsang Nation is not to be underestimated. Our heaven-defying alliance doesn't make a move, but once we act, we must uproot this force. Right now, our heaven-defying alliance should secretly send experts to the Tsang Nation and wait for news from Fangchen. We can't alert the enemy. Everyone objected, especially the Sky Sword Peak Master. Everyone has seen Fang Chen's potential. It's almost certain that he will enter the Holy Ji Palace. We can't afford to make any mistakes. This method is too rash, the Sky Sword Peak Master said in a deep voice. Even the Yun Luo Peak Master nodded gently, agreeing with the Sky Sword Peak Master's words. Fang Chen, he stepped into the Saint Realm not long ago. After that, Elder Li didn't forget to add, he stepped into the third stage in one go. What? Exclamations rose one after another in the main hall. He stepped into the third stage in one go. Chapter 35:13. There was complete silence in the main hall. Everyone present was the peak masters of their respective peaks, and their cultivation had reached the level of a saint. Even though they were knowledgeable and had seen countless heaven's favorites, when they heard this news, their hearts trembled and their minds were in turmoil. Reaching 3 levels in one step was already considered an incredible genius in the Tao Palace. What frightening potential! Yun Luo Peak Master sighed after a long while. He guessed that Fang Qin must have found the 3rd golden fire herb in the Death Mountain range, and successfully broke through to the Saint Realm. Yun Luo Peak Master's voice broke the silence in the main hall. The other Peak Masters also spoke and sighed. I remember that when he was at the Yin-Yang Origin Realm, he was invincible among the Saint Kings, and he even condensed an unprecedented Yin-Yang Origin Realm of 3,000 feet. Now that he has entered the Saint Realm and reached 3 levels in one step, how powerful is he? At least a 4th level Saint King should not be his match, and a 5th level Saint King should not be able to kill him. Sky Sword Peak Master laughed heartily. It had been a long time since such a genius had appeared in the heaven-defying alliance. In that case, let's do as he says. I will personally go to the border of the Tsang Kingdom, and if there is any trouble, I will immediately take action. Sky Sword Peak Master said. Okay, it's decided. After knowing Fang Chen's insane strength, the Peak Masters were much more relieved. They also wanted to know who the faction behind the Tsang Kingdom was. Soon, the news reached Wang Daoyun's ears. The latter was obviously stunned and then smiled bitterly. The number 1 genius of the 9 Regions Division is well-deserved. Sitting Forgetful City, Lord's Mansion. Fang Qin stood in a restaurant not far from the city, Lord's Mansion. He looked down at the city, Lord's Mansion. His powerful divine sense covered the entire city, Lord's Mansion. Rustle, rustle, rustle. One night, sitting Forgetful City, Lord returned. City Lord, have you found it? The steward came up and asked anxiously. Sitting Forgetful City, Lord nodded. I have found the approximate location. Help me get the Saint Ascension Compass. I want to take it away immediately. The Sainthood Compass was a top-tier saint treasure, but its sealing ability was comparable to ordinary chaos heavenly treasures. Once it sealed space, no one below Saint Emperor could escape. After hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He looked at the meditative city, Lord, with an extremely cold gaze. From Elderly, he found out that Meng Ta and Sacred King Huetsong had both fallen. Out of their group of 5, only he and Meng Sha were left. And now, Meng Sha was seriously injured, and her hiding place had been discovered by them. Just in case, they didn't hesitate to use the Saint Canonization Compass. Humph! Fang Chen snorted coldly. He hid in the dark and followed the city lord. Hoo! Under the night light, the cold wind rustled. Sitting Oblivion City Lord was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 miles away. He suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around to look. There was nothing but darkness. He frowned slightly, feeling that someone was following him. The borders of the Tsang Empire have been completely sealed off. If someone from the Heaven-Defying Alliance comes, the Imperial Advisor will definitely know. Sitting Oblivion City, Lord continued on his way. It must be an illusion. After traveling continuously for 7 days, sitting Oblivion City, Lord stopped in front of a sea region. At a glance, the sea region was extremely wide. The surrounding area was filled with Tsang Empire's imperial family martial artists. They were on guard, surrounding the sea region. Imperial Advisor. Sitting Oblivion City, Lord hurriedly walked to the Imperial Advisor and took out the Saint Canonization Compass. The Saint Canonization Compass has been brought. That thief will definitely not be able to escape. The Imperial Advisor nodded. When she rushes out later, don't kill her. You must capture her alive. I want to drain her blood. Yes. Next, the Imperial Advisor began to activate the Saint Canonization Compass. A terrifying array enveloped the entire sea region. In the dark, Fang Chen's eyes shone with a cold light. At the same time, he was also observing the strength of the Tsang Empire's imperial family martial artists. Currently, the Imperial Advisor was the strongest. He should have reached the level of a 4th-level Sacred King. As for sitting Oblivion City Lord, he was at most a 3rd-level peak Sacred King. There was no need to fear him. Once I make a move, I must kill the Imperial Advisor in one strike, seize the Saint Canonization Compass, and destroy it. Fang Chen secretly planned. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from the distant horizon. Following that, 3 black figures descended from the sky. After seeing them, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. The aura of these black figures was exactly the same as the black figures that attacked them previously. It's them? Fang Chen said. Lord Bai, we have already trapped the person. The Imperial Advisor was very respectful towards the newcomers. The 3 of them were surrounded by a terrifying energy vortex. Their aura was very terrifying. Don't make any mistakes. We must capture this girl. Her blood is not only useful to the Tsang Emperor, it is also very important to our Sans Demon Sect. Sans Demon Sect. Fang Chen secretly remembered this name. Now, Fang Chen finally understood. The forces behind the Tsang Empire and the Tsang Emperor assassinated the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciples for their blood. However, Fang Chen could not send a message to Elder Li. The Tsang Empire's borders were sealed. Normal means were impossible to send a message. Previously in the Forgotten City, he had to use the Heaven-Defying Alliance's special means to barely send a message back. Now, with the Imperial Advisor and the 3 from the Sans Demon Sect around, he did not dare to use such means. Once discovered, Meng Sha's life would be in danger. Splash! The Saint Ascension Compass sealed the sea, rolling up monstrous waves. At the bottom of the sea, under a reef, Meng Sha's body was covered in blood. Her face was pale, and she was on the verge of death. Rumble! A deafening sound came, and Meng Sha tried to lift her eyelids to look above. Am I going to die? Meng Sha smiled bitterly. Big brother, your sister is unfilial. I can't avenge you. At this point, she could only wait for death to come. Tsang Empire's trash. Even if I die, I will drag one of them down with me. Thinking of this, she tried to use the last bit of strength in her body to dive to the surface of the sea. She's out. The moment he saw Meng Sha, the Imperial advisor controlled the Saint Ascension compass to completely seal the void around her. Do it! Sitting Oblivion City, Lord let out a low roar and charged towards Meng Sha. Whoosh! Meng Sha flipped her palm and a seal shot out. Boom! After the seal hit the Forgotten City Lord, it directly exploded, and a terrifying shockwave blasted the Forgotten City Lord away. Sky-flipping seal? Seeing this, the Imperial advisor exclaimed, as expected of a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. You can even give out a treasure like the sky-flipping seal, so casually. The Sans Demon sect sneered. However, do you think a mere sky-flipping seal can reverse the situation? Your Tsang Empire, wait to suffer the endless anger of my heaven-defying alliance, Meng Sha said coldly. As her voice fell, Meng Sha spread out her hands, and spots of red blood appeared on her white dress. The origin star in her body was spinning wildly. She was accumulating strength, preparing to self-destruct. Self-destruct? The Sans Demon Sect's people said disdainfully. In front of me, you don't even have the qualifications to self-destruct. Do it, capture her. Senior Sister Meng Sha. Chapter 35:14. The moment he saw Meng Sha, Fong Chen was enraged. He recalled the first time he met Meng Sha. She had smiled faintly and chatted with him. Although she was a senior disciple, she was not arrogant at all. At that time, Fong Chen had a good impression of Meng Sha. Later on the way to the Tsang Nation, Bai Yang had been targeting Fong Chen, but Meng Sha had been on Fong Chen's side. The once sweet girl was now covered in blood. Her face was pale and she was on the verge of death. She activated the remaining energy in her body and wanted to detonate her source star to take these people down with her. Suppress. The sage rulers, led by the Oblivion City Master, worked together and trapped Meng Sha on the surface of the sea. At the same time, countless terrifying rays of light shot out and pierced through the void, turning into a long rainbow that blasted toward Meng Sha. Trying to detonate yourself? Dream on. The Oblivion City Master sneered. He took the lead and arrived in front of Meng Sha before the others. He reached out his hand and grabbed the countless rays of light in the void and slapped them toward Meng Sha. Crack! Just when everyone thought that Meng Sha would be suppressed by the Oblivion City Master, something strange happened. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Meng Sha. As soon as the figure appeared, he threw out a powerful punch and sent the Oblivion City Master flying. Die. Fong Chen's eyes were red and filled with murderous intent. After sending the Oblivion City Master flying, he did not stop. He took a step forward and caught up with the Oblivion City Master. The hidden star sword flashed and pierced the Oblivion City Master's head. Boom! Fong Chen shook his wrist, and the Oblivion City Master's head exploded instantly. He died instantly. Whoosh! The world fell into dead silence. Even the Imperial advisor and the people of the Sans demon cult were stunned. But very soon, they woke up from their shock and stared at Fong Chen with incomparable fury. After killing the Oblivion City Master, Fong Chen returned to the surface of the sea and supported Meng Sha, who was on the verge of collapsing. He placed his palm on her back and injected energy into Meng Sha's body. At the same time, he forcefully suppressed Meng Sha's source star and prevented it from exploding. Junior brother Fong, the extremely weak Meng Sha, revealed an excited smile when she saw Fong Chen. But soon, he began to worry about Fong Chen. Junior brother Fong, leave quickly, Meng Sha urged. They killed my big brother and senior brother Huitsong. I'm heavily injured and can't escape. Don't worry about me. Run back to the heaven-defying alliance and find reinforcements. Meng Sha knew that her injuries were too severe. If Fong Chen carried her, they wouldn't be able to break out of the encirclement. In that case, even Fong Chen would die here. Saint Kengi's relic was an elaborate trap set up by the Tsang Nation to lure and kill our heaven-defying alliance's disciples. Meng Sha was extremely anxious. In just a short moment, after Fong Chen's infusion of energy. Meng Sha's injuries had already stabilized, and her complexion had also become much better. Senior Sister Meng Sha. Fong Chen stopped Meng Sha from speaking. I'm here, you'll be fine. Rest well. I will take you back to the heaven-defying alliance. Fong Chen solemnly promised. I will also avenge Senior Brother Meng Ta and Senior Brother Huetsong. After saying that, without waiting for Meng Sha's reaction, he kept her in a mortal cave mountain. It's you! After seeing Fong Chen, the Imperial Preceptor roared with a ferocious face. You're still alive. Back then, the people of the No-Demon cult forced Fong Chen and the other 4 into the Death Mountain Range. In the end, only Huetsong and the other 2 came out. The Imperial Preceptor believed that Fong Chen and Baiyang must have died in the Death Mountain Range. After all, that was the Death Mountain Range, filled with terrifying golden corrosive water. A mere Saint King couldn't resist at all. However, at that moment, Fong Chen had appeared completely unharmed. And what shocked him the most was, not only did Fong Chen break through to the Saint Realm, but he also stepped into the 3rd stage. This scene shocked him too much. You, the Imperial Preceptor, stared coldly at Fong Chen. If you hadn't appeared, it would have been really difficult for us to find you. You walked right into our trap. Today, this will be your burial ground. On the side, the people of the No-Demon cult stared at Fong Chen with interest. He's also a 3rd-level Saint King, but he can kill Forgetful City Lord in seconds, as expected of a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. If I'm not wrong, with his potential, it's enough to enter the Doctrine Palace, right? Hearing this, the Imperial Preceptor and the others were moved. The Doctrine Palace, that was the core place of the Heaven-Defying Alliance to cultivate disciples. Even in the entire God's Fall battlefield, it had an incomparably resounding reputation. Every disciple who entered the Doctrine Palace, if they didn't die midway, would definitely be able to step into the invincible Saint Realm in the future. This was also why the Heaven-Defying Alliance was able to firmly occupy the position of a top force in the God's Fall battlefield for countless years. Phew! The people of the No-Demon cult licked their dry lips and said eerily, Originally, I just wanted to suppress you, drain your blood, and then kill you. But now I've changed my mind. After a slight pause, he continued, Your potential is too shocking. If I refine you into a demonic puppet, it should be very interesting. The demonic puppet was a kind of war weapon of the No-Demon cult. It was very powerful and very cruel. Song Kingdom. Fong Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand. On the tip of the sword, drops of blood dripped down. This was the blood of the Forgetful City Lord. You dare to kill a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Are you ready to bear the wrath of the Heaven-Defying Alliance? Hearing this, the Imperial Preceptor sneered. Humph. Don't use the Heaven-Defying Alliance to scare us. Kid, you'd better think about escaping this place. For the sake of your ambition, you've killed innocent people. You're really cruel, Fong Chen said word by word. At this moment, he was furious. So what? Since ancient times, the winner takes all. In the world of cultivation, weakness is the original sin, the Imperial Preceptor said. He, Fong Chen laughed. His laughter was very arrogant. In the world of cultivation, weakness is the original sin. Weakness is the original sin? Take him down for me. Obviously, the Imperial Preceptor did not want to talk nonsense with Fong Chen and directly ordered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Saint Kings who had attacked together with the Forgetful City Lord swarmed over. Attack together and kill him. Someone roared. Although Fong Chen had killed the Forgetful City Lord in one blow, they were still very frightened. But thinking about it carefully, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. With so many of them, why would they be afraid of a 3rd-level Saint King? Kill. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The Saint Kings brought by the Imperial Preceptor attacked together and surrounded Fong Chen. Buzz. The hidden star sword trembled slightly and let out a sword cry. Fang Qin looked at everything coldly. His body was filled with killing intent. Senior brother Huatsong, senior brother Meng Ta, I'll avenge you today. In order to take revenge, Fang Qin did not hesitate to start a massacre. Moreover, these people were all heinous and deserved to be killed. Swoosh! The Hunyuan sword principle was used directly. A terrifying aura swept through the heavens and the earth. The 5 origin stars in Fang Chen's body rotated rapidly and burst out with shocking power. At the same time, rays of bright and terrifying sword light shot out from the hidden star sword. The Hunyuan sword principle had a total of 3 moves, and each move had 3 styles. A long time ago, Fang Qin had mastered the first move's 3 moves. Not long ago, he had broken through the shackles in the Death Mountain Range and stepped into the Saint Realm. At the same time, he had also comprehended the second 3 styles. Sky-breaking sword. Fang Qin roared. This was the first style of the second move. Puff, puff, puff. Once this sword was used, it was almost invincible under the Saint King. Wherever the sword light passed, it directly penetrated the chests of the Saint Kings who were rushing over. Their bodies fell to the ground with a plop, losing their vitality. Sky-shaking sword. The second style of the second move of the Hunyuan sword principle. Immediately after, Fang Qin used this move. The hidden star sword carried the dreadful metal origin. It rotated in the void and drew a golden arc buzz. Fang Chen's finger gently flicked on the hidden star sword. Suddenly, the tip of the hidden star sword directly touched the golden arc. Roar, roar, roar. Suddenly, the roar of beasts erupted from the golden arc. It was as if a beast tide had arrived. Along with the roar, the Hunyuan sword qi also rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the sword qi rose to the peak. Puff! Those Saint Kings who were lucky enough to escape the first sword light watched helplessly as the second sword light penetrated their chests. No! Countless screams echoed on the surface of the sea. Splash! When Fang Qin withdrew the hidden star sword, the Saint Kings brought by the Imperial Preceptor were all dead. Their bodies fell into the sea, and the sea was dyed red with blood. The heavens and the earth were filled with an extremely solemn aura. Fang Qin held the hidden star sword in his hand and looked at the Imperial Preceptor coldly, like a killing god. The Imperial Preceptor's body involuntarily took a few steps back. He was shocked and looked at Fang Qin with some fear. How can he be so strong? He's too strong. There's no way to stop him. Only His Majesty can suppress him. The Imperial Preceptor was about to send a message to Prince Song, but he was stopped by the No-Demon cult. Humph, a mere 3rd-level Saint King is nothing to be afraid of. The leader said, That's right. With us here, he can't do anything. Continue to control the sainthood compass. Don't let him escape. The last person licked his lips and sneered. I'm more and more interested in refining him into a demonic puppet. The 3 from the No-Demon cult stepped forward and stood on the shore, facing Fang Qin from a distance. Although these people are ants in our eyes, they are, after all, the vassals of our No-Demon cult. The leader said, If you kill them, you will be going against our No-Demon cult. Since ancient times, those who go against our No-Demon cult have never had a good ending. No-Demon cult. Fang Qin muttered. The assassination of the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciples was orchestrated by your No-Demon cult? Yes, it was us. Not only them, but you will also become a ghost under the blade of our No-Demon cult. Although he didn't know what kind of power the No-Demon cult was, Fang Qin felt that the situation was tricky. But now, if there were only these 3 from the No-Demon cult, he had nothing to fear. I've just broken through. I can use this battle to test my power. Fang Qin looked up and shot a cold gaze. Chapter 35:15. To be honest, Fang Qin did not think much of this motley crew. When he was in the Yin Yang origin realm, he could already kill a third-level peak Holy King. Now that he had entered the Saint Realm, his strength had increased in all aspects. Die. The Imperial Advisor scolded coldly. His body was filled with murderous intent. He knew that he had to kill Fang Qin today. Otherwise, there would be no end to the trouble. A month ago, he was just a Yin-Yang Origin Realm warrior. Just a month later, he had entered the third-level Holy King realm. Such an unimaginable improvement was simply shocking. With such potential, if he was allowed to escape, not to mention the heaven-defying alliance, he could destroy the entire Song Kingdom if he was allowed to grow. Azure Fire Technique. The Imperial Advisor stomped his foot and flew into the air. His hands quickly formed a seal. He controlled the Sainthood Compass and used the seal to compress the void around Fang Qin. Crack! The motionless space around Fang Qin was directly torn apart. A berserk hurricane blew over, stirring up huge waves on the calm surface of the sea. At the same time, the Grand Master's figure turned into a long rainbow and charged towards Fang Qin at lightning speed. The Imperial Advisor will probably kill this guy. The 3 from the No Demon cult were all 4th-level Holy Kings. Last time, the No Demon cult targeted Fang Qin and the other 4 and wanted to kill them. However, there was an accident that led to the annihilation of the entire group. The No Demon cult was enraged. This time, they specially sent out 3 4th-level Holy Kings to kill the heaven-defying Alliance disciples and eliminate all future troubles. When they saw Fang Qin's previous attack, they knew that his strength should be comparable to a 4th-level Holy King. Even as an enemy, I have to admit that this fellow's potential is truly formidable. Yes, even Wang Daoyun's potential back then was not as good as his. The leader's eyes were cold. When he heard the name Wang Daoyun, he was slightly moved. Speaking of Wang Daoyun, many people were not familiar with him and had never heard of him. After all, he came from the 9 Regions Division and did not receive much attention. However, almost everyone in the entire Godfall battlefield knew about the Dao Palace. His identity as a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace was enough for the saints of other forces to treat him with respect. But now, they had to face a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance who had greater potential than Wang Daoyun of the Dao Palace. They put away their previous contempt and gradually became serious. On the surface of the sea, Fang Qin stood with his sword in hand, looking at the Imperial Advisor who was shooting towards him. Although the masterminds behind the scenes are the Skyless Demon Cult and Lord Song, you are also the executor. You have to bear all the responsibility for the deaths of Senior Brother Huitsong and Master Meng Ta. Fang Qin muttered, I'll start with you to avenge my 2 senior brothers. As soon as he said that, Fang Qin struck out with his sword. Although the strike seemed ordinary, it quickly condensed into a terrifying swordlight in the void. This swordlight contained the incomparably sharp power of the origin of gold. Die! Seeing that Fang Qin didn't dodge and instead welcomed his attack, the State Preceptor sneered. Break for me. He sneered and gathered all the strength in his body and punched out. Your strongest attack has been shattered by me. What else do you have? When his fist collided with the swordlight, the State Preceptor's aura was oppressive. It was as if he could already see the scene of Fang Qin dying in his hands. Crack! However, as soon as his voice fell, the arrogant smile on his face came to an abrupt end. It was replaced by a miserable cry. With a crash, his entire arm shattered and blood spurted out, dyeing the sky red. Ah! The State Preceptor panicked. He endured the pain and quickly retreated. At the same time, he controlled the Sainthood Compass to block Fang Qin's attack. Origin Sword Art. However, Fang Qin didn't give him a chance and continued to strike with his sword. The Origin Sword Light carried infinite power as it pierced through time and space and pierced the State Preceptor's chest. No, the State Preceptor didn't even have time to speak before the sword light pierced through him. Not good. The 3 from the No Demon cult wanted to save the State Preceptor, but it was already too late. When they dispersed the terrifying airflow, the state preceptor's body had already fallen into the sea. The three from the no-demon cult's face turned extremely gloomy. Although the state preceptor was like an aunt to them, he was still a member of the royal family of the Tsang country and also the representative of the Tsang emperor. The Tsang country was still useful to them. Would the death of the state preceptor cause a rift between the Tsang emperor and the no-demon cult? Kid, you're courting death. The leader reached out his hand and sucked the sainthood ascension compass floating in the air into his pouch. Whoa. He channeled the energy in his body into the sainthood compass. Immediately, the wind howled and the seal around the sea shrunk rapidly. Very good. I was planning to let you live a little longer, but it seems like there's no need for that now. This kid is a little evil. Let's kill him together. In an instant, the three from the no-demon cult released a violent energy and trapped Fang Qin on the sea. There are many people in this world who can kill me, but the three of you are not qualified. Fang Qin was calm. Facing the three saint emperors of the no-demon cult, there was no fear. Instead, there was an invincible confidence and dominance. The disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance have no enmity with the no-demon cult, but you want to kill Senior Brother Huizong and Senior Brother Meng Ta. Fang Chen continued, Since you've done it, then you must be prepared to pay a heavy price, right? Fang Chen's gaze fell on the three of them. The Tsang country had mobilized a large force to kill Senior's sister Meng Sha. Now, only the three of them were left. The others were all killed by him. Facing those who deserved to die, Fang Chen would never show mercy. Even if the other party had a great background, he was fearless. Kid, I admit that you have great potential, but if the three of us work together, we can even fight against a 5th-level Saint Emperor. What do you have to fight against us? Surrender obediently. After we drain your blood, we can refine you into a demonic puppet. You can continue to live in this world in another way. Otherwise, once the three of us attack, you won't even have a corpse left. Fang Chen's potential was too great, causing the three of them to covet Fang Chen's treasures and his blood. His blood is at least of the heaven grade. If we bring it back, we will definitely be heavily rewarded. The three from the no-demon cult secretly calculated. In their opinion, Fang Chen only had one way out today, and that was to be suppressed by them. There was no other way. However, Fang Chen did not mind at all when faced with such a hopeless situation. There was not even a trace of nervousness on his face. He looked at the three of them with ridicule. A month ago, my cultivation was only at the complete yin-yang origin stage, Fang Chen said. The three of them sneered and did not speak. Now, not only have I stepped into the Saint Realm, but I've also stepped into the 3rd level. So what? The no-demon cult said disdainfully. Fang Chen chuckled and added, You must be wondering why the fellow disciples you sent to kill us in front of the Death Mountain range died so tragically, right? Chapter 35:16. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from the three men from the no-demon sect. They were burning with rage and bared their teeth. Their eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Damn you! How dare you kill the people of my no-demon cult? Your crime is unforgivable. No one in the world can save you. The other two men from the no-demon sect had already gone mad. They were ready to kill Fang Chen. However, at this moment, the leader suddenly woke up and called out to the other two. Big brother! The two of them did not understand why their big brother called out to them. The leader's expression changed. His dark eyes stared at Fang Chen as if he wanted to see through Fang Chen. You finally figured it out? Fang Chen sneered. It seemed that the people from the no-demon sect were not idiots. The leader turned his head and looked at the other two. He was in a trance and had the illusion that he could not defeat Fang Chen. However, the three of them quickly shook their heads. Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. The other two did not believe that Fang Chen could easily kill a 3rd-level Holy King in the yin-yang origin realm. You must have a treasure on you. They looked at Fang Chen with greedy eyes. They licked their lips and attacked at lightning speed. 3 kills formation. The 3 of them flickered and kept changing their positions. They had used their strongest moves the moment they arrived. The 3 kills formation was a trump card that they were proud of. Once an enemy was trapped in the 3 kills formation, unless the enemy was a 5th level Holy King or above, they would not be able to escape. Moreover, the 3 kills formation contained a terrifying bloody force. After a long time, the martial artist trapped in it would be corroded alive by this force. What an overbearing formation. Seeing the 3 kills formation, Fang Chen was also somewhat astonished. He did not expect the 3 of them to have such a move. It seems that I need to put in some effort. Fang Chen shook his head. Then he held his sword and rushed into the core of the 3 kills formation to find the center of the formation and break it. Ha ha ha, it's useless. You're just a mere 3rd level Holy King. It's impossible for you to break the 3 kills array. After Fang Chen was trapped in the 3 killings formation, even the leader of the group heaved a sigh of relief and laughed arrogantly. Boom! However, their excitement only lasted for 3 seconds before it completely froze. Violent energy surged out from within the 3 kills array and destroyed the array foundation of the 3 kills array. No, the 3 of them seemed to have realized something. They roared hysterically and crazily controlled the 3 kills array. However, the base of the formation was shattered, and the core of the formation was also destroyed by Fang Chen. The collapse of the 3 kills formation was already irreversible. Boom! Boom! A loud explosion was heard. In just a moment, the triple kill formation was completely shattered. The 3 of them from the No Demon cult were pushed back by the strong impact. As the smoke dissipated, Fang Chen once again appeared in their line of sight. If that's all you've got, then you can die now. Fang Chen walked over step by step. The hidden star sword in his hand rotated, and the immemorial sword art was fully displayed. Swoosh! 3 sharp and domineering sword lights pierced towards the 3 of them. Bang! 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 The 3 of them tried their best to resist, but their strength was suppressed. They could not do anything to Fang Chen. Die! After forcing the 3 of them back, Fang Chen continued to attack, wanting to kill the 3 of them. A 4th level Holy Emperor is only SOSO. Fang Chen, who displayed the immemorial sword art, was too powerful. A 4th level Holy Emperor was no match for him. The 3 of them from the No Demon cult had never expected Fang Chen's potential to be so terrifying. Kid, you! The members of the No Demon cult looked at Fang Chen timidly. Just one face-to-face, and they were already terrified. You're indeed very strong. The 3 of us can't do anything to you, but you still want 4. The leader said, I've already sent a message to the Tsang Emperor. He's on his way. You're dead meat. The Tsang Emperor, the strongest person in the Tsang country, was also the only 5th level Holy Emperor. Moreover, he was the oldest 5th level Holy Emperor. He had many tricks up his sleeves. Under his rule, the Tsang country was worshipped by the heroes. Unfortunately, you won't be able to see that scene. A sword light flashed, and 3 corpses fell into the sea. Let's go. Fang Chen waved his sleeves and collected the sumer rings that were scattered on the sea. Then he quickly left. At the same time, he used a special method to send a message to Elderly. Soon he received the latter's reply. Fang Chen, be careful. The Sky Sword Peak Master is already breaking the seal. Reinforcements will arrive soon. Elderly exhorted. After receiving the reply, Fang Chen's lips curled up, revealing a sly smile. The Tsang Emperor? Fang Chen murmured. His powerful primordial spirit had already sensed a terrifying pressure coming from the northwest direction. That pressure should belong to the Tsang Emperor. On this day, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky above the Tsang country. A terrifying rainbow light traveled through the sky at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Wherever it passed, the void would tear and the cities would tremble. All the warriors prostrated themselves on the ground. Their hearts were filled with fear, as if the end of the world was coming. Oh my God, what happened? It's too terrifying. That aura is not something an ordinary person can compare to. Could it be that someone wants to challenge the Tsang Emperor? Soon, a piece of news spread. Someone started a massacre in the Tsang country. The Tsang Emperor was enraged and chased after the culprit. Everyone suddenly realized that the terrifying aura they had felt earlier was actually created by the Azure Emperor. The Tsang Emperor is too strong. He was a 5th-level Holy Emperor a long time ago. His foundation is too deep and he is invincible in the same realm. I'm really curious. Who is the person that made the Tsang Emperor angry? At this moment, everyone was unaware that outside the borders of the Tsang country, there was an even more terrifying existence breaking the seal with brute force. Tsang country. The Sky Sword Peak Master muttered, his eyes cold. A mere Tsang country dared to kill a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. It seemed that the God's Fall battlefield had been peaceful for so many years that the world had forgotten the power of the heaven-defying alliance. You want to stop me with a mere seal? The Sky Sword Peak Master attacked in anger. He punched out, and wherever his fist passed, cracking sounds could be heard. When he retracted his fist, the seal that enveloped the Tsang country disappeared without a trace. The Sky Sword Peak Master spread out his consciousness and instantly found Fong Qin and the Tsang Emperor. Tsang Emperor, you dare to touch a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance? The Sky Sword Peak Master's voice rang in the sky above the Tsang country. Not good, it's the Sky Sword Peak Master. The Tsang Emperor who was chasing Fong Qin felt his heart tighten. That guy's potential is too strong. He must be killed. Although the Sky Sword Peak Master is fast, he is still far away from me. Before he arrives, I must use the power of thunder to kill him and then leave. Since the matter had been exposed, the Tsang Emperor was even more determined to kill the heaven-defying alliance's monstrous disciple and suck his blood. The no-demon cult had already made arrangements. Once this matter was over, the Tsang Emperor would disappear from the world's sight. Kill. Thinking of this, the Tsang Emperor increased his speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to Fong Qin. You're finally here? Fong Qin said. At the border of the Tsang country, the Sky Sword Peak Master, who was rushing over, was furious. Tsang Emperor, if you dare to make a move, I guarantee that your Tsang country will be completely destroyed. The Sky Sword Peak Master's voice was heard. The entire Tsang country was in an uproar. Many people did not understand why the Tsang Emperor had a grudge with the heaven-defying alliance. Chapter 35:17. Lord Tsang was a 5th-level Holy Emperor expert, and he had already reached the pinnacle. He was only a step away from the 6th-level Holy Emperor. Now he was attacking Fong Qin at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Go to hell! The Sky Sword Peak Master was strong, but there was still a distance between him and Fong Qin. This distance was enough for Lord Tsang to kill Fong Qin and escape. Kiki! Lord Tsang gloated when he saw the Sky Sword Peak Master's angry face. He was even more sure that Fong Qin had a high status in the heaven-defying alliance. Killing such a monstrous disciple would definitely cause the heaven-defying alliance to suffer a great loss. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, killing a few more people did not matter. Die! Lord Tsang punched out, and the sky changed color. The space around Fong Qin crumbled. Not good. Fong Qin exclaimed in his heart. The chaotic sword body was fully activated, and a terrifying sword radiance formed a layer of sword armor around his body. His defense was raised to the highest level. At the same time, his golden primordial spirit was spinning crazily, and a powerful spiritual consciousness spread out, distorting the space, trying to break through the sealed space. 5 origin stars broke out from his body and floated above his head. His wrist shook, and the hidden star sword danced in the air as he executed his strongest killing move. Mixed element sword art. With a slash of his sword, 6 different sword lights shot out. Within the sword radiances, there was a terrifying aura of sword Tao and an indestructible gold origin energy. Boom! Lord Song's fist radiance clashed with the 6 sword radiances, and the sound of an explosion was endless. Kacha! A crisp sound was heard, and the fist radiance engulfed everything, destroying 4 sword radiances in an instant. The remaining 2 sword radiances were easily blocked by Lord Song. Lord Song was slightly surprised, and his expression changed. He looked at Fang Chen, and his eyes turned cold. A 3rd-level Holy King can actually block my fist? At this moment, the killing intent in Lord Song's heart intensified. After countless years of cultivation, although he had yet to reach the level of a 6th-level Saint Emperor, he had already reached the peak of the 5th level. It was no exaggeration to say that under the 6th stage, he was almost invincible. However, facing a 3rd-level Holy King, he actually did not manage to kill him instantly with a single punch. There's a secret on this guy. Instantly, the Tsang Emperor thought of this. His bloodline. The Tsang Emperor's gaze towards Fang Chen was filled with greed. Kill! With a stomp of his foot, the entire void trembled. This time, he had used all his strength. A terrifying power wreaked havoc in the void. I can't. Fang Chen kept retreating, using the 5 origin stars to block the Azure King's frenzied attacks. Pucci! Finally, after blocking a few attacks, one of the origin stars suffered a heavy blow and showed signs of cracking. Fang Chen was heavily injured as a result. He was blown away and slammed into the ground. Voila! He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fang Chen felt that his body could no longer move. The cracks on the origin star were still spreading. Wang. He wanted to use his strength to stabilize the origin star. However, the Tsang Emperor did not give him the chance. Whoosh! The Tsang Emperor threw out a punch across the void. Fang Chen could only watch as the punch came towards him. Stop! In the distant horizon, the void was torn apart. The Sky Sword Peak Master's huge figure appeared out of nowhere. He roared and bared his teeth. His entire body turned into a ray of light and shot towards Yi Shiwen at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. At the same time, he executed a heaven-shaking technique. Just as the Azure Emperor's fist light was about to collide with Fang Chen's body, the Heavenly Sword Peak Master stretched out his hand, blocking the incoming fist light. Boom! Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded through the sky. Whoosh! Even though the Master of the Heavenly Sword Peak blocked the fist of light, there was still some gray power that leaked out and struck the origin star above Fang Chen's head. Crack! The cracked origin star could no longer hold on and shattered with a loud bang. No! Seeing this, the Sky Sword Peak Master roared hysterically. At the same time, he waved his sleeve and a powerful force wrapped around the unconscious Fang Chen. Damn it! He turned his head and looked at the Tsang Emperor. At this moment, the Tsang Emperor had already escaped. The shattering of Fang Chen's origin star meant that he had fallen from his pedestal. Even if his potential was heaven-defying, his path of cultivation had come to an end. In just a day, he had turned from a genius to a cripple. Even if he could survive, he would be no different from an ordinary person. Sometimes, letting a person live was more torturous than killing them. Even though they did not get Fang Chen's blood, it was worth it to cripple him. How dare you touch a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance? Your entire Tsang country will be buried with me. The Sky Sword Peak Master was completely enraged. He floated in the air and looked down at the entire Tsang country. With a wave of his hand, lightning dragons danced in the sky. Terrifying light shone on the entire Tsang country. Countless cultivators could not stand the terrifying pressure and knelt on the ground. The weaker ones even fainted on the spot. On this day, The entire Song country was dyed in blood as if it was hell. Everywhere the Sky Sword Peak Master passed by was in ruins. You can't escape. Even though the Tsang Emperor was a 5th-level holy emperor and the strongest in the Tsang country, he had nowhere to run under the Sky Sword Peak Master's eyes. Boom! Suddenly, he felt a cold force coming from behind him. In a panic, he quickly dodged. With a bang, the force hit his shoulder. The Tsang Emperor screamed and got up to continue running. "My lord, save me!" The Tsang Emperor's heart was filled with fear. The Sky Sword Peak Master was too strong. He was so strong that he did not even have the courage to fight him. If this continued, he would die without a doubt. Therefore, he could only ask for help from the Sans demon cult. Just as he was about to catch up with the Tsang Emperor, a long sword suddenly appeared in the Sky Sword Peak Master's hand. The aura on the sword was like a rainbow as he slashed out. Rip! The void was torn apart as a 1,000-feet-long sword shadow swooped down. At this moment, a pitch-black illusory door appeared in front of the Tsang Emperor. Seeing this, the Tsang Emperor stepped into the illusory door without saying a word. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the 1,000-feet-long sword shadow slammed down, the illusory door had already disappeared. Sky Sword Peak Master, we haven't seen each other for many years. Your personality is still so fiery. A mocking voice came from the void far away. Humph! Back then, my heaven-defying alliance wiped out your no-demon sect. If it wasn't for the Alliance Master's mercy, you would have been completely wiped out. The Sky Sword Peak Master said coldly, "Now, you are secretly killing my heaven-defying Alliance's disciples. Who gave you the courage?" Humph! The rise of my no-demon sect is just around the corner. As for you, Sky Sword Peak Master, one day I will pay you back double. The Sky Sword Peak Master's consciousness covered the entire Tsang country, but he could not find any trace of the no-demon sect. He frowned as he looked into the distance with a gloomy face. Void Shift? Void Shift was a technique that only invincible saints could use. The person who saved Lord Tsang was obviously not an invincible saint. Then there was only one possibility, and that was that he had a Void Shift token. Humph! The Sky Sword Peak Master snorted coldly. In order to save Lord Tsang, he did not hesitate to use a priceless Void Shift token. The other party used the Void Shift token, and the Sky Sword Peak Master could not track him down. Thinking of the destruction of Fong Chen's origin star, the Sky Sword Peak Master was furious. Although Lord Tsang had escaped, he vented his anger on the Tsang country's royal family. Lord Tsang's subordinates are unforgivable. On this day, the entire Tsang country was shaken, and none of the royal family members survived. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. The entire Tsang country was dyed red with blood. Heaven-defying alliance, origin, Gathering Mountain. Many peak masters gathered in the 8th cave abode on the 9th step. Even Wang Daoyin of the Dao Palace was there. "How is it?" Wang Daoyin walked in from outside and asked in a low voice. Behind him was a very low-key middle-aged man. When the peak masters saw this person, they were in awe. "Greetings, Vice Palace Master." This person was the Vice Palace Master of the Dao Palace and one of the most powerful people in the Heaven-defying Alliance. Once, he personally appointed Fong Chen as a disciple of the Dao Palace, but he needed to go through training before he could enter the Dao Palace. However, such a thing happened in such a short period of time. The Vice Palace Master of the Dao Palace waved his hand and walked to the bed. He looked at the unconscious Fong Chen with a complicated expression. "Vice Palace Master, I am mainly responsible for this matter, and I am willing to accept the punishment." The Sky Sword Peak Master felt guilty. If he had arrived earlier and treated the enemy more seriously, perhaps Fong Chen would not have suffered such a heavy injury. Sigh. After a long time, the Vice Palace Master sighed. Originally, Fong Chen's potential exceeded the Vice Palace Master's imagination, and he even thought that Fong Qin had a high chance of becoming a chaotic supremacy in the future. However, the origin star was the most important source of energy in the Saint Realm. Once the origin star was broken, it meant the end of the path of cultivation. A genius was reduced to an ordinary person in one move. Even an outsider like the Vice Palace Master could not accept it. Since the Sky Sword Peak Master brought Fong Qin back to the Heaven-Defying Alliance, many Peak Masters had been discussing how to help Fong Qin repair the origin star. However, all their efforts ended in failure. The culprits of this matter are Lord Song and the No Demon Cult. "It has nothing to do with the Sky Sword Peak Master," said Elder Li. "Damn the No Demon Cult. Back then, they were defeated by the Heaven-Defying Alliance, and now they dare to target our disciple. They are courting death. No matter what, this matter is not over. The No Demon Cult will pay a heavy price for their foolish actions." Many Peak Masters expressed their opinions. After the Vice Palace Master checked Fong Chen's injuries, he told Elder Li to do his best to treat him, and then left in a hurry. There were many people, and the Vice Palace Master did not have any hope. After all, it was the shattering of the origin star. Wang Daoyun's expression was complicated, and his heart was not calm. "Junior brother, I hope you can survive." The Sky Sword Peak Master was very angry and left the Heaven-Defying Alliance on the same day, declaring that he would find the No Demon Cult's lair to avenge Fong Qin and the disciples who died in the Tsang Kingdom. The other Peak Masters also returned to their respective peaks. Mad Saber Li and Princess Tianqin stayed to take care of Fong Qin. "I'll go get him some treasures." "You two take good care of him," said Elder Li. Although the higher-ups kept it a secret, what happened in the Tsang Kingdom still spread in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Chapter 35:18. For the first time, the Sans Demon Cult appeared in the eyes of many ordinary disciples. They began to collect information about the Sans Demon Cult, asking about Fong Qin and what had happened in the Tsang Kingdom. In the end, they found nothing. The Sans Demon Cult was too mysterious, and there was very little information circulating in the outside world. Very few people knew of their existence. Even the higher-ups of the Heaven-Defying Alliance avoided talking about it. A few days later, the disciples stopped talking about the Sans Demon Cult and focused their attention on Fong Qin. He was once a proud son of heaven. As soon as he entered the Heaven-Defying Alliance, he defeated the new disciple Yin Tong and Lin Yi. What a pity! Senior brother Fong has unparalleled potential. He stepped into the Saint Realm and even reached the 3rd level in one step. Now his Source Star has shattered. Yes, the Source Star is too important for a Saint Realm warrior. Once it shatters, the path of cultivation is almost over. No one can reform it. Back then, he defeated Yin Tong with one punch and Lin Yi with one sword. He was in high spirits and was called the strongest among the new disciples. Now he has become like this? Everyone sighed. Of course, there were some who gloated. Among them were Lin Yi and Yin Tong. Now, both of them had stepped into the Saint Realm. Although they were not as monstrous as Fong Qin, their combined strength was not weak. Lin Yi even thought that his strength was enough to challenge Fong Qin. Time passed. Since Fong Chen's Source Star shattered and he was brought back to the Heaven-Defying Alliance by the Sky Sword Peak Master, he had been cultivating in the cave and never came out. Everyone was guessing whether Fong Qin had given up on himself because he couldn't bear such a heavy blow. One day, at the foot of Juyuan Mountain in Lin Ye's cave, Lin Yi, dressed in white, was sitting on a stone bench. Beside him was Fairy Zixio. "Brother Yi." Fairy Zixio was a little puzzled. Lin Yi asked her to come here. Why did he not say a word? At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Lin Ye's gaze fell on the door. Fairy Zixio got up and walked to the door with light steps. She opened the door. She saw Yin Tong and a large group of new disciples. Fairy Zixio. After greeting Fairy Zixio, Yin Tong and the others walked straight to Lin Yi. "Senior brother Lin Yi," Yin Tong said with a hint of excitement in his voice. Ever since he was defeated by Fang Qin, he had been preparing for revenge. Now the opportunity had finally come. "The Sky Sword Peak Master," said it himself. "One of that guy's origin stars shattered." Yin Tong grinned and said, "Humph. Even if his potential is unparalleled and his yin-yang energy is unprecedentedly powerful, so what? In the end, didn't he still end up in such a miserable state?" Within the cave, countless disciples agreed. They all chose to stand on Lin Ye's side. "Senior brother Lin Yi, ever since Fang Qin became the new chief disciple, he has been hogging a lot of resources. The resources we have received are pitifully little. Now that he has been crippled, Senior apprentice brother Lin, you should replace him and become the new lead disciple." The chief disciple received more cultivation resources than the average disciple. Moreover, the chief disciple had the right to prioritize the distribution of cultivation resources. Therefore, many disciples hoped that Lin Yi could become the lead disciple again. That way, they would be able to receive more resources. In just 1 month, most of the new disciples have already joined senior apprentice brother Lin Ye's side. Only Mad Blade, Li, and Princess Tianqin from the 9 regions are on his side. Everyone chimed in one after another, denouncing Fang Qin. Yin Tong stared at Lin Yi. "You'll be in charge of this battle." Finally, Lin Yi spoke. "Don't worry, Senior apprentice brother Lin Yi. I won't let everyone down." On the 9th step of Origin Gathering Mountain in the 8th cave residence, after half a month of recuperation, Fang Qin finally woke up. However, his body was still extremely weak. Cough, cough. The sword qi around him suddenly dissipated. His throat moved, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fang Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. He lay on the ground, panting heavily. "Senior brother Fang." Mad Blade Li hurriedly walked over and helped Fang Chen up. "Your injuries haven't healed. You can't use the power of the origin." He had just entered the Saint Realm and had already formed 5 origin stars. This was considered outstanding in the Dao Palace. If he hadn't been killed by the Tsang Emperor, his future would have been limitless. But now, one of his origin stars had shattered. The remaining 4 couldn't be continued. He couldn't use the power of the origin in his body at all. Bang! Fang Qin punched the ground. The origin star shattered. "I'll just continue to form more. I, Fang Qin, have encountered countless setbacks in my life, but I have never fallen. What's the big deal about a mere origin star shattering?" Fang Chen refused to admit defeat. "Others can't do it, but that doesn't mean I can't do it." After a long while, Fang Qin finally calmed down. Princess Tianqin walked over and whispered, "Recently, Lin Yi and Yin Tong have been very active ever since they learned of your situation. They've won over most of the new disciples, trying to force you to hand over the position of the chief disciple." "Fang Qin, get out here." At this moment, a series of curses that contained the power of origin reverberated above Origin Gathering Mountain. After Fang Qin heard it, his face darkened. He clenched his fists so tightly that they creaked. "Trash, you don't have the right to be the chief disciple of the new disciples. If you know what's good for you, quit." Princess Tianqin and Mad Blade Li were furious. Before Fang Qin was crippled, they didn't care about him at all. Now they were adding insult to injury. Creak! Mad Blade Li couldn't take it anymore. He rushed out of the door and shouted, "Who was it that severely injured Yin Tong with 1 punch? A loser dares to yell in front of senior brother Fang. You're courting death." "Mad Blade Li, I think you're the one courting death." Yin Tong held back her anger. The position of chief disciple belongs to those who are capable. Fang Chen's origin star has shattered. His cultivation path has been cut off. It's a waste of resources to continue occupying the position of chief disciple. Yin Tong said, "Moreover, when he defeated me, I said that one day I, Yin Tong, would come for revenge. Now the time has come." Despicable and shameless. Princess Tianqin's face was cold. Yin Tong had the audacity to say, such high-sounding words in front of all the disciples. She was really thick-skinned. What? Are you scared? Are you going to be a coward forever? Fang Chen's cave abode was on the 9th step. They weren't qualified to go up, so they could only use provocation. Get out. Senior Brother Fang has no time to deal with small fries like you. Mad Blade closed the door after saying that. At the square below Origin Gathering Mountain, many disciples looked at each other, waiting for Yintong's order. Senior Brother Yintong, Fang Chen must know that he's no match for you, so he doesn't dare to come down. If he keeps hiding in the cave abode, we can't do anything to him. Damn him, everyone said angrily. Keep scolding. I'd like to see how long this guy can endure. 3 days. Yintong and the others cursed at the foot of Origin Gathering Mountain for 3 days and 3 nights. In the 8th cave abode on the 9th step, Princess Tianqin and Mad Blade couldn't stand it anymore. They wanted to rush out several times, but they were stopped by Fang Qin. Whoosh! On this day, Fang Qin suddenly got up and strode to the door. Creak! The door opened, and Fang Qin strolled out with his hands behind his back, looking down. Bastard, you finally dared to show your face? Facing Fang Qin, Yintong wasn't afraid at all. She mocked him coldly. I, Yintong, now officially challenge you as the chief disciple. If you lose, give up the chief disciple position and get out of the heaven-defying alliance. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the disciples. Then he said softly, You used to respect me as the chief disciple, but now you want me to give up the chief disciple position? Is it because my origin star has shattered? Everyone lowered their heads, feeling a little ashamed. Cut the crap. Either accept my challenge, or give up the chief disciple position, Yintong said impatiently. He didn't give Fang Qin any more choices. He forced Fang Qin to give up the chief disciple position. Do you know what I experienced in the Song Kingdom? Fang Qin shrugged and asked. Everyone was silent. Fang Qin continued. You dare to come here and threaten me without even knowing the truth? Who gave you the courage? Humph! Don't scare me with the higher-ups. Challenging the chief disciple is the rule of the heaven-defying alliance. I, Yintong, didn't break the rules. Kaboom! However, as soon as Yintong's voice fell, a thunderous sound came from the distant sky. Then the petals fell, and a beautiful figure appeared out of thin air. Which one of you dares to bully Fang Qin? The delicate voice echoed in the sky above Origin Gathering Mountain. Everyone looked over and was surprised to find that it was Lu Lanqi, a senior disciple of the Yi clan. Miss Lu Lanqi? Yintong was also a little surprised. She didn't expect Lu Lanqi to come here. Miss Lu Lanqi, may I ask what brings you here? Humph! Didn't you want to challenge Fang Qin? I'll fight in his place. You can fight as many people as you want. I'll take them all, Lu Lanqi said coldly. She wore a black dress, outlining her perfect figure. With the cold aura emanating from her, she looked like an ice goddess. She turned to look at Fang Qin, who didn't move. Miss Lu Lanqi, you've misunderstood. We're not threatening Fang Qin. Now that his origin star is broken, his strength is greatly reduced. He's no longer qualified to be the chief disciple. Lu Lanqi waved her hand and interrupted him. It's not up to you to decide whether he's qualified or not. Get out. I don't want to fight today. Don't let me see clowns like you in the future. Lu Lanqi released a terrifying aura that swept across the sky and earth. Seeing this, Yintong kept retreating, her expression changing. Miss Lu Lanqi, he wanted to say something, but seeing Lu Lanqi's expression, he hurriedly turned and left. Lu Lanqi was a senior disciple and the granddaughter of Yunluo Peak Master. Yintong didn't dare to offend her. Seeing Yintong and the others leave, Fang Chen's lips curled up into a cold smile. Chapter 35:19. In 3 months, I'll be waiting for your challenge in the annual assessment of new disciples. As soon as he said that, the entire foot of Jiyuan Mountain was in an uproar. Countless new disciples were dumbfounded. His source star was shattered, and his cultivation path was cut off. Most importantly, his cultivation level had fallen. From then on, he would be a cripple. However, he dared to accept the challenge of Yintong, a disciple of the Saint Plane. Everyone was very surprised. Who exactly gave him the courage to do so? Even Lu Lanqi was stunned. She opened her mouth wide and looked at Fang Chen with sparkling eyes. Ignoring everyone's gazes, Fang Chen turned around and returned to the cave residence. Is this guy joking? He's definitely playing to the gallery. His source star is shattered. This is already a well-known fact. I don't believe that his strength hasn't fallen. Humph! Senior brother Yintong lost to him back then. Now he can finally take revenge. Just wait. In 3 months, he'll have to give up the position of the chief disciple. Some were shocked, while others sneered. Yintong, in particular, burst out laughing after being stunned for a moment. Okay, I'll give you 3 months. Then Yintong left with many disciples. The news of Fang Chen accepting Yintong's challenge spread quickly. Many peak masters gathered at Yunluo Peak. They were very surprised. Why would Fang Chen make such a decision? Little Shi, you were there at the time. Tell us in detail what happened. Did that new disciple, Yintong, force Fang Chen to agree? Giant Fire Peak's master raised his eyebrows. He almost rushed to Origin Gathering Mountain to question Yintong. Humph, a mere new disciple. Does he think he can turn the world upside down? How can he compare to Fang Chen's contributions to the heaven-defying alliance? Besides, Fang Chen's potential is ranked among the top in the history of the heaven-defying alliance. Although his source star is shattered now, no one is allowed to humiliate him. The other peak masters also expressed their absolute support for Fang Chen. They believed that if the Sky Sword Peak Master was here, he might rush to Jiyuan Mountain and cut Yintong down with his sword. Tell us about it. Lu Lanqi was his granddaughter, and Fang Chen was someone he had high hopes for. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given the Jinyan grass he had originally intended for his disciple, Xiaofan, to Fang Chen. Now that such a thing had happened, he naturally had to take care of it. Grandpa, Peak Masters, I was there at the time. Yintong took advantage of the fact that she had entered the Saint Realm and Fang Chen's origin star had shattered. She took the opportunity to make trouble. She brought many new disciples and forced Fang Chen to give up the chief disciple position. Lu Lanqi briefly explained what had happened that day. The Peak Masters were enraged after hearing the news. Abuse? Giant Fire Peak's master gloomily asked. How did such a person join my heaven-defying alliance? Yintong seems to be one of Elder Mo's people, just like Lin Yi. A peak master reminded. Oh, Central Weave? When he heard Elder Mo's name, the Giant Fire Peak master's face darkened even more. When he said the words Central Domain, there was a hint of mockery in his tone. That's enough. In the end, it was Yin Luo Peak master who spoke. According to Shi, Fang Chen willingly accepted Yintong's challenge. I've seen him before. According to his steady character, he wouldn't do anything he wasn't sure of. Since he chose to fight with Yintong in the new disciple assessment 3 months later, I think he must have some confidence. Giant Fire Peak Master shook his head. How big was the impact of the shattered origin star? The Peak Masters couldn't be clearer. Fang Chen wanted to use his own strength to condense the origin star again? Was it possible? Obviously, it was impossible. The Peak Masters looked at each other and discussed animatedly. In the end, the Peak Masters reached a unanimous decision. Since Fang Chen had agreed to this matter, they couldn't easily interfere. At least, they couldn't show up before Fang Chen's life was in danger. Otherwise, it would be unfair to the other disciples. Secondly, they were also very curious. Fang Chen had unparalleled potential and was extremely mysterious. Could he create a miracle? They would wait and see. Jiyuan Mountain, 9th step, 8th cave abode. Senior brother Fang, you're too reckless. Madman, Li shook his head. You haven't recovered from your injuries, and your realm has dropped. You're no match for Yintong. He deliberately provoked you to accept the challenge. Princess Tianqin also said, "Why don't I ask others for help?" Fang Qin shook his head with a relaxed expression. "He's just a loser. If we fight again, he'll still be defeated by me." Looking at Fang Chen's confident face, Madman Li was in a trance. He even had the thought that Fang Qin could defeat Yintong. But soon he rejected this idea. No matter what, you can't go to the assessment in 3 months. Madman Li finished speaking and was about to turn and leave. "Stop!" Fang Qin stopped Madman Li. He knew that the latter was going to find Elder Li, Peak Master Yin Luo, or the others. "I'm going to cultivate in seclusion during this period. Don't let anyone disturb me." Fang Qin smiled brightly at Madman Li. In the heaven-defying alliance, news about Fang Qin had spread like wildfire. However, Fang Qin himself had chosen to cultivate in seclusion. When Yintong and the others heard the news, they laughed wildly. His origin star has shattered, and he's already fallen from his pedestal. Is he still unwilling to accept it and wants to use these 3 months to improve his strength? In a cave residence, Yintong sneered. Lin Yi, dressed in a white robe, raised his head and looked at the distant sky without speaking. But his expression had already said everything. Humph, that guy is too arrogant. He used underhanded means to defeat Brother Yi and thought he was invincible. Now he's finally getting his retribution. Fairy Zixio snorted coldly. She had been very close to Lin Yi, and her family also intended to marry the Lin family of the Central Territory, but she had been watching. Not long ago, her family had sent her a message that there was some crisis in the family. They had to marry the Lin family in the shortest time possible and rely on the power of the Lin family to survive the crisis. This also made her completely make up her mind. Now, she regarded herself as Lin Ye's woman. Brother Yi, Yintong is enough to deal with him. You don't have to do anything. Lin Yi shook his head and looked at Yintong. Be careful. Don't fail miserably. Lin Ye's defeat to Fang Qin had left a great shadow in his heart. At the same time, it also made Lin Yi realize how terrifying Fang Qin was. That guy has secrets. Suppress him and pry open his mouth. Lin Yi had the domineering aura of a superior. Yes, senior brother Lin Yi. On the 9th step, in the secret chamber of the 8th cave residence, there was a small formation around Fang Qin. He sat cross-legged in the center of the formation, and the endless power of the origin of metal gathered in the formation. Inside his body, for origin, stars rotated slowly. Without one, there seemed to be a lack of balance. The 4 origin stars rotated clumsily. Everyone thinks that it's almost impossible to condense an origin star after it's shattered. Fang Qin shook his head. In his mind, the inheritance insights that the blood cavalry saint had left for him appeared. It clearly recorded the method to condense an origin star. Condensing an origin star is a secret that only invincible saints can master. What the world knows is just a rumor. At first, Fang Qin was very discouraged. However, after reading the blood cavalry saint's inheritance insights, he found the way to condense an origin star again. Fortunately, Fang Qin flipped through the book. I have the half-perfect blood. This almost perfect bloodline can help me condense an origin star. The number of origin stars represented a warrior's strength and potential. Since he could condense 5, it meant that he could condense 6 or even 7 in the future. Therefore, there was no absolute balance. 3 months. Fang Qin slowly raised his palm, and rich origin energy gathered. He murmured, Song Nation. It was once incomparably prosperous, but now it was incomparably desolate. The Song Nation's royal family was completely destroyed, and only the ordinary warriors were spared. Even the strongest Song Emperor had escaped. The entire Song Empire was like a group of dragons without a leader. Everyone was living their days in fear. After all, it was the heaven-defying alliance. Song Emperor had offended the heaven-defying alliance and killed their disciples. Would the latter vent their anger on the ordinary people? Whoosh! One day, in the sky above Tsang Nation, a crack suddenly tore open. The sky Sword Peak Master walked out from it. His body was filled with shocking sword intent. He took a step forward and arrived above the ruins of the royal family. Damn the no-demon cult. He gritted his teeth and cursed. During this period, he had been looking for traces of the no-demon cult. However, the no-demon cult was too cunning and did not leave any traces. He clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with anger. If I find you, I will definitely tear you into pieces. His powerful divine sense shrouded the entire royal family ruins, wanting to see if the no-demon cult had left any clues. However, after searching for a few hours, he still found nothing. Just as he sighed and was about to leave, a little beggar in the corner of the street attracted his attention. The Sky Sword Peak Master noticed that there was a wisp of black mist flashing on the little beggar's body. This is... His eyes lit up, and he grabbed the little beggar with his big hand, directly suppressing him. Ah! The little beggar screamed miserably, somewhat terrified. Who are you? Why are you attacking me? Rip! The Sky Sword Peak Master tore open the little beggar's clothes, and there was a faintly discernible strange rune on the latter's chest. Others might not know, but as the Peak Master of the Heaven-Defying Alliance he knew. A demon puppet of the no-demon cult? No, to be exact, a demon puppet candidate that was marked by the no-demon cult. The Sky Sword Peak Master grabbed the little beggar by the throat and said coldly, You definitely don't know where the no-demon cult is, but the mark on your body is enough. Subsequently, the Sky Sword Peak Master used his divine ability to use the mark on the little beggar and began to search for the no-demon cult's lair. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the east with a sword in his hand. Whoosh! 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 He tore through the void and rushed towards the east. Not long after he left, the injured little beggar's body squirmed, and a wisp of black mist escaped from his body, condensing into an illusion. Chapter 35:20. The little beggar's body fell to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. In the void, after the black mist said this, it directly dissipated. After the Sky Sword Peak Master got the clue, he went alone, wanting to destroy the no-demon cult and avenge Fang Qin and the many disciples who died at the hands of the no-demon cult. However, not long after, a piece of news spread in the Heaven-Defying Alliance, causing a great commotion. Even the higher-ups and many Peak Masters were shocked. What had happened? Why did the Sky Sword Peak Master's life show signs of cracking? On this day, a solemn atmosphere filled the meeting hall of Yun Luo Peak. Many Peak Masters looked very solemn. They sat in their chairs with heavy hearts. Sitting at the head of the table was the Vice Palace Lord of the Tao Palace. What the hell happened? The Vice Palace Lord's voice broke the silence of the meeting hall. Everyone looked at each other. Yun Luo Peak Master stood up and said, What happened in the Tsang Kingdom made the Sky Sword Peak Master very angry. He is a person who abhors evil and did not want to wait at all. He went to the ruins of the Tsang Kingdom alone to find traces of the no-demon cult. After a pause, Yun Luo Peak Master continued. Not long ago, he excitedly sent back a message saying that he had found some information about the no-demon cult, and that it is very likely that he has found the real nest of the no-demon cult. However, no one expected that this news was the last message from the Sky Sword Peak Master. After that, the higher-ups of the Heaven-Defying Alliance found that the life slip of the Sky Sword Peak Master showed signs of cracking. The cracking of the life slip means that he is seriously injured and is struggling on the verge of death, but there is still a glimmer of hope. The Vice Palace Lord said, The Sky Sword Peak Master was a Peak Master of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. He had a high status, and his combat strength was also very strong. If such a strong cultivator was lost, it would be very painful for the heaven-defying alliance. I have a feeling that the Sky Sword Peak Master is most likely suppressed by the No Demon cult, or the power behind the No Demon cult. He shouldn't be in any danger for the time being. Otherwise, his life slip should shatter soon. However, after so long, the life slip of the Sky Sword Peak Master did not shatter. The person who spoke was the Giant Fire Peak Master. Hearing this, everyone nodded, agreeing with the Giant Fire Peak Master's guess. What is the No Demon cult doing? Peak Master Yin Luo asked. Back then, the No Demon cult was a new force that developed into a top force in a very short period of time. However, it did not pose much of a threat to the Heaven-defying alliance. One day, the Heaven-defying alliance accidentally discovered that the No Demon cult was actually cultivating a forbidden art from ancient times. This secret art was extremely cruel and required the sacrifice of hundreds of millions of martial artists' primordial spirits. The Heaven-defying alliance had declared war on the No Demon cult. In the end, the Sans Demon cult was forced to flee. Only a few of their upper echelons survived. After that, the No Demon cult went into hiding. Who would have thought that the Sans Demon cult would appear again, and even more brazen than before, targeting the disciples of the Heaven-defying alliance? I remember Fong Qin saying that what the No Demon cult really cares about is the blood of the Heaven-defying alliance's disciples. I'm guessing that they're collecting the blood of various geniuses as a sacrifice. Could it be? The Giant Fire Peak's master's expression suddenly changed. They want to open that seal. Hearing this, even the Deputy Palace Lord of the Tao Palace's face darkened. No matter what, no matter the cost, we must find the nest of the No Demon cult. The news of the Sky Sword Peak's master's disappearance set off a storm among the disciples. Even Fong Qin, who was cultivating, stopped his seclusion. Whoosh! In the secret chamber, Fong Qin's body was surrounded by thick blood, vaguely forming a scarlet armor. The life slip cracked, which means that the Sky Sword Peak's master is not dead. Thinking of the fact that the No Demon cult was collecting the blood of the Heaven-defying alliance's disciples, Fong Qin guessed that the Sky Sword Peak's master was most likely imprisoned by the No Demon cult. Thinking of this, Fong Qin clenched his fists, killing intent surging in his eyes. The Sky Sword Peak's master had saved his life. Now his fate was unknown, which made him hate the No Demon cult even more. No Demon cult, one day I will personally eradicate all of you. After venting his anger, his heart finally calmed down. For the time being, he could only rely on the upper echelons of the Heaven-defying alliance. With Fong Qin's current physical condition, there was nothing he could do. Whoosh! Fong Qin took a deep breath and temporarily forgot this news. Then his gaze fell on the origin star in his body. The 4 origin stars rotated slowly, exuding a sharp gold origin power. Behind the 4th origin star, there was an origin wrinkle condensing. After 2 months, I only condensed a wrinkle. Fong Qin shook his head, still somewhat dissatisfied with this state. According to the blood cavalry saint, his bloodline was infinitely close to the perfect bloodline, and he could use this to condense a new origin star. But my realm has finally re-entered the saint realm, Fong Qin said. The moment the origin star shattered, the origin power in his body dissipated, and his realm fell directly to the yin-yang origin realm. After 2 months of hard work, he condensed the origin wrinkle again, and his realm finally returned to the saint realm. Although he was only a first-level holy king, it was enough. There is still a month. The origin wrinkle should be more condensed. Fong Qin closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The 3-month deadline had finally arrived. All the new disciples on the entire Jiyuan mountain walked to the square. Today was the day of the assessment of the new disciples. Senior Brother Yintong is here. Suddenly, someone in the crowd called out. Immediately, everyone's gaze turned to the distance. Intong, dressed in blue, strode over with an extremely confident smile on his face. Beside him were Lin Yi and Fairy Zixio. Senior brother Lin Yi is also here. It seems that senior brother Lin Yi is worthy of being the chief disciple of the new disciples. Yes, Fang Chen's origin star has shattered. Who else is senior brother Lin Ye's match? What a pity. Some people felt sorry for Fang Chen, while others took pleasure in his misfortune. Finally, everyone's gaze fell on Fairy Zixio. She was radiant and had an outstanding temperament. Her purple dress outlined her perfect figure, and she walked lightly behind Lin Yi. She looked at Lin Yi with a very gentle gaze, like a little girl. Some people who knew the truth looked at Fairy Zixio with respect. They knew that Fairy Zixio had already given herself to Lin Yi and could be considered Lin Ye's woman. Originally, everyone respected her only because of her appearance. Now it was different. She was the daughter-in-law of the Lin family of the Central Territory and Lin Ye's woman. These two titles were a little scary. Among the new disciples, no one dared to provoke her, and many even flattered her. Senior brother Lin Yi, senior brother Intong. Fairy Zixio is getting more and more beautiful. Laughter could be heard in the crowd. Hearing everyone's praise, Fairy Zixio looked up at Lin Yi, who was very calm, and nodded gently at her. Immediately, Fairy Zixio blushed. In the distance, Senior brother Fang, are you really going to accept Intong's challenge? Lunatic Li shook his head. In the past 3 months, he had tried to persuade Fang Chen countless times, but Fang Chen did not listen at all. Princess Tianqin did not speak. She knew Fang Chen too well. Once he had made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. At the same time, she was also very curious. Could Fang Chen create another miracle? Many people saw Fang Chen, and their eyes were full of mockery. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Yi and Intong strolled over. When the two came in front of Fang Chen, Intong sneered, "You still dare to come? When you first came to the Heaven-Defying Alliance, I told you that no matter how strong your potential is, it is only potential. It cannot be transformed into actual battle strength. Moreover, only a genius who has crossed the thorny forest and successfully survived can be called a genius." Lin Yi sneered. "However, your origin star has shattered." His words were full of mockery. "Now, what do you have to compete with me for the chief disciple of the new disciples? Humph! When the test begins today, I will let you know how regretful your choice to come to the Heaven-Defying Alliance is." Intong bared her teeth. Fairy Zixio and the others also said some harsh words. Fang Chen looked up, and his eyes swept over the crowd. "When I was doing the task for the Heaven-Defying Alliance, where were you? When I avenged senior brother Huitsong and the others, where were you? When I fought against Lord Song, where were you?" Although the Heaven-Defying Alliance was a force, it was more like a group, an extremely united group. However, now, Fang Chen had done so much for the Heaven-Defying Alliance, even at the expense of shattering an origin star. When he returned, he was mocked and ridiculed by Lin Yi and the others. Fang Chen laughed, but his heart was cold. Hearing Fang Chen's words, some disciples lowered their heads in shame. "Humph! Only the weak find excuses. The strong only speak with their fists," Intong said. "If you are still a man, fulfill the promise you made 3 months ago and fight with me." "The strong only speak with their fists?" Fang Chen repeated this sentence, with a mocking smile on his face. "Yes, Intong has a point. Only the weak find excuses. The strong only speak with their fists." Lin Yi nodded. His words further confirmed Fang Chen's cowardice. The Heaven-Defying Alliance doesn't need trash. "Either give up the chief disciple position or get lost," Intong said viciously. "You," madman Li said angrily, "you were defeated by senior brother Fang, and now you want to take revenge while he is injured? Don't you have any shame? Why did you take a detour when you saw senior brother Fang before he was injured?" Isn't it because you are afraid of Senior Brother Fong's fists? Madman Li and Princess Tianqin truly felt like everyone was kicking a man when he was down. Fong Chen waved his hand, stopping the two agitated people. Chapter 35:21. Fong Chen did not say much. Just as Yin Tong and Lin had said, the strong only spoke with their fists. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. However, Fong Chen felt a little disappointed. He had done so much for the Heaven-Defying Alliance. When he learned that Senior Sister Mengsha was in danger, he immediately searched for her in the Song Kingdom. If not for that, he would not have ended up with his source star shattered. However, these sheltered flowers had always cultivated in the Heaven-Defying Alliance and never cared about the outside world. They were so proud of themselves, thinking that they were one in a million. It could only be said that such people were idiots. Dong! The sound of a bell rang between heaven and earth. After 9 consecutive rings, many of the upper echelons arrived. In the square on the rostrum, all the new disciples focused their eyes here. Many peak masters took their seats on the rostrum. Elder Li was the person in charge this time. He stepped forward and looked around, then said, "You have been in the Heaven-Defying Alliance for a year. During this time, you have been cultivating in Jiyuan Mountain. Today is the time to test the results of your cultivation." The Heaven-Defying Alliance did not accept mediocre people, even if the disciples had unparalleled potential during the entrance examination. But after entering, they improved slowly or did not improve at all. They were not qualified to continue cultivating in Jiyuan Mountain. Survival of the fittest was natural selection. This truth was applicable in every corner of the God's Fall battlefield. The test for the new disciples is very simple. There are 2 conditions. Elder Li said slowly. The first condition, which was the most basic and rigid condition, was that one's cultivation had to reach the Saint Realm. Some of these new disciples were in the Yin-Yang origin realm when they entered. For many disciples, to be able to join the Heaven-Defying Alliance, one must have great potential. With their talent, they could basically enter the Saint Realm after cultivating in Jiyuan Mountain for a year. The second condition was that one's combat power was at least 2nd level Holy King. The disciples recruited by the Heaven-Defying Alliance all had monstrous talent. The upper echelon's requirement for them was to be able to fight above their level. Among the many disciples present, the lowest was a 1st level Holy King. Their combat power was at least comparable to a 2nd level Holy King. In fact, these 2 tests were relatively simple and boring. What really excited many disciples was the ranking of the new disciples. The top 10 would be able to enter the origin source secret realm to cultivate, and the chief disciple would be able to obtain an origin source pill. This reward made Lin Yi and Yin Tong extremely happy. The reason they targeted Fong Chen and forced him to abdicate was because they had their eyes on the origin pill. Who? After Elder Li finished his explanation, Fong Chen took a deep breath and his eyes flickered. As expected of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, they were truly generous. They actually took out priceless origin pills to reward their new disciples. The origin source elixir was an elixir formed by a saint-level expert using his own rich origin source energy. This elixir contained extremely pure origin source energy. Ordinary saints could greatly improve their understanding of the origin by absorbing it. To Saint Realm martial artists, the allure of the origin pill was too great. Of course, there were also the rewards for cultivating on Origin Mountain. The Heaven-Defying Alliance had a total of 5 origin mountains, each corresponding to the 5 elements of heaven and earth. Every origin mountain contained an origin. When a martial artist cultivated there, they could comprehend the purest origin and even comprehend origin secret techniques. All right, let the test officially begin, Elder Li announced loudly. There was a stone tablet in the square, which was used to test a martial artist's combat strength. One disciple after another walked up to the stone tablet to take the test. Lin Yi turned his head and looked coldly at Fong Chen. The latter was very calm, which made Lin Yi laugh. Pretentious. You better pray you don't meet me in the challenge. Otherwise, I'll make you stop in the top 10, Yintong said proudly. Lin Yi nodded and didn't say anything. Fairy Zixio approached Lin Yi and whispered, His origin star has shattered. He is destined to fall here. Brother, you will be the one standing at the peak in the end. What right does someone like him have to compare to Brother Yi? A one-time failure doesn't mean anything. Only by reaching the end can one be qualified to look down on the world. Lin Yi finally spoke. He looked at Fairy Zixio lovingly. Everyone around was envious of this immortal couple. Fang Qin ignored Lin Yi and Yintong's sarcasm. On the rostrum, Peak Master Yin Luo glanced at Fang Qin and exclaimed softly, This guy? He felt that Fang Qin's aura seemed a little different. The top 10 reward this time is not bad, Peak Master Zhu Hu said. The quota to cultivate on Origin Mountain was extremely precious. Even some veteran disciples might not be able to get it. However, the higher-ups would take out 10 spots to reward the new disciples. It was really not easy. Yes, the competition for the top 10 this time must be very fierce. I wonder if Fang Qin can make it to the top 10. If Fang Qin's origin star was not shattered, they naturally wouldn't have any doubts. Because Fang Qin in his peak state was invincible among the new disciples. That was the problem, hearing Peak Master Zhu Hu's words. The other Peak Masters fell silent. Fang Qin's temperament is not comparable to ordinary people. If it were someone else, they might have broken down after suffering such a heavy blow. Grandpa, look, he is very calm and seems to have a card up his sleeve. Behind Peak Master Yin Luo, Lu Lanqi said. Her words immediately broke the silence on the rostrum. Many Peak Masters also nodded. In the distance on Jiyuan Mountain, many veteran disciples were watching. At the top of Yinluo Peak, Xiao Fan stared at the test square with cold eyes. Fang Qin? He had been in seclusion before and had only come out recently. As soon as he came out, he received very bad news. The golden fire herb that his master had prepared for him was given to a new disciple. Most importantly, this new disciple seemed to be very close to junior sister Lu Lanqi. After some inquiries, Xiao Fan's hatred for Fang Qin had reached its peak. Senior brother Xiao Fan, a disciple who was closer to Xiao Fan, suddenly appeared. Can you bear Bai Yang's death? Xiao Fan was silent. The disciple continued, Let's not talk about the golden fire herb first. I think Bai Yang's death may have been caused by Fang Qin. He said, Fang Qin and Bai Yang had a dispute on Yinluo Peak, and the latter wanted to stand up for Xiao Fan and become enemies with Fang Qin. The news that came back said that Bai Yang had died at the hands of the Tsang Kingdom. However, only Fang Qin returned alive out of the 5 people at that time, and no one knew what the truth was. Anyway, the dead told no tales, so whatever he said was the truth. Xiao Fan's expression changed drastically. Countless possibilities appeared in his mind. You mean? However, he soon realized the true meaning of his junior brother's words. The disciple nodded and chuckled. I heard that the deputy palace lord of the Dao Palace wanted to take him in, but his cultivation path was cut off after his origin star shattered. The Dao Palace can't take him in. Even the Peak Masters seem to care about him on the surface, but in reality, they have already given up on him. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. The heaven-defying alliance did not accept mediocre people, no matter how dazzling and powerful you were. Now, you have become a cripple. You are no longer qualified to stay in the heaven-defying alliance. That was the reality. Xiao Fan thought for a long time and then nodded. I know what to do about this matter. Let's talk about it after the disciple test. Time passed. 6 hours later, the first phase of the test for the new disciples finally ended. All the disciples had fulfilled the first condition and stepped into the Saint Realm. However, there were 15 disciples who did not fulfill the second condition. Their potential was at the bottom of the many disciples, and because of their comprehension, their combat strength did not meet the standard. The disciples who did not pass the test have left the mountain. Elder Li said ruthlessly, "Of course, you were once disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. If you want, you can report to the Worker Peak. When you reach the standard, you can become a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance again." The 15 disciples who had been eliminated had gloomy expressions. Worker disciples were in charge of the daily lives of the many official disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. They were the lowest level of workers. Becoming a worker meant that their cultivation resources would be greatly reduced, and they would most likely be stuck forever. However, this was the rule of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, and they could only follow it. "I am willing to stay at the Worker Peak," a disciple said. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, they had to fight for it. The 15 disciples were taken away by the Worker Peak deacons. The other disciples who remained were moved. No matter where they were, strength was the absolute truth. Okay, next is the competition for the top 10. Elder Li briefly explained the rules of the competition in his previous life. Every disciple had 2 chances to challenge someone, and once the chance was used up, it could not be used again. If the weak challenged the strong, the latter could not refuse, and this gave the majority of the disciples a chance. The rankings on this file are your comprehensive strength rankings for the past year. These are the top 10 disciples for the time being. Elder Li called Fong Qin and the other 10 to the side. Now the challenges begin. If the challenge was successful, they could replace the person who was challenged. Fong Chen's name was in the first place. This meant that he would be challenged by many people. "I challenge Sound Eye." As soon as Li Zhonglai said this, a disciple jumped out. "You're not my match," Sound Eye said coldly. "Whether I am or not, we'll know after we fight. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." Sound Eye's eyes flashed as he used a terrifying eye technique that instantly enveloped the challenger. "Ah!" A miserable scream was heard as the challenger was instantly defeated. "Whoosh!" everyone exclaimed. After a year of accumulation, Sound Eye's strength had become even more terrifying. Princess Tianqin and Madman Li could not help but sweat for Fong Qin. In the first battle, Sound Eye shocked everyone with his powerful eye technique. His cold gaze turned to Fong Qin. "Are you ready?" 3 months ago, Fong Qin had accepted the challenge at the foot of Jiyuan Mountain. Now it was time to fulfill his promise. On the rostrum, many peak masters smiled as they watched this scene. They did not expect Sound Eye to challenge Fong Qin right from the start. Chapter 35-22. A year ago, Yin Tong had entered the Heaven-Defying Alliance in high spirits. At that time, he was like the pride of the heavens. In his eyes, everyone else was vulnerable. Among the new disciples, only Lin Yi, who also came from the Central Territory, could suppress him. Moreover, because of his family, he was willing to make friends with Lin Yi in a humble way. However, as soon as he entered, he was defeated by Fong Qin. At that time, Yin Tong felt unprecedented shame. Today was the battle to wipe away his shame. Are you ready? For Yin Tong, he had no choice. He challenged Fong Qin to avenge himself and relieve the hatred in his heart. Secondly, it was for the position of the chief disciple. Lin Yi had made it clear that he wanted to be the chief disciple. Therefore, he would personally take action and teach this arrogant guy a lesson for Lin Yi. Of course, he also considered that if he failed, it meant that he would fall out of the top 10. But so what? Could he, Yin Tong, not even defeat a guy with a shattered origin star? Thinking of this, Yin Tong shook his head. His deep eyes couldn't hide his anger. Every time he faced Fong Qin, he couldn't control his emotions. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fong Qin. Even the peak masters on the rostrum looked at him with half-smiles. 3 months ago, he publicly accepted the challenge. Was he ready now? Tap, tap, tap. Under the gazes of the crowd, Fong Qin slowly walked out and walked onto the battle ring. Many new disciples didn't recover until he appeared in front of Yin Tong. They were dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. Is he crazy? He actually dares to accept the challenge? Stupid guy. Does he want to win the sympathy of the higher-ups in this way? Ridiculous. For countless years, there had been countless talented disciples in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Many of them ended their cultivation path for some reason. On the surface, the Heaven-Defying Alliance said that they wouldn't give up on any disciples. However, in reality, the status of these disciples was greatly reduced. They couldn't even get any cultivation resources and could only fend for themselves. Everyone thought that Fong Qin would soon follow in the footsteps of these disciples. Now he was an arrow at the end of its flight. He could only use this method to prove that he was once the chief disciple of the new disciples. Are you finally done being a coward? Looking at Fong Chen in front of her, Yin Tong sneered, her face full of mockery. Fong Chen raised his head and said indifferently, "A loser is still a loser." His words instantly infuriated the Sound Eye. The latter glared at him. What's the point of arguing? Fong Chen shrugged and said no more. In the square, Lin Yi closed his eyes. He already knew the result of the battle, so there was no need to pay attention to the process. This kind of trash wants to compete with Brother Yi? Does he have the qualifications? Fairy Zixio said coldly, "Your origin star has shattered. I'd like to see who gave you the courage to stand in the arena." Many of the disciples present had the same thoughts as Fairy Zixio. In fact, most of the disciples were not optimistic about Fong Chen. Princess Tianqin and Madman Li looked at each other and nodded heavily. No matter what Fong Chen had become, they always believed that a miracle would happen. I know Senior Brother Fong's character very well. He is calm and steady. He will never do anything he is not confident of. Madman Li pondered. Since he accepted the challenge of Yin Tong, he should have a certain degree of confidence. I hope so. In the arena, the two of them faced each other. However, the many peak masters on the rostrum smiled even more. They saw that the two people in the arena had completely different expressions. Fong Chen was calm and indifferent, as if he did not take Yin Tong seriously at all. Moreover, he looked very confident, as if the shattering of the origin star had no effect on him. On the contrary, Yin Tong was different. His eyes were full of anger, but there was a trace of vigilance in his heart. Losing to Fong Chen had left a shadow in his heart. Fong Chen, today I will let you know that the chief disciple position is not something you are qualified to touch. Seeing Fong Chen's expression, Yin Tong was a little impatient. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly used his strongest attack. Buzz! A terrifying divine consciousness was released and instantly filled the sky, forming a circular barrier that enveloped Fong Chen. At the same time, the third eye on his forehead suddenly opened. Whoosh! A dazzling light, accompanied by dense origin energy, burst out. As the dazzling light traveled, it merged with the soul energy that enveloped the arena, erupting with an even more dazzling power. Heavenly Eye Annihilation. Yin Tong was best at eye techniques, and the foundation of using eye techniques was super powerful soul energy. At this moment, he released his eye technique perfectly. What a terrifying eye technique! In a year, Yin Tong has actually grown to such a level. How terrifying! Can Fong Chen withstand it? The sound of discussion was endless. Everyone's eyes followed the movement of that dazzling light. The surface of Fong Chen's skin flickered with a weak light. Blood flowed through his body as the four origin stars rapidly revolved. The wrinkled origin star that had not fully formed was surrounded in the center, constantly absorbing origin energy. I've said that a loser will always be a loser. Even if I give you another 100 years, you can't defeat me. Fong Chen was full of confidence. Seeing that the light was about to burst out, he made his move. He suddenly used the universe sword technique. After the hidden star sword spun a few times in the void, it slashed at the light that burst out. Buzz! At the same time, Fang Chen's primordial spirit, gold core, also spun rapidly. Majestic soul energy rushed out, directly suppressing Yin Tong's soul energy. Crack! With Yin Tong's soul energy suppressed, the power of Yin Tong's attack was greatly reduced, and it was easily dispersed by the hidden star sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! Smoke filled the arena, and a terrifying airflow rippled out. The smile on Yin Tong's face suddenly disappeared. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Fang Chen. Your primordial spirit, he was proud of his primordial spirit, but now he was shocked to find that Fang Chen's primordial spirit had condensed a golden core, and it was close to the limit. How is it possible? He shook his head wildly, unwilling to accept this fact. After the primordial spirit reached the golden core realm, it was very difficult to make further progress. Yin Tong's primordial spirit had reached the middle stage of the golden core realm, but now the primordial spirit of Fang Chen, who they called a cripple, had reached the peak of the golden core realm. This was simply unbelievable. Boom! On the rostrum, many peak masters stood up one after another. Even they found it unbelievable. Normally, the primordial spirit of the peak of the golden core realm could only be condensed by saints. In the heaven-defying alliance, there were geniuses who had succeeded in condensing primordial spirits in the Saint Emperor realm, but there had never been a Saint King. This guy's primordial spirit, Giant Fire Peak Master, laughed heartily. He had been worried about Fang Chen before, but now he was finally relieved. A primordial spirit of the peak of the golden core realm. What a genius! He should have no problem in the top 10. Peak Master Yin Luo and the others sat down one after another, and the smiles on their faces grew wider. Behind Fang Chen, Lu Lanqi's eyes flickered as he studied Fang Chen curiously. Kill! Yin Tong yelled and continued to attack. You still don't want to give up. This time, Fang Chen didn't hold back and directly attacked with his sword. The sixth move of the universe sword art was suddenly performed. A sword shadow of 10,000 feet swooped down from the sky and cut Yin Tong's pupil technique into pieces as if it were tofu. Poof! Yin Tong was severely injured. The third eye on his forehead was bleeding, and he spat out blood. He flew backward and hit the ground. The entire square was silent. The result was completely out of their expectations. Fang Chen actually defeated Yin Tong so easily. Everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Chen. Wasn't his origin star shattered? Why is he still so powerful? Countless exclamations came from the crowd. Linny frowned and seemed to be deep in thought. Fairy Zixio opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but she swallowed her words. Fang Chen wins this battle. Elder Li's voice pulled the disciples back from their thoughts. Everyone looked at Fang Chen with a grave expression. Some disciples who had mocked Fang Chen were terrified, afraid that Fang Chen would settle the score with them later. Fang Chen faced everything calmly. There was no ripple in his heart. If you want to wear the crown, you have to bear its weight. If you want to become the chief disciple, you have to bear all the abuse. When the time is right, you have to use your fists to do the talking. What do you think of Fang Chen? Peak Master Yin Luo suddenly asked. Lu Lanqi was puzzled. Fang Chen is excellent in all aspects. His temperament is also far better than his peers. I have high hopes for him. Peak Master Yin Luo smiled. You're already so old. It's time for you to. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Lu Lanqi stomped her feet in anger. Peak Master Juhua and the others couldn't stand it anymore. Yin Luo, can you not be so shameless? Every time there is a good disciple, you use some tricks to get him to Peak Master Yin Luo. Now you want to use your granddaughter to get Fang Chen for you? Fang Chen's potential is obvious. If he can condense his origin star again, he will definitely enter the Holy Ji Palace. Don't even think about it. Let the younger generation choose their own marriage. Don't you think so? Peak Master Liu said. Lu Lanqi nodded. But what Peak Master Liu said next made her dumbfounded. What do you think of Li Hua of Liu Peak? Because of Fang Chen's violent performance, the atmosphere in the battle for the top 10 became tense. Especially Lin Yi. He had been very confident about his position as the chief disciple, but now such a change had occurred. He thought of many things in an instant. He even wondered if Fang Chen's origin star hadn't shattered at all. But he quickly rejected this idea. How could the news announced by the higher-ups be false? But if his origin star could still explode with such terrifying strength, then the chief disciple battle would be troublesome. The reason why myths are called myths is because no one can break them. A year ago, you were crowned as a legend. Now, I will break your legend with my own hands. Chapter 35:23. Yintang had lost. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Her source star had shattered and no one was optimistic about her, but she had slapped them in the face in such a way. Many peak masters on the rostrum had strange expressions and smiles on their faces. They seemed to have seen some clues and were looking forward to the battle for the top 10 even more. Yintang was known as the strongest among the new disciples, second only to Lin Yi. However, she had been defeated by Fang Qin in one move. Lin Yi finally couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward. Fang Qin looked at Lin Yi, who had stepped onto the platform. A year ago, I could defeat you and Yintang. Today, I can still do it. Fang Chen's words were filled with endless confidence. His body also exuded a domineering aura, as if everything was under his control. Originally, the battle for the top 10 had been very exciting. However, things had changed after Fang Qin defeated Yintang. You're improving, but so are others. Lin Yi didn't care about Fang Chen's mockery at all. A year ago, I lost to you. Or rather, I lost to carelessness. He, Lin Yi, had never acknowledged Fang Chen's strength. He also didn't want to accept the fact that he had been defeated by Fang Qin. Even today, he still thought that he had underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated. Over the past year, he had been cultivating the ancestral secret techniques of the Lin family. After the family learned of what had happened to him in the Heaven-Defying Alliance, they had even sent him some treasures to help him cultivate. After a year of silence, he had already stepped into the second-level Saint King realm. It was no exaggeration to say that his combat ability was close to that of a fourth-level Saint King. This kind of potential was already very strong in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Today, he was facing the first seat of the new disciples. Whether it's the test reward or the seat of the first seat, I will defeat you. In Lin Ye's mind, he already had a comprehensive plan. He was prepared to use Fang Qin as a springboard and step on his shoulders to reach the peak of life. His gaze swept across the rostrum. Many peak masters had come to participate in the test for the new disciples. This was a great opportunity. If he showed extraordinary potential, he would definitely attract a peak master. Perhaps he might even be able to become his direct disciple. In the Heaven-Defying Alliance, although they were all disciples, their statuses were vastly different, and cultivation resources were even more important. Therefore, he had to rely on himself to fight for it. Lin Yi looked at Fang Qin mockingly. Admit defeat. You are no match for me. We're still considered fellow disciples, so I don't want to attack a cripple. He was using words to belittle Fang Qin. The latter was indifferent. He raised his hand and pointed at the defeated sound pupil. He said the same thing just now, and you saw the result. Fang Qin said proudly, There are indeed many senior brothers in the Heaven-Defying Alliance who are stronger than me, but you, Lin Yi, are not one of them. From beginning to end, Fang Qin had never regarded Lin Yi as an opponent. Not in the past, not in the future. Humph, your origin star has shattered, and you still dare to be so arrogant. Lin Ye's expression changed abruptly. Fang Qin shrugged. So what? Confidence. It was Fang Chen's invincible confidence. His origin star had indeed shattered, But in the past 3 months, with the help of the secret method left behind by the Blood Cavalry Saint, it had already condensed into a crumpled form. He only needed an opportunity to completely condense it. Lin Yi waved his sleeve, and 4 black lights appeared in his palm. Whoosh! The 4 lights shot out from 4 different directions and towards the 4 corners of the arena. Whoosh! Suddenly, countless rays of black light soared into the air from all around the arena. They intertwined with each other and formed a terrifying black barrier. There were purple flames burning on the black barrier. A terrifying aura spread out. Many disciples on the square could not help but retreat. They were intimidated by this terrifying aura. "What is this?" someone exclaimed. Soon, someone recognized this formation. The Lin family really put in a lot of effort to give this talisman to Lin Yi. On the rostrum, Yin Luo Peak Master stroked his beard and said, "Limitless demon-slaying formation. I once fought with a saint from the Lin family in the Central Territory and experienced this formation. Giant Fire Peak Master's pupils constricted. This formation is very powerful. Even a saint would find it difficult to escape from it. However, setting up a formation requires great strength. Lin Yi is only a Saint King, and he cannot activate the formation. I did not expect the Lin family to give him such a precious talisman." Talismans were made by the most powerful formation masters in the world. Carving a powerful formation into the talisman would reduce the difficulty of controlling it and make it more convenient for the weak to use. Of course, the weaker one was, the weaker the formation's power would be. However, even so, the limitless demon-slaying formation that Lin Yi had set up with the talisman was enough to render a Saint King powerhouse helpless. If a 4th-level Saint King is trapped, there is basically no way out. A 5th-level Saint King might have a chance. Demonic Array Peak Master nodded. Among all the Peak Masters present, he was the most skilled in formations and had the most right to speak. As he spoke, he did not forget to shake his head and sigh. If Fang Chen had been at his peak, he might have been able to break the formation. However, his source star had been shattered and his strength had been greatly reduced. It would be difficult for him to break the formation. Lin Ye's strength was close to a 4th-level Saint King. With the limitless demon-slaying formation, it would be difficult for the new disciples to defeat him. Brother Ye's strength is not something you can imagine. Fairy Zixio snorted. She was also shocked. The Lin family's strength had once again shocked her. Not only him, but all the new disciples in the huge square were also stunned. On the faraway Yin Luo Peak, Xiao Fan was also stunned when he saw the limitless demon-slaying formation. No wonder they are the #1 family in the Central Territory. After a long while, Xiao Fan sighed. Lin Ye's potential is not bad. When the new disciple's assessment is over, bring him to see me. Senior brother, are you thinking of? He understood Xiao Fan's meaning. It is said that the Lin family has disciples cultivating in the Taoist Palace. There was indeed a disciple of the Lin family cultivating in the Taoist Palace. However, he was a martial arts fanatic and had been in seclusion for 100 years. Hence, the world had long forgotten about him. It's okay. I just want to make friends with him. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In the square in the arena, looking at the black barrier around him, Fang Qin calmed down and focused on sensing it. This is the Lin family's limitless demon-slaying formation. A cripple like you will not be able to escape. Lin Ye's voice reverberated in Fang Chen's ears. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Fang Chen being trampled under his feet. If not for the fact that this is the heaven-defying alliance and we can't kill each other, I would definitely kill you, Lin Yi said viciously. Whoosh! 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 Within the black barrier, a strong wind suddenly blew. A terrifying force stirred the void and terrifying ripples appeared around Fang Chen. Bang! A sword armor quickly formed on the surface of his skin and blocked the black ripples. Chapter 35-24. The strangeness of the formation could not shake Fang Chen's faith. Apart from the 3-month agreement, he also wanted to use Lin Ye's pressure to complete the last step of condensing. Therefore, even though he knew that the formation was extraordinary, he was not afraid. The surrounding black barrier is filled with poison. I'm afraid no one below the Saint Emperor level can touch it. The origin energy in the air is also being extracted. The core of this formation should be to strip the origin energy from the martial artist's body and reduce their combat strength temporarily. Fang Qin murmured. After careful observation, Fang Qin came to this conclusion. The key to breaking the formation. Before he could finish his words, he felt a powerful attack coming from behind him. He suddenly turned around and soared into the air, dodging the attack. Die. Lin Yi seemed to have expected Fang Qin to dodge. He controlled the long spear in his hand and suddenly flicked it. The tip of the spear flashed with a cold light as it rapidly pierced towards Fang Qin. Limitless Demon Exterminating Spear. Lin Yi roared. This spear technique was very compatible with the formation. The two complemented each other, and when used together, the power would multiply. Rip! Wherever the long spear passed, the void collapsed and violent turbulence filled the world. Primordial Chaos, Sword Technique. Fang Qin quickly slashed out with his sword. As the sword shadow descended, it evolved into 6 different sword shadows. These 6 sword shadows blasted towards Lin Ye's long spear from tricky angles. Break for me. The powerful long spear ruthlessly pierced the 6 sword shadows. Immediately, a crisp sound was heard. 4 of the sword shadows shattered on the spot, while the last one lasted for a few seconds before shattering. The last sword shadow was placed horizontally in front of the long spear, firmly blocking its advance. It's useless. With the help of the Limitless Demon Exterminating Formation, the power of my Limitless Demon Exterminating Spear technique is multiplied. You can't block it. Lin Yi laughed wildly. With a flick of his wrist, the long spear spun and shattered the last sword light. It drew a perfect arc in the air and went straight for Fang Qin. Boom! Boom! Fang Qin's powerful soul consciousness formed a soul path barrier and blocked the long spear. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lin Yi roared and completely activated the 4 talismans. Suddenly, the infinite demon-slaying formation surged with heaven-defying power, instantly sucking away all the origin energy on the stage. Even the origin star in Fang Chen's body seemed to be sucked out. Lin Yi held a long spear in his hand and charged over with boundless power. Dong! Boundless power crashed into the soul Dao barrier, trying to tear apart. At this moment, Fang Qin closed his eyes and wholeheartedly focused on the origin wrinkle. At the same time, he was using the soul Dao barrier to slowly draw Lin Ye's attack power to the folds of origin. If someone else was here, they would definitely be shocked. Fang Qin was playing with fire. The slightest carelessness would cause his origin star to shatter and his body to explode. Wealth comes from danger. The reason why Fang Qin did this was because he had a certain degree of confidence. Condense. When Lin Ye's attack power entered Fang Qin's body, it instantly spread out. However, Fang Qin was already prepared. He constantly formed seals with his hands, guiding this heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power to quickly arrive in front of the essence fold. The other 4 origin stars spun furiously and surrounded the wrinkled origin star. The Blood Cavalry Saint's inheritance said that the most important step to condense the origin star again is to draw the power of heaven and earth to refine the folds of origin. This was an extremely dangerous process. However, Fang Qin replaced it with Lin Ye's attack power. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Blood Cavalry Saint's method worked. The folds of origin quickly materialized under the impact of Lin Ye's attack power. Fang Qin took a deep breath as the expression on his face became more relaxed. Fortunately, with the help of the infinite demon-slaying formation, Lin Ye's attack power is strong enough. Otherwise, all my previous efforts would have been in vain. If Lin Yi knew that he was using his power to condense the origin star again, he would definitely vomit blood. Lin Yi finally realized that something was wrong. His power hit the soul path barrier, and it was like hitting a sponge. It was sucked away bit by bit. What's going on? He felt a trace of evil. Outside, on the rostrum, many peak masters couldn't see the situation inside the infinite demon-slaying formation. They were also waiting anxiously. The disciples in the square craned their necks, wanting to know the situation in the arena. Grandfather, you can't see it either? Lu Lanqi asked. Yunluo Peak Master shook his head and looked at Demonic Array Peak Master. Oh, Demonic Array, you're the best at arrays among us. Before he could finish, the Demonic Array Peak Master spoke up. The limitless demon exterminating formation in front of us is activated by an array talisman. It's very unstable. If I forcefully probe it, the formation will definitely collapse and affect the battle between the two. Hearing this, the other peak masters nodded. At their level, they didn't need to say too much. Once Demonic Array Peak Master probed and the infinite demon slaying formation collapsed, Fang Chen would be severely injured by the collapse, and Lin Yi would suffer a backlash. The heaven-defying alliance couldn't bear the loss of either of them. Everyone looked at each other and could only wait anxiously. Inside the infinite demon-slaying formation, a terrifying black aura swept through the world. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had passed. During this time, Lin Yi tried countless methods to kill Fang Chen, but he couldn't do it. In the end, he was a little stunned, because he felt that the spear in his hand was getting out of his control. What's going on? He forcefully maintained the power of the infinite demon-slaying formation and approached Fang Chen. At the same time, he held the spear in his hand and maintained a charging state. Whoosh! Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. In his body, power surged and the fifth origin star condensed again. At this time, the 5 origin stars in his body floated and merged with each other. He felt a majestic power burst out. It's all thanks to the Blood Cavalry Saint's inheritance. Fang Chen sighed. If it wasn't for the Blood Cavalry Saint, he wouldn't have been able to reach this level and condense the origin star again. Buzz! He opened his palm, and the half-perfect blood flowed. Rip! He clenched his fist and punched out with full power. Dong! Through the soul Dao barrier, the punch hit the spear and sent it flying. Bang! Lin Ye's body fell to the ground and the spear fell. No. He suddenly got up and his palm sucked the spear back to its original position. Once again, he used his strongest killing move. Whoosh! Spear after spear. Thousands of spear shadows filled the void. Go to hell. Lin Yi had fallen into a state of madness. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fang Chen. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for the pressure. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to condense the origin star so smoothly. Facing Lin Ye's violent attack, Fang Chen smiled. What? Lin Yi, who was in midair, suddenly panicked. At this time, Chapter 35:25. Very few people could reform an origin star after it was shattered. It would even affect the formation of an origin star in the future. Therefore, after learning about Fang Chen's situation, many people came to the conclusion that Fang Chen's cultivation path was interrupted. No matter how monstrous his potential was, it was impossible for him to grow. From then on, cultivation would gradually drift away from him. This was also why many people were unconvinced that Fang Chen was still the chief disciple. But now, there were 5 origin stars revolving above Fang Chen's head. This scene shocked everyone. Tung! On the rostrum, many peak masters, including Yin Luo Peak Master, stood up and stared at Fang Chen. He really did it? How is this possible? How did he do it? Even a palace disciple might not be able to do it. For saints, they knew a little about it. Only the top invincible saints could reform an origin star. However, Fang Chen, who was only a saint, had done it. This is unbelievable. Great Fire Peak Master's heart was in turmoil. In the arena, Fang Chen activated his origin energy and performed his strongest move. A terrifying sharp aura quickly emerged and filled the entire infinite demon-slaying formation. At the same time, gold origin energy surrounded him. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and slashed. As the sword slashed down, the everlasting demon exterminating formation shook violently. In the blink of an eye, the 4 array talismans were completely shattered. Naturally, the everlasting demon exterminating formation vanished into thin air. Such a powerful formation was split apart by Fang Chen's sword. What secret skill is that? Many peak masters on the rostrum were dumbfounded. The secret skill Fang Chen performed was beyond the scope of many people's knowledge. Even Yin Luo Peak Master and the others were shocked. Only invincible saints could possess such a secret skill. What a terrifying secret skill. What other secrets does this guy have? It's too powerful. Once this move is performed, no one below the 5th level Holy Emperor can resist it. Boom! In the arena, even though Lin Yi burned his blood essence and displayed the strongest move of the Lin family spear arts, he was still unable to withstand Fang Chen's attack. Puchi! The hidden star sword sent Lin Ye's long spear flying, and then sent it flying. Lin Ye's body seemed to have been struck by lightning. He instantly lost his ability to fight and fell to the ground, unconscious. Whoa! The air was filled with a terrifying aura of the origin of metal. Everyone was unable to recover from their shock for a long time. Heaven-severing alchemy is truly powerful. Putting away the hidden star sword, Fang Chen smiled indifferently. He was also quite shocked. The heaven-slashing alchemy technique came from that mysterious existence in the Northern Sea. He had cultivated it for so many years, but he was only at the initial stage. However, it was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how powerful it would be if it was cultivated to its peak. At the same time, Fang Chen was even more curious about the origin of that existence and how he could create such a powerful secret skill. I'm afraid that even among the invincible saints, he's one of the top existences, right? Fang Chen muttered to himself. Whoosh! The quiet square suddenly burst into an uproar. Countless martial artists rubbed their eyes hard, unable to believe what they were seeing. Oh my God, what did I just see? Fang Chen not only recondensed the origin star, but his strength has also skyrocketed to such an extent? It's simply shocking. It's incredible. It can be recorded in history. Yin Tong's face was ashen. The hatred he had for Fang Chen in his heart instantly vanished. He even wondered if he should lower his head and apologize to Fang Chen. If Fang Chen held a grudge against him, his future in the heaven-defying alliance would be difficult. Many disciples who stood on Lin Ye's side were pale. They felt weak all over and could not speak. Fairy Zixio, in particular, had given herself to Lin Yi because of the marriage between the two families in order to win the support of the Lin family. Before this, she was the one who mocked Fang Chen the most. In her eyes, Lin Yi was invincible. However, reality slapped her hard in the face. The man she was so proud of had actually lost to a piece of trash with a shattered origin star. No, impossible. She shook her head, frantically. She came to Lin Ye's side, helped him up, and fled the square in a hurry. Madman Li and Princess Tianqin clenched their fists tightly. They were so emotional that they could not speak. In the distance, on Yin Luo Peak, Xiao Fan's body trembled slightly. His face was extremely gloomy. How is this possible? The disciple behind him also cried out involuntarily. The higher-ups must have helped him. Otherwise, how could he recondense the origin star in such a short time? The person gritted his teeth. He hated Fang Chen even more. Xiao Fan was silent for a moment. He raised his head and looked at Fang Chen again. He admitted that he had underestimated Fang Chen. What kind of secret is he hiding? Xiao Fan murmured. That secret technique is too powerful. If I can get it, I will definitely become the chief disciple of Yun Luo Peak, or even the leader of all the peaks. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan was even more excited. After the examination, bring a gift and give it to Fang Qin, Xiao Fan said. Senior brother, Xiao Fan shook his head. There was no eternal enemy in this world. He had originally wanted to befriend Lin Yi, but the latter had disappointed him too much. Therefore, he decided to befriend Fang Qin instead. Because of Fang Qin's extraordinary performance, the battle for the top 10 instantly dimmed by a lot. In the following matches, there was almost nothing that stood out. The disciples who were competitive only issued a symbolic challenge. After 2 hours, the challenges were over. The top 10 were determined. Although Elderly had already calmed down, when he announced that Fang Qin was first in this new disciple examination and the chief disciple, his emotions were still fluctuating. All right, your rewards will be given out soon, Elderly said as he looked around at the crowd. The new disciple assessment had ended. Many people looked at Fang Qin in a different light. Some of the disciples who had previously mocked Fang Qin took the initiative to apologize and called him Senior Brother Fang. Fang Qin ignored them. All right, the examination is over. Everyone must be tired. Go back and rest, Elderly said. Finally, he sent a message to Fang Qin, asking him to go to the meeting hall later. The Peak Masters wanted to talk to him. Although Peak Master Yin Luo and the others were full of doubts, they still got up and left slowly. Many new disciples surrounded Fang Qin with envy in their eyes. Senior Brother Fang, you really gave us a big surprise, Lunatically couldn't help but say. You made us worry for nothing. Princess Tianqin curled her lips. Fang Qin smiled apologetically at the two. Only the two of them did not abandon him when he was injured and did not hesitate to offend the other disciples to protect him. He was quite touched. Chapter 35:26. As the core of the heaven-defying alliance, the Dao Palace was the most powerful palace with countless geniuses. Rumor had it that the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace was a half-step, chaotic sovereign. His most glorious battle was when he killed 9 invincible saints by himself. The 5 elements sacred realm was divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels were saint kings, the middle 3 levels were saint emperors, and the last 3 levels were saints. Invincible saint, from the literal meaning, one could tell that he was an expert who stood at the peak of the 5 elements sacred realm. The fact that the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace was able to kill 9 invincible saints was enough to show just how powerful he was. The Myriad Path World was an independent space opened by the heaven-defying alliance. The Dao Palace was rooted in the Myriad Path World, and the origin power here was unimaginably thick. There were too many cultivation resources here, and the cultivation environment made people think that they had returned to the peak of the ancient times. Since the establishment of the heaven-defying alliance, the number of disciples had never changed. 9 was the limit of the heavenly Dao, so the Dao Palace only accepted 99 disciples. To become a disciple of the Dao Palace, one had to meet certain conditions. Thick smoke filled the air, and it was like a fairyland. In the Dao Palace of the Myriad Path World, there was a majestic palace. The golden-robed elder leaned on the throne, and beside him was the Vice Palace Lord who had wanted to take Fang Qin into the Dao Palace. Palace Lord. The Palace Lord was elusive, and his level of mystery was second only to the heaven-defying alliance's leader. But recently, the Palace Lord had summoned him, which surprised the Vice Palace Lord. Bring the little guy from Origin, Gathering Mountain here, the Palace Lord said. The Palace Lord had not opened his eyes from beginning to end, but the aura he exuded made the entire palace extremely oppressive. Even the Vice Palace Lord felt oppressed when facing the Palace Lord. Fang Qin, the Vice Palace Lord asked. The Palace Lord nodded. I heard about the new disciple assessment. He was able to condense the origin power again. I think He must have mastered the means of an invincible saint, or even the inheritance of an expert. The Vice Palace Lord pondered. Even so, he still has a long way to go. He needs to experience setbacks and bumps in order to grow. Palace Lord, there is no need to. Even the top 10 geniuses of the Tao Palace had not been so valued by the Palace Lord. He did not understand why the Palace Lord would think so highly of Fang Qin, and even bring a little saint kid to the myriad path world. Just do as I say. The Palace Lord did not explain, and the Vice Palace Lord did not ask any more questions. Origin gathering mountain. 9th cave abode, Senior Brother Fong. What did Elderly ask you to do? Madman, Li asked curiously. What else can they do? It must be because Senior Brother Fong's performance was too shocking. So the Peak Masters went to inquire about the situation, Princess Tianqin said. Fang Qin nodded. Peak Master Yin Luo and the others were indeed shocked. They even asked him about the details. Fang Qin also gave a simple explanation, but he concealed the matter of the blood cavalry saint and the half-perfect bloodline. Peak, 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 peak. Fang Qin shook his wrist, and a black pill appeared in his palm. This was the legendary Origin Pill. The Origin Pill was condensed from the origin energy of a saint-level expert. Absorbing it could greatly improve one's comprehension of the origin. It was a 1-in-a-million treasure. After refining this Origin Pill, my realm should be able to return to the 3rd stage, Fang Qin said. Whoosh! Suddenly the void distorted. Fang Qin was startled as a figure appeared out of thin air. I am the Vice Palace Lord. The person revealed his identity. I think Wang Daoyan should have mentioned it to you. Fang Qin was stunned. He immediately cupped his fists and said, Disciple Fang Qin greets the Vice Palace Lord. The Vice Palace Lord looked at Fang Qin seriously and nodded with satisfaction. Your performance in the new disciple assessment was very outstanding. It even attracted the attention of the Palace Lord. I am here on the orders of the Palace Lord to bring you to the Myriad Path World. Myriad Path World? Fang Qin exclaimed. That was the lair of the Tao Palace. He did not expect the Vice Palace Lord to personally bring him to the Myriad Path World. The Palace Lord wants to see me? Fang Qin was a little confused. Although his performance was dazzling, it was not enough for the Palace Lord to personally send someone to pick him up. Let's go. The Vice Palace Lord did not say much and left with Fang Qin. The glorious palace exuded an ancient aura. It was very shocking to look at from afar. You're here? Suddenly, a voice entered his ears and pulled Fang Qin's thoughts back to reality. His forehead was full of sweat and his heart was filled with fear. At that moment, he had fallen into an illusion. It was not an illusion set up by the Tao Palace. It was because his realm was too low that he felt the terrifying origin energy in the glorious palace and automatically fell into the illusion. Whoosh! Fang Qin took a deep breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He looked in the direction of the voice. Palace Lord, the person is here, the Vice Palace Lord said. The Palace Lord opened his eyes lazily and waved his hand. The Vice Palace Lord immediately retreated. Disciple Fang Qin greets the Palace Lord. Fang Qin was shocked. No one had ever made him feel this way. There seemed to be a magical power on the Palace Lord that made Fang Qin feel strange. You are Fang Qin? The Palace Lord asked. His voice seemed to have existed since ancient times. Fang Qin nodded. The Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace suddenly waved his hand, and a jet-black light burst towards Fang Qin. Oh no! Fang Qin cried out in his heart. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Uft! He felt his arm being hit by the light, and blood flowed out. He endured the pain and looked down. He was stunned. He looked up at the Palace Lord and then looked at his wound. He did not know what to do. He saw the Palace Lord seriously looking at the drop of blood he took from Fang Qin's arm. After a long time, he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! I have waited for countless years. Finally, Fang Qin could feel that the palace lord was happy from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, he understood that the palace lord did not want to hurt him. His real purpose was to take his blood. Could it be? Fang Qin suddenly realized something. The palace lord looked at Fang Qin with a different gaze. Your inheritance came from the blood cavalry saint? Boom! Fang Qin's mind shook as he looked at the palace lord, dumbfounded. He knew about the blood cavalry saint? Your bloodline should not have completely transformed into a perfect bloodline. The palace lord continued. The reason why you could condense the origin star in such a short time should be because of the means left by the blood cavalry saint, right? Fang Qin was stunned. Not only did the palace lord know about the blood cavalry saint, but he also knew so much about him? Could it be that they were related? Fang Qin's eyes flashed as he looked at the palace lord. Chapter 35:27. After returning from the Myriad Path world, Fang Qin's mood was a little heavy. In the conversation with the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, he learned some secrets, including the death of Blood Knight Saint. He had promised that if he was strong in the future, he would avenge Blood Cavalry Saint. But now he felt more and more powerless. Blood Cavalry Saint had said that his enemy was the Starry Sky Knights, and even the Palace Lord was a little afraid of the legendary Starry Sky Knights. When he talked about it, his face was very solemn. Phew! Fang Qin took a deep breath and returned to Jiyuan Mountain. Revenge was not within his ability for the time being, so there was no need to think too much about it. When he returned to the 8th cave, he remembered what the palace lord had said to him. What does it mean? With the perfect bloodline, he would shoulder the responsibility of the world. Fang Qin was puzzled by this sentence. Why would the palace lord say such a thing? After knowing his relationship with Blood Cavalry Saint, his attitude towards him had obviously become much friendlier. The real enemy in the God's Fall battlefield is not these so-called large sections. Fang Qin murmured. For a moment he thought a lot, especially the peerless existence hidden in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum. Why did he set this up for so long? Did he also exist in the battlefield of gods? But why had the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace never heard of such a peerless existence? An invincible saint in the North Sea. Was he really an invincible saint? Even the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace was amazed by the power of the heaven-severing alchemy. He was even shocked after watching the mirror image battle. Everything showed that the battle of gods in the ancient times was not simple. What did the mastermind want to do? Phew! Fang Qin's thoughts were in a mess. He shook his head heavily and tried to calm himself down. After a long time, he calmed down. In this world, undercurrents were surging, and it was very likely that another battle of gods would occur. It was useless to think too much now. The most important thing was to work hard to improve his strength. The palace lord said that when I step into the 4th level Holy Emperor realm, I will go to the Myriad Path world to cultivate. Now that I am stuck at the 3rd level Holy King realm, it will be difficult to break through in a short time. It is better to focus on comprehending the origin. The new disciple assessment battle had made Fang Qin famous. Many veteran disciples were sighing in admiration. Fang Qin's potential was unparalleled. Once the origin star shattered, it basically meant that the path of cultivation was cut off. However, not only had Fang Qin defied the heavens and successfully regathered his origin star, but he had also defeated Lin Yi with absolute strength. Especially the last sword strike he displayed, it was simply suffocating. There were even rumors in the heaven-defying alliance that Fang Qin's move had surpassed the realm of saint-grade secret arts and reached the level of a supreme secret art. Of course, this was just a guess. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. During this time, Fang Qin had been comprehending in the cave. He had gained a lot from the battle with Lin Yi. Now he had successfully mastered the 7th sword of the Hunyuan sword art. Whoosh! In the cave, Fong Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and moved continuously. Unimaginable sword light burst out from his palm, and terrifying sword qi swept across the world. Rip! When Fong Chen swung the last sword, the world changed color. The origin energy in the entire cave was completely drawn out and gathered into the sword light that was tens of thousands of feet long. It fiercely slashed the ground. Dong! The earth shook and the mountains shook. A terrifying force spread on the ground. Fong Chen stopped practicing and looked down. He was surprised to see that there were signs of cracks on the ground. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. There was a formation set up by an invincible saint on Jiyuan Mountain. The space here was very sturdy. No one below the saint realm could shatter the space. It was difficult to even leave a trace. However, Fong Chen's sword had split open a crack. It was enough to show how powerful his power was. The Hunyuan sword art had reached a critical point. Fong Chen felt that there was no point in continuing to cultivate it, so he stopped. It's time to go to Origin Mountain. The top 10 would be rewarded with cultivation in the Origin secret realm. The first place would be rewarded with an Origin pill. Fong Chen had already absorbed the Origin pill, and his cultivation had recovered to the 3rd level Saint King realm. However, just as Fong Chen left Jiyuan Mountain, he saw many disciples gathered in the square. Senior Brother Fong is here, someone exclaimed, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. Whoosh! The crowd automatically opened up a path. A disciple strode over. Junior Brother Fong. He nodded at Fong Chen and then introduced himself. My name is Ci Hui from Yun Luo Peak. Fong Chen remained silent as he looked at the other party indifferently. Junior Brother Fong's performance in the new disciple assessment was really shocking. You are worthy of being the chief disciple. Here, I congratulate you on behalf of Yun Luo Peak. Thank you, Senior Brother, Fong Chen said. May I know why Senior Brother is here this time? Finally, they came to the main topic. Senior Brother Xiao Fan likes to make friends with geniuses. Junior Brother Fong's performance has gained Senior Brother Xiao Fan's approval. He asked me to personally invite Junior Brother Fong to Yun Luo Peak for a chat. Xiao Fan. Fong Chen recalled what Lu Lanqi had said. He was Lu Lanqi's pursuer and was also the disciple of Yun Luo Peak's master. He was extremely talented and had great potential. Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Senior Brother, but I have some things to take care of now. When I have time, I will definitely visit Senior Brother Xiao Fan. Fong Chen declined tactfully. Hearing this, Ci Hui frowned and was somewhat displeased. Junior Brother Fong, Senior Brother Xiao Fan invited you because he is giving you face. You should know what you need to do. A threat? Ci Hui actually used Xiao Fan's name to threaten him. Fong Chen sneered inwardly. Sure enough, Xiao Fan did not have good intentions. Fong Chen did not speak. Ci Hui said, What? Junior Brother Fong, do you think you are unparalleled in the world just because you have regained your origin star? No matter what, put it aside and come with me to see Senior Brother Xiao Fan first. Ci Hui spoke to Fong Chen in a commanding tone. More and more disciples gathered around them. Are the disciples of Yun Luo Peak so arrogant? Are they bullying us new disciples just because they're older? I've heard of this Ci Hui. She is just Xiao Fan's dog. What's there to be arrogant about? I don't think Xiao Fan has anything good to say to Senior Brother Fong. Someone vaguely knew why Xiao Fan was looking for Fong Chen. Ci Hui, why do you have to force him? A senior disciple spoke. Junior Brother Fong has already said that he has something on his mind. When he has time in the future, he will personally visit. Ci Hui snorted and stared coldly at Fong Chen, waiting for him to make a decision. If it were before, Fong Chen might have paid attention to Ci Hui. However, After talking to the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, his thoughts had changed. He shook his head and walked around Xiai Hui, ready to leave. Fang Qin. Finally, Xiai Hui was angry. Boom! Xiai Hui threw out a punch, blocking Fang Chen's path. Bang! A senior disciple took action and dissolved Xiai Hui's fist radiance. Xiai Hui, don't go too far. Get lost. Don't be a peacemaker here. Xiai Hui didn't give the other party any face and scolded directly. Fang Qin frowned and was somewhat displeased. What? You're finally showing your true colors? Inviting me is a lie. I'm afraid your real purpose is to take the opportunity to teach me a lesson, right? Fang Qin, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Xiai Hui had long been displeased with Fang Qin and was ready to take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Humph. Today I'll let you know that a new disciple is still a new disciple, even if it's the chief disciple. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiai Hui attacked. Roar! A roar came out of Xiai Hui's mouth. A terrifying light burst out from his body and swept across the world. Just as Xiai Hui was about to launch a fatal blow, a shout suddenly came from afar. Stop! Whoosh! Whoosh! Elderly came. His face was livid, and he stopped Xiai Hui from attacking. Why did you attack? Elderly, I came on the order of Senior Brother Xiao Fan to invite Junior Brother Fang to Yunluo Peak for a chat. However, Junior Brother Fang relied on his identity as the chief disciple of a new disciple, and not only did he not go, he even insulted Senior Brother Xiao Fan. I couldn't take it anymore and attacked him. The surrounding people were speechless. Fang Qin looked at Xiai Hui in surprise. How could a person be so shameless? Didn't he feel ashamed to lie in front of so many people? Elderly looked at Fang Qin and asked. Fang Qin looked at Xiai Hui. Go back and tell Xiao Fan not to provoke me again. Otherwise, I don't mind going to the peak to teach him a lesson. Okay, let's disperse. Elderly waved his hand and dismissed the crowd. Xiai Hui snorted coldly and returned to Yunluo Peak. You were in the limelight in the test for new disciples, gaining the recognition of many higher-ups. Even the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace met you personally. Many of the older disciples heard the news and felt that it was unfair. They were jealous of you, Elderly said. Xiao Fan hates you to the core and thinks that you stole his opportunity. If he had gotten the golden fire herb, he might have been the one to meet the palace lord. Moreover, you're close to Lulanchi. Xiao Fan naturally sees you as a thorn in his side. It's not just him. Many senior disciples think the same. You should keep a low profile for now. After all, Fang Qin had only been in the Heaven-Defying Alliance for a short time. No matter how strong his potential was, he couldn't compete with the senior disciples in a short time. Therefore, Elderly reminded him. Thank you, Elderly, Fang Qin saluted. I was just about to look for you. Look for me? You're ready to enter the origin secret realm to cultivate? Fang Qin nodded. Okay, come with me. After a while, Elderly brought Fang Qin to the foot of a majestic mountain. This mountain was golden and dazzling from afar. Carefully sensing it, it was filled with a terrifying and sharp aura. The aura of the origin of gold was very strong. This is the Origin Mountain. The Heaven-Defying Alliance has a total of 5 Origin Mountains. This is the Gold Origin Mountain, Elderly said. Fang Chen's gaze swept across the void and saw the other Origin Mountains. The 5 Origin Mountains were located in 5 different positions and resonated with each other. 5 Elements Origin. Chapter 35:28. This is the Origin Mountain. Although he was standing at the foot of the Gold Origin Mountain, he could still see the appearance of the 5 Origin Mountains. At first glance, the 5 Origin Mountains did not seem to be connected at all. Each Origin Mountain was surrounded by extremely terrifying origin energy. However, upon closer inspection, there would be a shocking discovery. Fang Chen's divine sense spread out and looked down at the 5 origin mountains from the sky. Suddenly his eyes widened, and his heart was in turmoil. Fang Chen discovered a shocking scene. The positions of the 5 origin mountains seemed random, but in fact they were very particular. The origin of the 5 elements was the most basic and powerful force born at the beginning of heaven and earth. It was the force that maintained the order of heaven and earth. Now Fang Chen saw that not only were the positions of the 5 origin mountains mysterious, but each origin mountain faintly emitted a thin origin aura. The 5 forces merged together and were located at the center of the 5 origin mountains. There, thick fog filled the air, and a cloud platform could be vaguely seen. "You found it." Elderly saw this and smiled. Fang Chen was puzzled, and Elderly dispelled his doubts. Strictly speaking, the origin of the 5 elements are of the same origin. This, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Legend has it that when heaven and earth were first created, the entire world was filled with terrifying chaotic force. In natural evolution, this force gradually evolved into yin and yang qi, used to stabilize heaven and earth, and then evolved into the origin of the 5 elements. Elderly gave an example. If heaven and earth were to be compared to a building, then the origin of the 5 elements was the foundation of the building, maintaining the building from collapse. Yin and yang qi were the overall structure of the building. Phew! After listening to Elder Li's words, Fang Chen took a deep breath. He looked meaningfully at the other 4 origin mountains and shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed that the path of origin cultivation was still very long. "You are now a 3rd level Holy King. You can enter the origin mountain to cultivate for a month," Elderly said. At the same time, Elderly also told Fang Chen some things to take note of. For example, on the Gold Origin Mountain, the usage of other origin energies was forbidden. Once used, there was a high chance that one would be rejected by the origin mountain. In light cases, one would be severely injured, and in heavy cases, one would die. The origin source secret realm is on Origin Mountain. As for where the entrance is, you can find it yourself. Remember, you only have 1 month. Fang Chen nodded. With a leap, he jumped halfway up the mountain and plunged into the Golden Origin Mountain. Whoa! Elderly flipped his palm, and a shining golden token appeared. He activated it, and golden light shot out in all directions, illuminating the entire Golden Origin Mountain. At the same time, a flight of stairs condensed from the origin of metal appeared on the Gold Origin Mountain. Fang Chen strolled on it. What a dense source energy! Along the way, Fang Chen couldn't help but marvel. With Elder Li's help, he easily ascended Origin Mountain. Whoa! After stepping onto Origin Mountain, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that Origin Mountain was a space of its own, isolated from the outside world. Standing at the edge of the mountain peak, he couldn't see the heaven-defying alliance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cold wind blew past, carrying a dense source energy. It blew on Fang Chen's face, and he felt a burning pain, as if a knife was cutting his flesh. At the same time, Fang Chen also discovered that the 5 origin stars in his body were abnormally active. Rip! The origin stars broke out of his body and floated above Fang Chen's head, frantically absorbing the source energy. After absorbing the source energy, the origin stars grew faster and faster. Fang Chen also felt unprecedentedly comfortable. Condense. He suddenly fell into a state of epiphany. He sat cross-legged and formed a seal with his hands, fully comprehending the origin of metal. If one's comprehension of the origin source was divided into 100%, then Fang Chen had, at most, comprehended 30%. Faced with such a sacred cultivation ground, Fang Chen didn't waste any time. He fully immersed himself in it, and a few days later, he condensed the 6th origin star. As expected, one day, Fang Chen opened his eyes and smiled. His guess was correct. The The source energy on the gold origin mountain was enough for him to condense an origin star. Continue. After about 7 days, Fang Qin finally succeeded in condensing the 6th origin star. Whoosh! The 6 origin stars floated in the air, exuding a terrifying power. The number of origin stars represented the combat strength of those of the same level. Under normal circumstances, a genius disciple of the heaven-defying alliance could condense 5 origin stars at most. Condensing 6 origin stars was enough to enter the Tao Palace. Of course, Fang Qin had heard that someone in the Tao Palace had condensed 7 origin stars. In the ancient times, when geniuses were everywhere, there were peerless experts who had condensed 8 origin stars. 7 days have passed. I have to find the origin secret realm as soon as possible. Fang Qin muttered. Origin Mountain already had such dense source energy. He was very curious about what was in the legendary Origin Secret Realm. But now there was a problem. Where was the entrance to the Origin Secret Realm? Fang Qin wandered around and walked around the entire mountain peak, but he did not find anything. Elder Li said that the entrance to the Origin Secret Realm is on this mountain peak. It shouldn't be wrong. Fang Qin frowned and continued to search. Buzz! The half-perfect blood suddenly moved and guided Fang Qin forward. After a while, Fang Qin followed the pulse of the blood and came to a ground. He had been here before and did not find anything. But this time he found something different. On the ground, there was a painting scroll shining with golden light. The blood in his body pulsed faster and faster, and the painting scroll on the ground slowly unfolded. Rip! When the painting scroll was completely unfolded, the golden light shone brightly and Fang Qin was directly sucked into it. The sky was filled with golden light. There was no living thing in the entire space. No, to be precise, Fang Qin did not find any living thing. Is this the Origin Secret Realm? Fang Qin was sure that the half-perfect blood had helped him to come to the Origin Secret Realm. What is in the secret realm that is attracting my blood? Fang Qin murmured. He looked up and saw a desolate land. There seemed to be a building in the distance. Whoosh! Whoosh! Flying in the air, he soon arrived. At a glance, it was the ruins of a city submerged in sand. Above the ruins, there were many stone tablets. Each stone tablet was engraved with words, and at the same time they were wrapped in golden light. Fang Qin could feel that each stone tablet contained a majestic origin power. He even had a feeling that if he accidentally touched this power, he would definitely be minced to pieces. He tried hard to calm his heart, and his gaze fell on the first stone tablet on the left. Demonic Blade Saint. At the very top, there were 4 bold and forceful characters. It should be a saint, and below it were densely packed small characters introducing this demonic blade saint. He was a disciple of the Tao Palace of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. He had once killed 7 8th-level saints with a single blow as a 7th-level saint, and since then he had become famous. His famous move, the demonic blade 7 Murderous, made people tremble in fear. After reading the introduction, Fang Qin was shocked. Too strong, killing 7 8th-level saints with a single blow. Fang Qin shook his head. Especially after reading to the end, he learned that this demonic blade saint had eventually become an invincible saint. Unfortunately, he had mysteriously disappeared for hundreds of millions of years, and his fate was unknown. His famous move, the demonic blade 7 Murderous, was a peak metal-type technique that countless saints coveted. Now, Fang Qin finally understood. Why were so many disciples in the Heaven-Defying Alliance fighting to enter the Origin Secret Realm? His gaze swept across the other stone tablets. Each stone tablet represented an inheritance left behind by a saint. Among these saints, some had fallen, some had gone missing, and some were still alive. In short, they all came from the Tao Palace. Whoosh! The more Fang Qin thought about it, the more he felt that the Heaven-Defying Alliance was too powerful. I wonder if I can cultivate it? Although the demonic blade 7 murderous wasn't a sword technique, it was an assassination technique based on the origin of metal. If cultivated successfully, one would be able to disappear without a trace, and the enemy wouldn't be able to find a trace. One could silently take the enemy's head. The sword techniques that Fang Chen cultivated, whether it was the Chaos Origin sword technique, Armageddon sword technique, Invincible sword technique, or Heaven Severing alchemy, were all head-on sword techniques. This assassination technique was indeed very suitable for him. He placed both hands on the stone tablet, and immediately words appeared. 7 origin stars to cultivate it. Fang Chen curled his lips. Wasn't this threshold too high? He shook his head helplessly and turned to the other stone tablets. However, Fang Chen didn't notice that in a strange canyon extremely far away, a skinny old man with disheveled hair had woken up from his deep sleep. Perfect bloodline. The old man opened his turbid eyes. His voice was very hoarse, but it was extremely penetrating. Damn it. He dragged his tired body and walked out of the waterfall. The moment he saw Fang Chen in front of the stone tablet, his turbid eyes instantly lit up. Killing intent filled the air. Fang Chen gave it a cursory glance. Finally, he chose the 5th steel and prepared to give it a try. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as he was about to stretch out his hands, he suddenly felt a terrifying power behind him. Not good. He cursed inwardly and almost subconsciously moved his body. Bang! Even so, he was still hit by the power behind him and flew backward, smashing into the ground. Kiki, a half-perfect bloodline hasn't evolved into a true perfect bloodline. The old man walked toward Fang Chen with killing intent. Who are you? Fang Chen's pupils constricted as he got up from the ground. In the heaven-defying alliance, no one except the palace master could discover his half-perfect bloodline. But this old man in front of him discovered it at a glance. He could feel that the old man harbored great enmity towards him. He was very puzzled. If the old man was from the heaven-defying alliance, why would he attack him? If not, how could he enter the Origin's secret realm? For a moment, countless questions surrounded him. Senior, this junior is a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance. I only came here to cultivate. If I have disturbed you, this junior apologizes, Fang Chen said politely. After all, he didn't know who this person was. Chapter 35:29. The sudden change startled Fang Chen. He could feel the terrifying, killing intent from the old man. With a whoosh, Fang Chen retreated out of the old man's attack range. Humph! The old man sneered and took a step forward. A terrifying aura spread out from his body. The old man, who seemed to be on the verge of death, glowed with vitality at this moment. His eyes were no longer turbid and were replaced with a terrifying killing intent. Die! When the old man approached Fang Chen, he spread out his hands. Suddenly, a terrifying force burst out. At this moment, Fang Chen was shocked, because he felt that the half-perfect bloodline in his body was trembling. It was very chaotic. Since his bloodline evolved into the half-perfect bloodline, such a thing had never happened. Feeling the changes in his blood, Fang Chen knew that there was a trace of panic and excitement in his blood. Boom! The old man's strength was completely unleashed. A monstrous fist shadow hit Fang Chen's body directly. The latter's body did not have any strength to resist and was directly sent flying. Dong! A large pit was formed on the ground. Fang Chen's throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he looked at the old man in disbelief. Humph! The owner of the half-perfect bloodline is so weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. The old man sneered. Who are you? Fang Chen asked while enduring the pain. Well, it doesn't matter if I tell you. The old man waved his hand and said, I'm a member of the Star Knight. When he said the word Star Knight, the old man's voice was filled with pride. Back in the day, the Star Knights were all over the God-Fall battlefield, and they could become the masters of this world. Star Knight? Fang Chen's pupils shrank and he was horrified. In his mind, everything he learned in the abyss of god corpses appeared. Wasn't the archenemy of the Blood Knight Saint the Star Knight? According to the notes left behind by the Blood Cavalry Saint, although he had fallen, the Heavenly Knights were also almost annihilated. Only a few powerhouses escaped, but they were also seriously injured and dying. It would be difficult for them to recover in a short time. He did not expect to meet a Star Knight in the Origin's secret realm. But how did he get in? Fang Chen was puzzled. Looks like you know about it too. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, the old man changed the topic and said coldly, "Back then, if it weren't for the intervention of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, how could a mere blood cavalry saint fight against my Star Knight?" Fang Chen understood that the destruction of the Heavenly Knights was caused by the Blood Cavalry Saint and the Heaven-Defying Alliance. If I hadn't mastered a concealment technique back then, I might have died long ago. For countless years, this king has been recuperating in the Source secret realm. As long as I find an opportunity, I will attack the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Fang Chen was startled as he recalled Elder Li's words. A few hundred years ago, a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace cultivated in the Origin secret realm. In the end, he suffered from Qigong deviation and died. He did not expect that it was the doing of the dying old man in front of him. Those self-righteous idiots of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, if they were at their peak, this king could kill them with one slap, the old man continued. Originally, Fang Chen was a third-level Saint King warrior. In his eyes, he was like an ant. Naturally, he would not take the risk to attack Fang Chen. However, in his deep sleep, he was attracted by the half-perfect blood. No matter what, he had to kill the successor of the Blood Cavalry Saint. Fang Chen's eyes turned as he quickly thought of a way to escape. Heaven-slashing alchemy. Suddenly, Fang Chen performed the heaven-slashing alchemy. The terrifying power of the Origin of gold condensed into a sword shadow in the void. Then, under the control of Fang Chen, it slashed toward the old man. Seeing this, the old man was surprised. Then he leaped and faced the attack head-on. Boom! Boom! The strength that the old man showed was too strong. There was no way to compete with him. A saint! Fang Chen cried out in surprise. His strongest attack was actually so easily broken by the old man. Bang! After suffering a series of heavy blows, Fang Chen's combat strength decreased sharply. Escaping became a problem. What should I do? Fang Chen was anxious. He was alone in the Origin secret realm. No one could save him. Your secret technique is mysterious. Unfortunately, your realm is too low. The old man strode over and smiled coldly. Something's wrong. Fang Chen, who was in deep thought, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He quickly combed through the scene of the old man attacking him and finally found a shocking scene. According to the strength he showed, he could easily kill me, but he didn't do so? Fang Chen frowned. Could it be he thought of a possibility? Thinking of the records in the Blood Cavalry Saint's letter, Fang Chen guessed that the old man was seriously injured and had not recovered. The strength that he showed now was only temporary. Let's go all out. Thinking of this, Fang Chen did not care too much. He took out the saint puppet and placed the remaining 5 blood crystals into the central control. Boom! The saint puppet released the strength of a 5th-rank holy emperor. He opened his arms and pounced on the old man. Saint puppet? The old man's pupils shrank. He pounced forward and clashed with the saint puppet. Fang Chen did not stay idle. He activated all his strength and performed his strongest attack. Heaven-slashing alchemy skill was performed again. At the same time, with the help of the saint puppet, he controlled the hidden star sword to stab at the old man from the most tricky angle. At the same time, he activated his bloodline power and injected it into the hidden star sword. Damn it! Although there were only 5 blood crystals in the central control of the saint puppet, and it could only display the strength of a 5th-rank holy emperor, its defense was unbreakable. Fang Chen's intention was obvious. The saint puppet only needed to restrain the old man. Being entangled by the saint puppet, the old man obviously felt a little anxious, and his attacks became fiercer. This confirmed Fang Chen's guess. The old man could not maintain such strength for a long time. Sword shadows crisscrossed the sky. In the beginning, the old man could still withstand it. But later on, the old man's strength decreased significantly. The aura he emitted was also constantly weakening. In one confrontation with the saint puppet, Fang Chen's sneak attack succeeded. The hidden star sword left a mark on the old man's body. Ah! The old man roared angrily. He gave up on resisting the saint puppet and turned around. Taking the risk of being hit by the saint puppet, he grabbed the hidden star sword that was shooting toward him. Break! The old man used all his strength to hold the hidden star sword tightly and twisted it. Kacha! A crisp sound was heard. The hidden star sword could not withstand the heavy pressure and broke into two. Bang! At the same time, the saint puppet's attack landed heavily on the old man's body and sent him flying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cold wind blew and dust flew. Fang Chen looked around. The old man had already escaped far away. He escaped. Fang Chen saw some bloodstains on the ground, not far away. The old man should be injured. Whoosh! After confirming that the old man had gone far away, Fang Chen took a deep breath and sat on the ground. In fact, he was also injured. Fortunately, he had the half-perfect bloodline to help him gradually recover his strength. The saint puppet stood by his side to protect him. I'm afraid that the upper echelons of the Doctrine Palace don't know that a Star Knight is hiding in the Origin secret realm. Fang Chen sighed. Fortunately, he had the saint puppet. Otherwise, it was hard to say whether he would be dead or alive. After this battle, Fang Chen was not in the mood to continue cultivating. He rested for a while and left. Whoosh! After returning to the Heaven-Defying Alliance, Fang Chen went straight to Elderly. Elderly, how long has Fang Chen been in there? Wang Daoyan asked. He was out on a mission and happened to pass by, so he stopped by to see Fang Chen's cultivation. More than 10 days, Elderly said. At this moment, Fang Chen walked in weakly. Fang Chen. Seeing this, Elderly and Wang Daoyan were surprised. Why did he come out after only 10 days? Why did you come out? Elderly asked hurriedly. You don't look well. Did something happen in the Origin secret realm? Wang Daoyan asked with concern. After all, Fang Chen came from the 9 Regions division like him. I want to see Palace Master Lei, Fang Chen said in a low voice. Palace Master Lei was the palace master who had met Fang Chen. There were 3 palace masters in the Doctrine Palace. Palace Master Lei was the strongest, followed by the other 2. After that, Fang Chen added, I have something important to report. Fang Chen's tone and expression made Elder Li and Wang Daoyan feel the seriousness of the situation. They immediately contacted the Vice Palace Master. Soon, the Vice Palace Master replied and asked Wang Daoyan to bring Fang Chen to the Myriad Dao world. Let's go. Wang Daoyan nodded. Coming to the Myriad Dao world again, Fang Chen's mood was not as good as the first time. Instead, it was a little heavy. After a while, Wang Daoyan stopped in front of Palace. Palace Master Lei is inside. You can go in. Fang Chen nodded and stepped into the palace. Buzz! As soon as he entered the palace, he felt a strong aura. Palace Master Lei sat quietly on the throne at the very top. Disciple Fang Chen greets Palace Master. Fang Chen cupped his fists. Tell me, why are you in such a hurry to see me? Cultivating in the Origin secret realm was a rare opportunity for the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Fang Chen did not hesitate to give up the remaining time to see him. It meant that the matter was very serious. Star Knight. Fang Chen told Palace Master Lei about his encounter in the Origin secret realm. Palace Master Lei stood up immediately. The The smile on his face froze and was replaced by a gloomy expression. You mean there is a star knight hiding in the Origin's secret realm? Fang Chen nodded. Damn it, how dare he hide here? The most dangerous place was often the safest place. After hearing Fang Chen's words, Palace Master Lei's face turned cold. He completely believed Fang Chen's words because Fang Chen was the successor of the Blood Cavalry Sage and had a semi-perfect bloodline. This was what the Star Knights hated the most. At the same time, he was scared. If Fang Chen did not have the Saint Puppet, wouldn't he have died in the Origin's secret realm? Go back and have a rest. I will deal with this matter. After thinking for a long time, Palace Master Lei said. Fang Chen retreated. This matter had already exceeded the scope of his abilities. He only needed to report it. He believed that Palace Lord Lei would definitely take action. Old man, you really hit it well. Chapter 3530. Fang Chen only took 10 days to come out of the Origin's secret realm. After returning to Origin Gathering Mountain, Fang Chen's expression was a little solemn as he kept thinking about the Star Knight. Phew! After a long time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had the Saint Kiln with him. Otherwise, he would most likely suffer heavy losses. Star Knight, Fang Chen murmured. This was the first time he had seen a real Star Knight. His heart was in turmoil. Although they had never met before, he had a half-perfect bloodline, which meant that he and the Star Knight were mortal enemies. Shaking his head hard, Fang Chen stopped thinking about this. Judging from the current situation, the gap between him and the Star Knight was too big. What a pity! With a flip of his hand, the broken hidden star sword appeared. He sighed and shook his head, helplessly. Dang, dang, dang. At this moment, Mad Manly hurried over. Senior Brother Fang, you're back? In fact, Mad Manly had rushed over as soon as he knew that Fang Chen had returned. Fang Chen nodded. Seeing the latter's abnormal expression, he asked, You look terrible. What happened? Mad Manly stammered. At this moment, Fang Chen found a little blood on his sleeve. What happened? They came from the 9 Domains branch. After entering the heaven-defying alliance, Madman Li and Princess Tianqin had always been on his side. Seeing the blood on Madman Li's sleeve, Fang Chen was a little angry. It's like this. Madman Li gritted his teeth and told Fang Chen the whole story. After hearing this, Fang Chen was furious. Yuan Lai, Senior Brother Fang, this Yuan Lai has always looked down on us new disciples because he is a veteran disciple. He often bullies us. Not long ago, he returned from training outside and took a fancy to Princess Tianqin's appearance. Therefore, he repeatedly came to harass us. After being rejected, he even threatened to get her. Not long ago, he came to find Princess Tianqin and wanted to take her away by force. I tried to stop him but was defeated, Madman Li said bitterly. Once upon a time, he had also been an influential figure in the 9 great domains. He was incomparably proud and aloof. But now he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Time had mercilessly shattered the stubbornness in his heart. I remember that she has an acquaintance in the heaven-defying alliance. Fang Chen asked doubtfully. Back then, when he did not have enough origin stones, it was Princess Tianqin who borrowed them from others. Senior Guangxin. Lunatic Li said. After Yuan Lai took Princess Tianqin away, he immediately went to look for Senior Guangxin. He went to look for Yuan Lai, seeing Madman Li's expression. Fang Chen guessed the result. Senior Brother Guangxin was no match for Yuan Lai. Yuan Lai is too strong. He's already a 5th level Holy Emperor. He's always been outside, trying to break through in life and death battles. Now he's extremely strong. He can even defeat people who are stronger than him, Madman Li said. In the same realm, there are few who can match him. It is said that there are already peak masters who want to take Yuan Lai as their personal disciple. Fang Chen nodded. Leave this matter to me. Where is Yuan Lai? Yuan Lai is a giant fire peak. You stay here. I'll go to Giant Fire Peak. Seeing Fang Qin leave, Madman Li hurriedly followed behind. When the two arrived at the foot of Gathering Origin Mountain, a person happened to walk towards them. Senior Brother Quangxin. Madman Li greeted. Fang Chen looked at the person who came, and the latter was also seriously sizing him up. You're Fang Chen? Among the new disciples, who else could earn Madman Li's respect other than the chief disciple? It was also Quangxin's first time seeing Fang Chen, and he felt that he was very mysterious. You're going to Giant Fire Peak? Quangxin said. I don't know what secret technique Yuan Lai has cultivated. His battle strength is extremely strong, and he's almost invincible in the same realm. I fought with him not long ago, and I couldn't take a single blow from him, and was defeated. Quangxin blushed with shame, but he still warned Fang Chen. I won't sit by and do nothing about this matter. Fang Chen made his attitude clear. But, no buts. Since Yuan Lai dared to touch my people, he should be prepared to pay the price. With that, Fang Chen left. Quangxin and Madman Li were left looking at each other. Giant Fire Peak was not too far from Yunluo Peak, and Fang Chen soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. He looked up, leaped, and quickly climbed up the mountain. When he reached the peak, he was stopped by the guard. I'm Fang Chen. Fang Chen directly stated his identity. You're the chief disciple of the new disciples? Obviously, the guard had heard of his name. His expression changed, and then he said, The Peak Master said that you can enter and leave Giant Fire Peak freely. Fang Chen was stunned, and then he smiled. Back then, when his origin star shattered, the Giant Fire Peak Master wanted to stand up for him, and even wanted to destroy the No Demon cult. He was still very grateful to the Giant Fire Peak Master. Giant Fire Peak, Purple Bamboo Courtyard. Yuan Lai was holding a banquet with a few of his fellow disciples. Ha ha ha! Senior Brother Yuan Lai, you're really amazing. You went out to train for a few years, and now you're back, the white-robed martial artist said as he raised his wine cup. Senior Brother Yuan Lai has unparalleled potential. He was the chief disciple of our batch of new disciples, the purple-robed woman said. Come, let's toast to Senior Brother Yuan Lai. Everyone raised their cups to celebrate Yuan Lai's return. On a stone bench not far away, Princess Tianqin, who was dressed in green, sat quietly. The power in her body was sealed, and she was like an ordinary person. Her eyes were filled with endless anger. After 3 rounds of wine, a disciple talked about Princess Tianqin. Senior Brother Yuan Lai really has good luck with women. There's such a beautiful woman among the new disciples. She's lucky to be chosen by Senior Brother Yuan Lai. But I heard that this woman seems to be related to Quangxin. Who does Quangxin think he is? Everyone chimed in one after another. Yuan Lai held his wine cup and looked at Princess Tianqin from the corner of his eye. The latter was filled with stubbornness. The more stubborn she was, the more he wanted to conquer her. Such an unyielding character is what I like the most. Yuan Lai sighed in his heart. Boom! Just as everyone was enjoying themselves, the gate of the Purple Bamboo Academy was suddenly blasted open. Dust and debris flew everywhere. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Who is it? The white-robed martial artist clenched his fist, and the wine cup in his hand shattered. He jumped up and stared at the door of Purple Bamboo Garden angrily. Amidst the dust, a tall and straight figure slowly walked over. It's you? Fang Chen, are you courting death? Purple Bamboo Garden was Yuan Lai's residence, and it symbolized the status of a direct disciple. But now, Fang Chen had blasted the door open. Yuan Lai was furious, and so were the others. A mere new disciple dared to be so arrogant. Fang Chen ignored everyone. He glanced at Princess Tianqin, and after confirming that she was fine, he turned to look at Yuan Lai. Let her go. His voice was soft, but it contained a strong anger. Fang Chen, Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you are the new first disciple. The white-robed disciple said angrily, "Today, let me teach you a lesson." Boom! The white-robed disciple attacked. He was a fourth-rank peak saint emperor, and his fist skills had reached perfection. Once he attacked, he formed 4 terrifying fist shadows and blasted towards Fang Chen from 4 different directions. Fang Chen did not dodge, and his eyes were filled with mockery. Too weak. One punch, just one punch, and the white-robed disciple was sent flying. Silence. The entire purple bamboo garden was dead silent. All the disciples stared at the white-robed disciple on the ground, dumbfounded. "Junior brother Bai," the purple-robed lady exclaimed after recovering from her shock. "Fang Chen, you are too much." The other disciples said angrily, "Let her go." There were no superfluous words, only 2 heavy words. His gaze was fixed on Yuan Lai. Crack! The wine cup in Yuan Lai's hand shattered. He clapped his hands lightly and smiled wickedly. "When I returned to the sect, I heard that there was a monster among this batch of new disciples. You were able to reassemble your origin star after it shattered. I did not believe it at first, but now it seems that you are much more powerful than the rumors say." Defeating the white-robed disciple with 1 punch was enough to show that Fang Chen's combat strength had reached the 5th-rank Saint Emperor. However, this was not enough for Yuan Lai to take him seriously. "Let her go." A cold voice reverberated above the purple bamboo garden. "Who gave you the guts to break into the giant fire peak and destroy the gate of the purple bamboo garden? If you don't give senior brother Yuan Lai an explanation today, don't even think about walking out of the purple bamboo garden." Everyone present was a senior disciple. Although they were not as strong as Yuan Lai, they were close. How could they not be angry after being humiliated by a new disciple? As a senior disciple, how could you do such a shameless thing? Fang Chen said, "She is just a new disciple who wants to cultivate in peace. But you kidnapped her because you are strong? What do you know? It is her fortune that senior brother Yuan Lai has taken a liking to her. Bringing her to the purple bamboo garden is to let her cultivate in a better environment." The purple-robed woman shrieked, "That's right. Senior brother Yuan Lai has good intentions. Not only do you not appreciate it, you even came to the purple bamboo garden to cause trouble. Do you really think that senior brother Yuan Lai is a pushover?" Fang Chen laughed. There were actually such shameless people in the world. They did not even have the most basic sense of shame. There was nothing to say to such people. She did not do it willingly. Although he was furious, Fang Chen resisted the urge to attack. So what? The strong are respected. Senior brother Yuan Lai is strong enough. Why can't he become her Dao companion? In their eyes, the strong could do whatever they wanted. They would never think that what they were doing was wrong. Yuan Lai looked at Fang Chen mockingly. "Princess Tianqin and I like each other. We will choose a date to hold the ceremony for becoming Dao companions. I can understand that you are angry because of a beauty. If you leave now, I, Yuan Lai, will pretend that nothing happened today." Yuan Lai said it in a dignified manner. Fang Chen was even angrier. "Do you think that the strong can do whatever they want?" Yuan Lai did not reply, but his expression had already expressed it very clearly. He looked at Fang Chen coldly, as if he was looking at a clown. "If I am strong enough, I can kidnap you to Origin Gathering Mountain and make you my servants. Is that okay?" Fang Chen's heart calmed down. Chapter 35-31. Princess Tianqin stood up, looking anxious. She shook her head at Fang Chen. Even though she hated Yuan Lai, the latter's strength was too terrifying. A rank 5 Holy Emperor could unleash the strength of a rank 6 Holy Emperor. He was a terrifying opponent. Hence, she did not want Fang Chen to take the risk for her. "Don't worry, I'm here." Fang Chen smiled at her and waved his hand, asking Princess Tianqin to come to his side. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold light pierced through the air, shattering the air in front of Princess Tianqin. The latter had just lifted her foot when she froze on the spot. Princess Tianqin is an important guest of the Purple Bamboo Garden. Are you really going to do this? The purple-robed disciple threatened. Seeing this, Fangchen shrugged and ignored the murderous gazes of Yuan Lai and the others. He walked straight towards Princess Tianqin. Come back with me. Fangchen grabbed Princess Tianqin's wrist and turned around to leave. How dare you? Finally, the purple-robed disciple could not hold back and attacked. His body floated in the air like a great rock spreading its wings. Every single movement he made would bring about a huge gale and a huge wave. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Fangchen. Hand of lightning and fire! Zicheng roared and stretched out his hands. With the flames of lightning, he slapped Fangchen's back. Be careful! Princess Tianqin exclaimed. Fangchen stopped and stomped his foot. Sword armor instantly formed and covered his body. He then threw out a punch at lightning speed. Dong! The two fists collided and shook the sky. Terrifying flames shot up to the sky. In the sea of fire, two figures stood proudly. Yuan Lai's eyelids twitched and his brows furrowed even tighter. Bang! In the sea of fire, Zicheng could not resist and fell to the ground. The flames that shot up to the sky also dissipated instantly. The white-robed disciple and the others hurriedly looked over and saw that Zicheng was vomiting blood and had lost his ability to fight. Some of the weaker disciples felt their throats dry and could not say a word. This was too shocking. With just a single punch, he was able to heavily injure the disciple of the giant fire peak, Zicheng. How much power did that require? Moreover, the most unbelievable thing was that this person's cultivation was only a third-level Holy King. Fighting across 2 stages, every small realm in the 5 elements sacred realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The gap between them was huge. The difference in origin comprehension between a 3rd-level Holy King and a 5th-level Holy Emperor was unimaginably huge. However, Fangchen did it. Outside the Purple Bamboo Academy, many giant fire peak disciples had gathered. They looked into the distance and saw this shocking scene. Heavens! Senior brother Zicheng actually lost to Fangchen? This guy is simply a freak. Too freakish. I wonder if senior brother Yuan Lai will be able to defeat him. Many people began to talk about it. At the same time, they were also very curious. After defeating Zicheng, Fangchen's calm gaze fell on Yuan Lai. I don't want to be your enemy, but if you continue to be like this, then let's talk with our fists. Senior brother, Yuan Lai. The other disciples surrounded Yuan Lai, waiting for him to make a move and suppress Fangchen's arrogance. Under everyone's gaze, Yuan Lai took a step forward with an imposing aura. He stood with his hands behind his back as if everything was under his control. From the beginning to the end, he had never treated Fangchen as an opponent. In his opinion, the latter was just a new disciple with slightly greater potential. This kind of greenhouse flower would never know to keep a low profile without experiencing life and death situations. Well, after being away for so long, many disciples in the sect seemed to have forgotten his existence. You have great potential. They thought that Yuan Lai would directly suppress Fangchen, but who would have thought that he would actually say such a thing? For someone like you, cultivating in Jiuan Mountain is a waste of your talent. Why don't you come to the giant fire peak? In the future, you can enter and leave the Purple Bamboo Academy as you please. Yuan Lai continued, I will treat you like a brother and help you cultivate. Everyone suddenly understood. Although he said he was a brother, he was actually a servant. To let a new chief disciple be his servant. This Yuan Lai's tone was too arrogant, wasn't it? Everyone was a little excited. The more it was like this, the more it indicated that a fierce battle was coming. They really wanted to see the battle between Fangchen and Yuan Lai. Would the new chief disciple be stronger, or the veteran disciple? Let's wait and see. Hearing Yuan Lai's words, Fangchen also nodded gently. What you said makes sense. I can agree to your request. But can you really help me cultivate, as you said just now? Fang Chen asked. Some disciples sneered in disdain. He was so domineering just now, but didn't he bow in the face of benefits now? Yuan Lai narrowed his eyes. Although I am not the chief disciple of the giant fire peak, I still have some connections. Well, I won't talk nonsense with you. As long as you can give me 10,000 origin pills, or give me a few Invincible Saints' secret techniques, I will reluctantly come to your Purple Bamboo Academy to cultivate, Fang Chen said with a smile. The disciples were stunned. What kind of joke was this? 10,000 origin pills, even the giant fire peak master couldn't take out that many. Besides, even if he could, he wouldn't give it to him alone. As for the secret techniques of the Invincible Saints, it was needless to say. In the huge God's Fall battlefield, the Invincible Saints were already the top existences. There weren't many Invincible Saints in the entire Heaven-Defying Alliance. Every secret technique was a priceless treasure. How could it be given away casually? Fang Chen's request was simply asking for an exorbitant price. He was deliberately humiliating Yuan Lai. Yuan Lai's face was cold as he looked over. What's the point of this? Fang Chen shrugged. You were the one who invited me to cultivate. Now that you can't fulfill my request, what else is there to say? Yuan Lai nodded. He finally understood that Fang Chen had been playing with him from the beginning. Do you know the consequences of your actions? Yuan Lai said, Yuan Lai may not be strong in my life, but no fellow disciple has dared to humiliate me like this. Can you, a new disciple, bear the price of my anger? Boom! Yuan Lai opened his palm, and a terrifying airflow swirled in his palm. Everyone knew that Yuan Lai was completely enraged. Last time a disciple provoked me. In the end, his arms were broken by me. His path of cultivation was cut off, and he died of depression. Yuan Lai still didn't make a move. He was accumulating power and using his power to oppress Yi Futian. He wanted to force Fang Chen to bow his head in front of everyone. Only in this way could he crush the pride in the depths of his heart. Fang Chen was still very calm when he felt the cold aura coming at him. He motioned for Princess Tianqin to step back and face Yuan Lai alone. Be careful. Princess Tianqin was a little worried. Seeing this scene, Yuan Lai was even angrier. The woman he valued was flirting with another man in front of him. Good, very good. After I defeat him, you will stay in Purple Bamboo Garden forever. You will serve me, water my flowers, and sweep the floor. Chapter 35-32. A dignified giant fire peak disciple has such tolerance. Yuan Lai wanted to regain his face, so he asked Princess Tianqin to look after Purple Bamboo Courtyard for him. But in Fang Chen's view, this was simply nonsense. At this point, there was nothing more to be said. The only way to solve the problem was with fists. Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at senior brother Yuan Lai? The previous white-robed disciple retorted coldly. A loser has no limit to losing face. The white-robed disciple still wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Yuan Lai. He took a step forward with an imposing aura. Fang Chen was not to be outdone and stepped forward. I really want to know how strong the new chief disciple of this batch is. As Yuan Lai's voice fell, a terrifying aura rose into the sky. Above his head, a fire dragon circled. A disciple recognized the secret technique and cried out involuntarily. This is one of Giant Fire Peak's secret techniques, Thunderfire Purgatory. Oh my God, it's really Thunderfire Purgatory. Yuan Lai has actually cultivated this secret technique. It's too terrifying. What has Yuan Lai experienced all these years outside? All the disciples were dumbfounded. Giant Fire Peak had 3 top secret techniques, and any disciple of Giant Fire Peak could cultivate them. However, it was too difficult to cultivate them. Over the endless years, there were very few disciples who had cultivated Thunderfire Purgatory. Boom! Yuan Lai was not careless. He used his trump card, Thunderfire Purgatory, and the thick fire dragon in the sky contained an extremely strong fire origin. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through heaven and earth. The fire dragon opened its bloody mouth and spat out flames, rushing towards Fong Qin. Crash! Fong Qin took out a long spear. This was a saint treasure found in the Sumer ring of the No Demon cult's disciple after killing him. The hidden star sword was shattered, causing him to have no suitable weapon, so he could only use it. Primordial Chaos Sword Art. Although there were some restrictions to using a long spear to perform a sword art, the attack power was still not weak. Puchi. The long spear carried a sharp aura as it pierced into the fire dragon. Immediately, the fire dragon in the sky started galloping. Crack! A crack appeared on the long spear. Fong Chen's body was forced back. However, at this moment, Fong Chen did something that no one expected. He gave up on the spear and stomped his feet. With a leap, he jumped onto the fire dragon. Whoa! His entire body was covered in sword armor. At the same time, he was enveloped by the power of the origin of metal, temporarily blocking the attack of the origin of fire. Roar! The fire dragon constantly swayed, trying to shake off Fong Qin. However, Fong Qin took advantage of this opportunity to drip his half-perfect blood onto the fire dragon. Roar! The fire dragon let out a miserable cry, and the flames flickered as if the fire dragon could collapse at any moment. Courting death. Yuan Lai soared into the sky. His body merged with the fire dragon, and he clashed with Fong Qin. In an instant, a sea of fire engulfed the heavens and the earth, completely enveloping Fong Qin and Yuan Lai. On the giant fire peak, many disciples could not see the battle clearly. It's too scary. The lightning fire purgatory is really strong. The lightning fire purgatory has 9 levels of attack. I wonder which level has Senior Yuan Lai cultivated to. No matter what level it is, it's not something that Fong Qin can contend with. None of the disciples on the giant fire peak had high hopes for Fong Qin. Princess Tianqin clenched her fists and bit her red lips. She was very worried. Boom! A berserk energy descended from the sky. The terrifying fire dragon suddenly dissipated. 2 figures quickly descended and stood on the ground, facing each other. Their bodies were slightly battered, and their eyes were filled with endless killing intent. Who won? Many disciples were curious. Who had won this battle? The atmosphere instantly froze, and the air was filled with an invisible aura. After a long time, Fong Qin moved. He glanced at Yuan Lai, turned around, and said, "Let's go." After saying that, he left with Princess Tianqin. He's leaving just like that. He barged into the giant fire peak alone and caused havoc in the purple bamboo garden. Senior Yuan Lai is letting him go just like that? Some disciples were puzzled and looked at Yuan Lai. However, they were shocked to find that there was a trace of blood at the corner of Yuan Lai's mouth. There were also burn marks at the corner of his clothes. News of this shocking discovery spread like wildfire. All the disciples were dumbfounded. Even though they did not know the result of this battle, they knew. However, everyone knew that Yuan Lai was injured. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. After the news spread, the new disciples were all shocked. And the disciples on the giant fire peak were spreading some negative news about Yuan Lai. What an interesting guy. In the other courtyards of the giant fire peak, some powerful disciples grinned. Fong Chen's strength has exceeded my expectations. His potential is indeed very strong, and he deserves to be the chief disciple. As for Yuan Lai, although he has been wandering outside, his improvement is not that great. He has not completely mastered the lightning fire purgatory. It can be said that he lost because he underestimated his opponent. It can be considered a lesson. Of course, there were also some veteran disciples who were extremely dissatisfied with Fong Qin. Among them was the second disciple of the giant fire peak, Yang Xian. Bang! In a courtyard, Yang Xian slammed his palm on a stone table with a gloomy face. A new disciple dares to cause havoc in my giant fire peak. Who gave him the courage? And that Yuan Lai, I thought that his strength would have improved after he came back from training outside. What a disappointment. He was prepared to rope in Yuan Lai, but now it seemed that there was no need. Investigate all information about Fong Qin. He wants to use my giant fire peak to become famous? Dream on, Yang Xian said. Of course. This matter had also reached the ears of the giant fire peak's master. The latter smiled meaningfully and did not say anything. The matter of Fong Chen charging into the giant fire peak alone was still fermenting. But as the person involved, he did not care at all. Origin Gathering Mountain. 9th step, 8th cave abode. Princess Tianqin's face was apologetic as she hesitated to speak. On the side, Lunatic Li gave Fong Qin a thumbs up. He had never admitted defeat in his life, but in front of Fong Qin, he did not even have the courage to chase. It's just a small matter. There's no need to be like this. Fong Qin raised his head and glanced at Princess Tianqin. The latter's cheeks were slightly red as she lowered her head. Senior brother Fong, Yuan Lai is a vengeful person. You stepped on him to become famous this time. He will definitely not let it go. After the excitement, Lunatic Li calmed down. Fong Qin shook his head. It's fine. A mere Yuan Lai is not enough to worry me. But there's no need to say any more. I have my own plans, Fong Qin said. By the way, help me find out if there are any Saint Stage artificers in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The hidden star sword was shattered and urgently needed to be repaired. This was the most important thing. Chapter 35-33. Giant Fire Peak, Purple Bamboo Garden. After everyone had dispersed, Yuan Lai used his remaining strength to set up a formation and completely sealed off the garden. After doing all this, his body fell to the ground with a bang. Senior brother Yuan Lai, Ziqing, and the white-robed disciple exclaimed. They immediately supported Yuan Lai. The latter's body was clearly trembling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yuan Lai sat on the stone bench and recovered for a long time before he recovered. He gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face was extremely gloomy. No one dared to disturb Yuan Lai, as they all knew that he was in a state of rage. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of Purple Bamboo Garden. Immediately after, a figure suddenly appeared. Everyone looked over and found that it was the second disciple of Giant Fire Peak, Yang Xian. Even Yuan Lai hurriedly got up and cupped his fists towards Yang Xian. Senior brother Yang Xian. Yang Xian waved his hand and motioned for everyone to sit down before his gaze fell on Yuan Lai. I watched your battle from the beginning to the end. Hearing this, Yuan Lai was a little ashamed. This matter is my fault. I lost face for Giant Fire Peak. Yuan Lai said. Yang Xian shook his head and said, Fong Chen's strength is much stronger than you think, and his potential is very strong. To be praised by Yang Xian like this was enough to show that Fong Chen's potential was unparalleled. However, he should not have stepped on Giant Fire Peak. Changing the topic, Yang Xian said coldly, Your strength is not weaker than his. You only underestimated him and lost. No one has the right to tarnish the reputation of Giant Fire Peak, even if he is the new chief disciple. Yang Xian looked meaningfully at Yuan Lai and said, I will give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. You should know what to do. Thank you, senior brother Yang Xian. Yuan Lai said gratefully. He knew very well how terrifying Yang Xian's methods were. If it was in the past, Yang Xian would definitely punish him for losing face for Giant Fire Peak. Not long after, Yang Xian left, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Senior brother Yuan Lai, that guy is a little strange. This matter needs to be discussed at length. The white-robed disciple said, My Giant Fire Peak is not so easily bullied. After Yang Xian returned to his residence, an evil voice echoed in his mind. Isn't this too hasty? Yang Xian seemed to be talking to himself. What do you know? That guy's potential is too great, and he was even received by the upper echelons of the Holy Ji Palace. He will definitely be able to enter the Holy Ji Palace in the future. Such a monster must be killed as soon as possible, the evil voice said. Yang Xian shook his head. If I am exposed, all the plans will fail. Don't worry, with your position in Giant Fire Peak, there are many people who support you. Just leave it to them. Yun Luo Peak. Flowers and grasses swirled in the air, and birds soared in the air. Fang Chen was still shocked when he ascended Yun Luo Peak. The Yun Luo Peak did not have the solemn aura of the Giant Fire Peak, nor did it have the air filled with the smell of sex. It was like a paradise, making people feel very warm. Hey, what are you doing here? Just as Fang Chen was in a daze, a bell-like voice came from behind him. Fang Chen turned around and saw that it was Lu Lanqi. Today, Lu Lanqi wore a hollowed-out black miniskirt, exposing her sexy legs to the air. Her hair was tied into a ponytail, and she walked toward Fang Chen with light steps. I'm talking to you. Lu Lanqi waved her hand in front of Fang Chen. The latter understood and felt a bit awkward. The Peak Lord of Yunluo Peak is looking for me. You're really something, Fang Chen said. You're pretty capable, aren't you? All the disciples are talking about you now. Lu Lanqi looked at Fang Chen mockingly. You broke into Giant Fire Peak alone, overturned the Purple Bamboo Academy, and defeated Yuan Lai. What a monster! In the end, even someone as arrogant as she had to admit that the guy in front of her had improved too quickly. Thinking back to the first time they met, he was just an ordinary disciple in the Yin-Yang origin realm. In order to comprehend the origin of metal, he had come to ask for a Jinyan herb. Now he had stepped onto Yunluo Peak as the leader of the new disciples. The gap between them was too big. Even a proud girl like Lu Lanqi felt a ripple in her heart. She looked at Fang Chen with a strange look, and there was an indescribable feeling in her heart. What a coincidence! I'm also going to see Grandpa. Let's go together. The two walked side by side like a couple. From time to time, there would be envious looks. Isn't that Miss Lu Lanqi? Why is she walking with Fang Chen? Is the rumor true? That D***MN guy. How could he do this to our goddess? No, it's definitely not true. There were some discussions in the crowd. Fang Chen pretended not to hear. He secretly glanced at Lu Lanqi, who blushed but quickly recovered. When passing by the square, Xiao Fan saw the scene. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, but on the surface, he looked very gentle and quickly walked over. Lu Lanqi nodded at him and wanted to go around him. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Xiao Fan said with a smile. It's only been a while. She has become prettier again. Lu Lanqi was disgusted by Xiao Fan's praise. She grabbed Fang Chen's arm. Let's go. Grandpa is still waiting. Fang Chen was stunned when she grabbed his arm. Xiao Fan's face completely darkened. His tone was heavy. Even if you don't like me, you don't have to reject me like this. He spread his hands. Besides, how am I not better than him? He's just a new disciple. Even if he was lucky enough to get the first seat, so what? Since ancient times, there have been countless disciples in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Many disciples with great potential died young and couldn't grow up. And not to mention those talented disciples, even compared to the disciples of Yun Luo Peak, there's a certain gap. I really don't understand. Shut up. Lu Lanqi scolded. She let go of Fang Chen's arm and turned to look at Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, I don't like you. I hope you can stay away from me in the future. Also, I didn't use Fang Chen as a shield to reject you. We're just friends. Friends. Xiao Fan chuckled and stared at Fang Chen. If you know what's good for you, stay away from she. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Fang Chen didn't have a good impression of Xiao Fan. How dare the latter threaten him? Idiot. With a sneer, Fang Chen walked straight to the garden. Xiao Fan wanted to be angry, but Fang Chen had already disappeared. Senior brother Xiao Fan. A disciple walked over. After a long silence, Xiao Fan said calmly, "Set up the cloud fall formation." This, many disciples' expressions changed. They guessed Xiao Fan's idea. Isn't he arrogant? Then I'll show him the unique skill of Yun Luo Peak. In the garden, the master of Yun Luo Peak was fishing. A fish was struggling on the hook. When Fong Chen and Lu Lanqi came in, they happened to see the scene. "Grandpa, you're amazing," Lu Lanqi said with a smile. "You little girl." The master of Yun Luo Peak shook her head and patted Lu Lanqi's head lovingly. Then she looked at Fong Chen and said, "Do you know why I called you here?" Fong Chen shook his head. 2/3 of the Sky Sword Peak Master's life slip is broken. Hearing this, Fong Chen's expression changed greatly. The Sky Sword Peak Master was looking for the No Demon cult's lair to avenge him. Now that he heard this news, Fong Chen was very worried. "Can you confirm the Sky Sword Peak Master's identity?" Fong Chen asked anxiously. "Boy, you still have some conscience." The master of Yun Luo Peak said, "According to our speculation, the Sky Sword Peak Master should have found the No Demon cult's lair. When he took action, he was trapped in a dangerous place and is being suppressed by the No Demon cult." This, Fong Chen's expression turned ugly. Even the Heaven-Defying Alliance couldn't confirm the Sky Sword Peak Master's location? Peak Master, is there a force behind the No Demon cult? Otherwise, why would they dare to attack the Heaven-Defying Alliance? Fong Chen asked, "This matter is a little complicated, so it's a secret for now. I called you here this time to ask you to do me a favor. Please tell me, Peak Master, not long ago our elders in the secular world sent back news that they found a very large fire marrow mine in that area. Many forces around wanted to get involved. Even the Lin family of the Central Territory wanted to get involved. In the end, all the forces reached an agreement to let the younger generation of disciples go and fight for the ownership of the mine. And the disciples sent must be 7th level saints or below. This time the Heaven-Defying Alliance will send some 6th level Saint Emperor disciples to fight for the mine. You just have to follow them. Your cultivation level is low, so the disciples of other forces won't pay attention to you. This way, you'll have enough time to find the fire marrow crystals." Fire marrow crystals? Fong Chen was puzzled. Peak Master Yun Luo explained that the fire marrow crystals were formed from the essence of the fire marrow. They contained extremely powerful energy. One fire marrow crystal was worth tens of thousands of fire marrow. Peak Master Yun Luo looked for Fong Chen to secretly look for the fire marrow crystals. "We already have some clues about the Sky Sword Peak Master. The reason why I'm telling you is to give you some pressure and make you work hard. This battle for the fire essence vein will also be a form of training for you." Fong Chen nodded. "Disciple Fong Chen will not let Peak Master down. It's urgent, so we'll leave in 3 days. Before we leave, do you have any requests?" Fong Chen thought for a while and told Peak Master Yun Luo that he wanted to repair the Star Hidden Sword. "That's simple. Give me your broken weapon. I'll go find Old Wu and ask him to refine it for you." Fong Chen took out the broken Star Hidden Sword, the blue Extreme Divine Stone, and the broken Longevity Pill and gave them to Peak Master Yun Luo. After seeing these 2 items, Peak Master Yun Luo was also surprised. Chapter 35-34. After returning from Yun Luo Peak, Fong Chen had been cultivating. 3 days later, he would go on a mission. This mission would be very challenging for him as he would fight with the top geniuses of the major forces. Although he could protect himself with his current strength, his realm was still too low. Yun Luo Peak Master had already contacted the weapon refiners of the Heaven-Defying Alliance for him and told him that weapons could be reforged in 3 days, which was good news for him. After thinking carefully for a moment, Fong Chen began to cultivate. His current realm was stuck at a bottleneck, and it would be difficult for him to break through in a short time, so he could only work on secret techniques. The last scroll of the Apocalypse painting could not be found, so he could not cultivate it for the time being. As for the Chaos sword art, he had reached a bottleneck. In the end, he fixed his eyes on the invincible sword art. This swordsmanship was a sword Tao that he had created himself when he was still young and insignificant. The reason why it was named Invincible Sword Principle was that he had an invincible heart. However, as time passed and he became stronger, the invincible sword art could no longer satisfy him, so he rarely used it. But now he had mastered the origin of gold and had a deeper understanding of sword principle. Buzz! Fong Qin instantly immersed himself in the world of sword principle. His body was filled with terrifying sword qi. Although his eyes were closed, there was an unusually cold aura being released, giving people a palpitating feeling. Yun Luo Peak. In a certain courtyard, a deafening sound suddenly broke out, followed by excited laughter. Crash! This movement alarmed most of the disciples of Yun Luo Peak. They stopped cultivating and looked up. Soon, they found that the sound came from Xiao Fan's courtyard. The sound came from senior brother Xiao Fan's courtyard. Did senior brother Xiao Fan break through? Let's go and see. Many disciples quickly came to Xiao Fan's courtyard and looked inside. Creak! The door opened and several of Xiao Fan's confidants walked in. They saw Xiao Fan, who was surrounded by a terrifying aura. Above Xiao Fan's head, there was a handprint that seemed to have existed for a long time. Looking carefully, the handprint had complicated patterns. Seeing this, their faces changed. Dark Ice Rune, it's the Dark Ice Rune. Has senior brother Xiao Fan mastered the Dark Ice Hand? At this moment, Xiao Fan opened his eyes. Whoosh! Xiao Fan took a deep breath as an uncontrollable smile appeared on his face. I didn't expect the last move of the mysterious ice hand to be so mysterious. Xiao Fan shook his head and sighed. If he hadn't been stimulated by Fong Qin, it would have been very difficult for him to master the mysterious ice hand. Thinking of Fong Qin, Xiao Fan's eyes turned cold. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being impolite. Congratulations, senior brother Xiao Fan. They smiled. Soon after, a piece of news came from the Yun Luo Peak. Xiao Fan challenged Fong Qin, the chief disciple of the new disciples. As soon as the news came out, all the disciples were shocked, and the new disciples were in an uproar. They did not understand why Xiao Fan, the resident disciple of Yun Luo Peak, challenged Fong Qin by name. However, there were some people who knew the inside story. They knew that Xiao Fan did this because of Lu Lanqi. Even Lu Lanqi was stunned when he heard the news. Xiao Fan! Her red lips moved slightly, and she said with hatred. That day, Lu Lanqi found Xiao Fan, but the latter hated Fong Qin so much that this battle was unavoidable. Xiao Shi, this has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it. I'll wait and see if he is as arrogant as the rumors say. You. Lu Lanqi was very angry, but it was useless to say more. He turned and left Yun Luo Peak to find Fong Qin. When she came to Jiyuan Mountain, she was told that Fong Qin was cultivating in seclusion, so she did not see him. The matter had been brewing, but Fong Qin had not responded. Many disciples began to discuss whether Fong Qin was afraid. He did not dare to accept the challenge. In short, there was more and more negative news about Fong Qin. Giant Fire Peak. Yang Xian and Yuan Lai had faint smiles on their faces. It is said that Xiao Fan has mastered the mysterious ice hand and his strength has skyrocketed. I wonder if Fong Qin dares to accept the challenge. Yang Xian shook his head and remained silent. Time passed, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Swoosh! In the Sword Tao world, terrifying sword qi ran through heaven and earth. It carried an incomparably powerful pressure as if it was going to destroy the void. Every time Fong Qin made a sword move, the sharp metal sword qi in the void would stack one layer. When he made 9 sword moves, the sharp metal sword qi had stacked up to 9 layers. Boom! Fang Chen's wrist shook and the long sword flipped. The power of the origin of bacteria in his body surged out and blended with the sharp metal sword qi. It instantly exploded, and a terrifying wave of air impacted the sword Dao world. Rumble! A deafening sound echoed in Fang Chen's mind. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his primordial spirit returned from the sword Dao world. This move has fused the origin of advancement, the advantages of the previous sword moves, and stacked 9 layers of sharp metal sword qi. It can erupt with incredible power in an instant. Fang Chen put away the long sword and muttered to himself. Not long after, he named this sword the sword of sharp metal. It was also the 12th move of the invincible sword technique. Strictly speaking, this was the first creation of the invincible sword technique. I've gained a lot by changing my way of thinking. The transformation of the origin of metal into sword qi and then stacking it, its power was not simply multiplied. Fang Chen was enlightened and felt that his understanding of the origin of advancement was getting deeper. Whoosh! After calculating the time, he realized that today was the day of departure. Let's go and find Miss Lulan. So far, he only knew a little bit of simple information, and he did not know the specific details of the mission. At the foot of Jiyuan Mountain, someone saw Fang Chen and instantly exclaimed, attracting countless gazes. Look! Senior Brother Fang Chen has come out of seclusion. I wonder if Senior Brother Fang Chen will accept the challenge. Xiao Fan is the personal disciple of Peak Master Yin Luo. He is powerful and has cultivated for a long time. It is unfair for him to challenge Senior Brother Fang Chen. If it were me, I would never agree. As long as there is life, there is hope. Senior Brother Fang Chen has unparalleled potential. If he tolerates it now, he will definitely trample Xiao Fan under his feet in the future. Most of the time, the new disciples did not want Fang Chen to accept the challenge, while the veteran disciples were waiting for Fang Chen's response. Seeing so many gazes, Fang Chen was a little confused. What happened? After understanding the situation, Fang Chen frowned. Xiao Fan challenged me? He asked. I wonder how Xiao Fan plans to challenge me. Senior Brother Xiao Fan can choose at will. This was an insult to Fang Chen. Choose at will. Fang Chen smiled darkly and shouted from afar. If that's the case, then let Xiao Fan and I fight at the same level. Compared to Fang Chen, Xiao Fan only had a slight advantage in terms of level. However, soon a message came from Yin Luo Peak. Fang Chen, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, just say so. Why do you have to do this? My high level is my ability. Your talent is poor and your level is low. Do you want me to wait for you? Even some of the veteran disciples felt embarrassed when they heard this. Fang Chen sneered when he heard this. As a disciple of Yin Luo Peak, you only dare to challenge a disciple whose level is lower than yours. What is this? Don't you have any shame? Fang Chen did not give Xiao Fan any face and said bluntly, Humph, whether you accept the challenge or not is up to you. If you don't dare to accept the challenge, then get lost in the future. Xiao Fan shouted. All the disciples looked at Fang Chen. He thought for a while. Then he refused directly. I refuse. As soon as he said this, angry roars came from Yin Luo Peak. I am not your father. Why should I satisfy your request? If you really want to fight with me, come and beg me. Fang Chen said shamelessly. The surrounding disciples were speechless. This guy had asked for the details of the challenge, and judging from his tone, it seemed that he was going to agree, but in the end he said this. It turned out that this guy had been toying with Xiao Fan from the beginning. What a fierce person. He is too fierce. This is simply a slap in the face. Xiao Fan challenged him, but was humiliated. There was an uproar at the foot of Jiyuan Mountain. On Giant Fire Peak, Yang Xian and Yuan Lai were also stunned and then looked at each other. This guy is not stupid. Boom! Above Yin Luo Peak, A dazzling light pierced through the void and burst out. "It's Xiao Fan!" someone exclaimed. Was Xiao Fan finally going to make a move? Whoosh! Whoosh! Feeling a strong gust of wind, Fang Chen stopped and raised his head. Dong! The ground shook and a terrifying aura raged. Xiao Fan appeared from the dust. Two terrifying rays of light shot out from his eyes as he stared at Fang Chen. "What's the matter?" Fang Chen asked. "You know why I'm here," Xiao Fan said coldly. The air was filled with a cold aura. "What? Are you trying to force me to agree to your challenge?" Fang Chen did not show any weakness and looked at Xiao Fan. "If you're a man, accept my challenge. Otherwise, stay away from Xiaoxi," Xiao Fan said bluntly. He could not blame Fang Chen for taking his golden flame grass, and he could ignore his arrogant attitude. But he would not allow anyone to get close to his woman. Yes, in his heart he had already decided that Lu Lanqi would be his cultivation partner, Fang Chen. Just as they were about to draw their swords, an ethereal voice came. Everyone turned and saw Lu Lanqi walking over. "It's about time. We can set off." Lu Lanqi ignored Xiao Fan and said to Fang Chen. Boom! Hearing this, Xiao Fan was completely furious. "You're courting death." Xiao Fan fiercely struck out with his palm. Traces of patterns appeared on the sparkling and translucent palm print. Xiao Fan! Before Fang Chen could make a move, Lu Lanqi took the initiative and blocked the attack. Fang Chen could feel that Lu Lanqi's hand was trembling slightly. There were some wounds in her palm. Yun Luo Peak's secret technique, mysterious ice hand. "Xiaoxi, are you okay?" Xiao Fan asked hurriedly. "Xiao Fan, take care of yourself." With that, Lu Lanqi took Fang Chen's hand and turned to leave. Xiao Fan's anger, which had been suppressed, exploded again. He looked at Fang Chen furiously and clenched his fists so tightly that they cracked. Why are you doing this to me?" Xiao Fan muttered to himself. Chapter 35. At this moment, Xiao Fan exploded with unprecedented anger. Flames spewed out of his eyes as if he wanted to burn the entire world. Damn it! He clenched his fists tightly. His face was ferocious, and his entire body emitted a terrifying aura. "Let her go." Finally, in his rage, Xiao Fan attacked. He directly used his strongest technique, the mystic ice hand. The terrifying rippling palm print carried infinite power and rushed towards Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen felt helpless. At this time, Lu Lanqi also realized something. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Her white hand left Fang Chen's palm, and she was about to attack to stop Xiao Fan. However, at this moment, a large hand stopped her. "Leave it to me." Things had already reached this point. Xiao Fan would not let it go. Fang Chen did not have time to continue wasting time with him. Instead of this, it was better to solve the problem once and for all. Boom! Sword armor condensed around Fang Chen. He gathered power in his fists and collided with Xiao Fan's palm print. In an instant, the two collided and a deafening force exploded. Buzz! Everyone was shocked to find that Xiao Fan's mystic ice hand was easily broken by Fang Chen. The silver ripples on the palm print were actually disappearing one by one. Everyone was shocked. However, Fang Chen was not surprised. He secretly used the power of a talisman master and condensed many talismans. With the power of the talismans, he destroyed the ripples on the palm print. Naturally, the palm print was broken. Crack! Finally, amidst the exclamations, the palm print was broken. This also meant that Xiao Fan's attack was completely blocked by Fang Chen. Mystic Ice Hand? It's just so. Fang Chen stood calmly and looked at Xiao Fan calmly. "Miss Lu Lanqi and I are just friends. However, you have repeatedly measured the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. You even tried to kill me. I originally wanted to ignore it, but you kept pestering me. In this case, I will fulfill your wish." At this point, Fang Chen paused for a moment before continuing. "Didn't you challenge me by name?" Then, I accept your challenge. Of course, I never accept a challenge without a reward. Prepare your reward before you challenge me. Let me remind you, my time is limited. You'd better hurry. Fang Chen's words were out of everyone's expectations. Even Lu Lanqi was stunned. Then, she quickly walked to Fang Chen's side. Fang Chen, you don't have to do this. She felt a little guilty. The reason why Xiao Fan targeted Fang Chen was because she was too close to Fang Chen. It could be said that this matter was caused by her. She even regretted using Fang Chen as a shield to disgust Xiao Fan. After all, Xiao Fan was the personal disciple of her grandfather, Peak Master Yun Luo. Although he was not the chief disciple of Yun Luo Peak, his strength was not to be underestimated. Now that he had mastered the Mystic Ice Hand, his attack power was even stronger. Lu Lanqi was worried about Fang Chen, so he stopped him. Xiao Fan, I know what you're thinking. It's impossible between us. Just give up, Lu Lanqi said coldly. Because of him? Xiao Fan was burning with anger. Lu Lanqi shook his head and said nothing. This scene angered Xiao Fan even more. He raised his eyebrows and took a step forward with an imposing aura. Good, very good. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Fan waved his sleeve, and 3 pills suddenly appeared in the void. These were the origin pills that everyone dreamed of. I'll use these 3 origin pills as the reward. If you win, the origin pills are yours. From then on, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. But if I win, I don't want anything from you. I just want you to get out of the heaven-defying alliance. Xiao Fan said fiercely. Okay, I promise you. Fang Chen said lightly, let's fight here. Lu Lanqi still wanted to stop him, but after seeing Fang Chen's determined eyes, he stopped talking. Brat, I'll let you know the consequences of offending me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a violent wind blew in the void, and the terrifying origin energy crisscrossed. Xiao Fan once again used the Mystic Ice Hand, but this time it was slightly different from before. Mystic Ice Hand, Ice World. Xiao Fan shouted, and the accumulated power in his body suddenly burst out. Then he suddenly clapped his hands toward the void. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled, and a layer of silver-white light covered the world as if it was frozen. The onlookers were shocked. They felt the cold aura coming from underground and quickly retreated. What a terrifying Mystic Ice Hand. Icebound World. Xiao Fan actually used this move. How can Fang Chen block it? Fang Chen's eyes were burning as he stared at the frozen world. Interesting. However, he did not care. If it were someone else, they might be afraid of Xiao Fan, but he was Fang Chen, the new chief disciple, and one of the strongest geniuses since ancient times. Break! Fang Chen shouted and stomped his feet. Suddenly, with him as the center, the frozen world began to crack, and the sound of cracking could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the frozen world was full of cracks. Freeze! The ultimate meaning of the Mystic Ice Hand was Ice World. Although Xiao Fan could not use the ultimate move, it was beginning to take shape. He wanted to use a thunderous method to freeze Fang Chen's primordial spirit and defeat Fang Chen. From this move, it could be seen how ruthless he was. For a martial artist, the primordial spirit was the most important foundation. As long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, one would be immortal. However, if the primordial spirit was frozen, it would cause serious injuries and a drop in cultivation level or even death. This move was a killing move. Crack! However, Fang Chen's strength was also beyond everyone's expectations. The power of his punch had forcibly blasted open the frozen world. A terrifying airwave soared into the sky, and countless ice shards danced in the air. Xiao Fan was hit by a powerful impact, and his body was directly sent flying. Pucci! His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed. Xiao Fan's Mystic Ice Hand was broken by Fang Chen, just like that. Everyone's hearts were in a state of shock. It was simply too shocking. However, when they recovered from the shock, Fong Qin and Lu Lanqi had already disappeared. It turns out that Fong Qin has been hiding his strength. He didn't care about Xiao Fan's challenge at all. It's too scary. Is this person really a new disciple? Why is he stronger than the older disciples? His unparalleled potential is really unbelievable. After hearing these words, Xiao Fan was so angry that he fainted. As the direct disciple of the master of Yunluo Peak, he looked down on Fong Qin. He thought that Fong Qin was an ant and wanted to defeat him. However, things were not going as he wished. The ant in his eyes had defeated him with a crushing force. On the way to Yunluo Peak, Lu Lanqi looked at Fong Qin curiously. "How strong are you?" Lu Lanqi finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. In response, Fong Qin grinned and didn't say anything. At the same time, the disciples of Giant Fire Peak and other peaks looked at Fong Qin in a different way, especially Yang Xian and Yuan Lai. They were very emotional and didn't speak for a long time. However, Fong Qin didn't care about anything outside. He came to Yunluo Peak and found the master of Yunluo Peak. "Peak Master." Fong Qin clasped his fists. The master of Yunluo Peak stroked his beard and looked at Fong Qin seriously. "You're always full of surprises." Obviously, the master of Yunluo Peak had also seen his battle with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan is very strong. He can even fight against a 6th-level Holy Emperor. Moreover, he has mastered the Mystic Ice Hand, which targets the primordial spirit of martial artists. The fact that you were able to defeat him so easily makes me more and more curious as to how high your future achievements will be. In fact, the master of Yunluo Peak knew that after this mission, Fong Qin would go to the Myriad Path world to cultivate. At that time, he would really soar. "This is your weapon." The master of Yunluo Peak sighed and threw the reforged hidden star sword to Fong Qin. After catching the hidden star sword, Fong Qin's face lit up with joy. Sword hums came from the body of the sword. He was very happy. Fong Qin felt a scorching power enter his palm. Great. After a while, Fong Qin finished checking and was even more grateful to the master of Yunluo Peak. "This weapon of yours has been infused with the longevity pill fragment, the blue extreme divine stone, and the termination soldier spiritual liquid. During the forging process, it underwent a mutation and absorbed the origin energy. Now, it can be considered an origin sacred weapon. An origin saint weapon was also known as a chaotic heavenly treasure. Previously, the hidden star sword was only a holy treasure. Now, it had become a heavenly treasure. Moreover, to be called an origin saint weapon, it meant that it was easier to comprehend the origin while cultivating with the sword. Even the major forces found it difficult to obtain an origin saint weapon. With the help of this heavenly treasure, you can protect yourself even if you meet a 6th rank peak saint king," said the master of Yunluo Peak. Beside him, Lu Lanqi was also shocked. He did not expect his grandfather to think so highly of Fong Qin. "All right, you can go now." After chatting with the master of Yunluo Peak, Fong Qin and Lu Lanqi left Yunluo Peak. Myriad Path World, Doctrine Palace. In the lofty palace, Wang Daoyin was reporting to Palace Master Lei about Fong Qin. "Oh, this guy's growth is beyond my expectations." Palace Master Lei smiled. "This mission is a test for him. After all, he has experienced too few life and death battles. It's not a bad thing to let him experience the cruelty of the god-perishing battlefield in advance." "Palace Master, there are so many geniuses gathered this time. We have to be careful of the top forces that are hostile to us," Wang Daoyin reminded. Palace Master Lei waved his hand. "If he can't even pass this test, then he is not qualified to go to that place." Hearing this, Wang Daoyin did not say anything more and turned to leave. After a moment of silence, Palace Master Lei stood up and looked into the distance. He crossed the river of time and saw the end of the world. There, blood flowed like a river and corpses were piled up like mountains. The cruel war had never stopped. Chapter 35-36. On the square. When Lu Lanqi and Fang Qin arrived, there were already 3 people waiting, 2 men and 1 woman. Fang Qin glanced at the 3 and recognized them immediately. The man in golden armor and holding a fan was the first seat of Ice Peak, Saint Emperor Frost. He was the one with the highest cultivation in the group, having reached the 6th level Saint Emperor. The man in white beside him was the first seat of Black Devil Peak, Saint Emperor Mabai. The last woman in green was the first seat of Kongling Peak, Purple Butterfly. You're here. Seeing Fang Chen and Lu Lanqi, the 3 greeted them. Although Lu Lanqi wasn't the first seat, she wasn't weak either. She had a tendency to surpass the first seat. In addition, her grandfather was the Peak Lord of Yunluo Peak, so she was very popular in the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Little she, Saint Emperor Hanbing said with a smile. His gaze then landed on Fang Qin. I believe this must be junior brother Fang Qin, who has been the talk of the town recently. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. Fang Qin said humbly. I heard that you defeated Yuan Lai of Giant Fire Peak? The one who spoke was Saint Emperor Mabai of Black Devil Peak. He looked at Fang Qin curiously and was surprised. The latter was a true 3rd level Saint King. In his eyes, this level was too low, but he could defeat Yuan Lai. This was worth thinking about. I've long heard that there's an outstanding genius among the new disciples. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation, Purple Butterfly said with a smile. When the mission list was announced this time, they had inquired about Fang Chen's information, especially when they learned that Fang Chen's yin-yang essence had reached a terrifying 3,000 feet when he was in the yin-yang essence realm. It was unbelievable. Even in the ancient times, such yin-yang essence would shock the world. After that, he'd reached the 3rd level. His unparalleled potential was fully displayed. Of course, this wasn't the most shocking thing. Purple Butterfly remembered that Fang Qin had used his own efforts to reshape the origin star. This shocked her even more. Even a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace might not have been able to do so, but he had done it. How could he not be shocked? Junior brother Fang, this mission is very dangerous. You will encounter the disciples of other top forces. When the time comes, a fierce battle will be unavoidable. When the time comes, you must listen to our commands. Saint Emperor Mabai said. Beside him, Zidai also nodded slightly. Only the Frost Saint Emperor did not say anything. However, a trace of displeasure could be seen in his eyes. After all, this mission was of great importance. He was worried that Fang Qin would hold them back. However, this list was decided by the upper echelons of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, and he had no right to change it. Are you ready? The Frost Saint Emperor asked after exchanging some pleasantries. Lu Lanqi nodded. Ice Saint Emperor said, In that case, let's go. Giant Fire Peak. After Lu Lanqi and the other 4 left, Yang Xian got the news immediately. Magic Sky, Fire Domain. Yang Xian narrowed his eyes as his mind spun. After a long time, he laughed coldly and said, This is an excellent opportunity. We must kill Fang Qin at all costs. As he cultivated in the Heaven-Defying Alliance, Fang Qin gradually understood some of the situation in the battlefield of gods. In the vast battlefield of gods, the Heaven-Defying Alliance occupied most of the cultivation resources. Their overall strength was first, and they were the absolute overlord. However, there were also some top forces below them. 1 or 2 of them could not pose a threat to the Heaven-Defying Alliance. However, if they joined forces, it would be troublesome. The discovery of the Fire Marrow Mine in the Magic Sky Fire Domain was an opportunity. Originally, the Heaven-Defying Alliance wanted to send the 5 strongest chief disciples of each peak. However, due to various reasons, they finally chose Fang Qin and the other 4. Among the 5 of them, The Frost Saint Emperor, Saint Emperor Mabai, and Zidai were all 6th level Saint Emperors. Lu Lanqi had reached 5th level not long ago. As for Fang Qin, he was only a 3rd level Saint King. If one only looked at their realms, their overall strength was indeed a little weak. However, some things could not be judged by performance alone. The Magic Sky Fire Domain was in the northwest region of the Battlefield of Gods. It was said that in ancient times, the Fire God Palace had taken root in this region. When the Battle of Gods broke out, the Fire God Palace participated in the battle. In the end, it was destroyed. The underground fire vein was destroyed, and it burned the land to ashes. Now, the Magic Sky Fire Domain was filled with 3rd level origin fires. Once this kind of fire was contaminated, it could invade a warrior's mind instantly and burn his primordial spirit. Unless one's primordial spirit formed a gold core, it would be difficult to resist. This place was known as the Forbidden Land. Normally, few people below the Saint Emperor dared to come here. Hence, the disciples sent by the various forces this time were mostly Saint Emperors. On a black-winged eagle, Fang Qin and the other 4 sat cross-legged. Whoosh! Whoosh! The black-winged eagle shuttled through the void as fast as lightning. "We are 3 days away from the Magic Sky Fire Domain," Saint Emperor Mabai said. "This time, the 5 of us will move together into the Magic Sky Fire Domain. Also, we must be careful of the fire demons in the Magic Sky Fire Domain. Once we are entangled, we may attract a large number of fire demons. If we are attacked by a group of fire demons, we will be in danger." A single fire demon was nothing to be afraid of. What was scary was a group of fire demons. The bodies of the fire demons contained 3rd level origin fires. This kind of fire was born from the origin of fire. It was one of the rarest flames in the world and was very powerful. If thousands of fire demons gathered together and attacked humans, it would definitely trigger the 3rd level origin fires in their bodies. Once the 3rd level origin fires gathered, even a saint would find it difficult to resist. Just as they were chatting, Fang Qin suddenly felt a thick, bloody smell coming from the side. "What's going on?" He looked over, and the other 4 also noticed it. In the distance, black fog filled the air, and the bloody smell filled the void. "That's a city." Finally, after looking around, Lu Lanqi saw the city in the black fog. Massacre the city? The 5 of them were shocked. Such a heinous thing like massacring the city actually happened. Let's go and take a look. As disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, they naturally had to investigate such a cruel thing. Who dares to do such a cruel thing? The 5 of them approached the city and stopped in midair. Under the black fog, the city was already in ruins. Corpses piled up like mountains and blood flowed like rivers. No one survived. Damn it! Saint Emperor Frost's face was pale. He entered the city, but soon came back. "What did you find?" Saint Emperor Mabai asked. Saint Emperor Frost shook his head. The culprit should be a demonic cultivator. None of the martial artists in the city survived. Everyone's blood was sucked dry. Could it be the no-demon sect? Lu Lanqi suddenly said. Last time, the commotion caused by Fang Qin and the others in the Tsang Kingdom had caused the no-demon sect to be noticed by many disciples. Lu Lanqi got a lot of information about the no-demon sect from Peak Master Yinluo. "We can't be sure," Saint Emperor Frost said. Next, Fang Qin and the others moved forward. Every once in a while, they would find a city being massacred. In just 2 days, 9 cities were massacred. The number of dead was in the hundreds of millions. "Who is it?" Saint Emperor Frost said angrily. "Look," Fang Qin cried out in alarm. The gazes of the others landed on the dilapidated city under their feet. On one of the streets of the city, the blood of all the warriors who had died flowed out automatically from all directions, gathering together and flowing slowly. With this shocking discovery, Fang Qin and the others quickly entered the city and came to the place where the blood gathered. Following the flow of blood, the 5 of them came to the depths of the city. A majestic palace came into view. Someone seems to be controlling the blood? Lu Lanchi frowned. Saint Emperor Mabai immediately opened the door of the palace. In the palace, a skeleton sat cross-legged. The thick blood flowed from all directions and finally gathered in front of him. Guku quickly absorbed the blood. Every time he absorbed a drop, his aura would become stronger, using the blood of thousands of martial artists to nourish him. Saint Emperor Frost was furious. He immediately attacked and slammed his palm on the skeleton. Crack! Cracks appeared in the restrictions around the skeleton, and it barely blocked the attack of the Saint Emperor of Frost. Damn human! The skeleton let out a furious roar. He was about to succeed, but someone came to disturb him at this crucial moment. Who are you? Why are you massacring the city? Purple Butterfly questioned. Hiss! The skeleton increased the speed of absorbing the blood. However, Saint Emperor Frost did not give him the chance. The 5 of them attacked together and instantly broke the seal. No. When the 5 attacks landed on the skeleton let out a miserable cry. Crack! The skeleton shattered and blood splattered everywhere. How dare you stop me? You will all die. The shattered skeleton let out a furious roar. However, it was useless. Fan Chen and the other 4 used lightning-fast methods to suppress it. Speak. Who are you? Saint Emperor Frost asked coldly. Fan Chen fell into deep thought. Along the way, they had seen 9 cities being massacred. The blood of the 8 cities had dried up and disappeared. Now that he thought about it, could there be 8 skeletons in those 8 cities? However, where did they go after absorbing the blood? Boom! The skeleton wanted to escape, but it was smashed by Saint Emperor Frost with a punch. You will regret this. The skeleton uttered its final words before it completely shattered. Fang Chen and the others looked at each other. I feel that there is an invisible hand manipulating this matter behind the scenes. Saint Emperor Mabai said, this evil force must be plotting something. If they dare to massacre a city, it means that they have something to rely on. Now that we have killed all the skeletons in the city, they will definitely take action, Purple Butterfly said. Lu Lanchi's face was solemn. This is a serious matter. We need to report it to the higher-ups. Fang Chen frowned. He felt strange. Starting from the Tsang country, the no-demon cult, and the evil force that massacred cities, he felt that the battlefield of gods was not as simple as he thought. Chapter 35-37. Along the way, they came across 9 cities that were massacred. Only in the last city did they find dry bones. The 5 of them looked at each other with grave expressions. This matter was too strange. What kind of secret was hidden behind the skeleton, other than the no-demon cult? What other evil forces were hidden in the gods' fall battlefield? Why did they dare to massacre a city in broad daylight? The 5 of them were puzzled by this series of questions. How is it? When Saint Emperor Frost sent the news back, the few of them hurriedly asked, Palace, Lord Lei will come personally to deal with it. Saint Emperor Frost said. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, especially Fang Chen. His heart trembled. It seemed that this matter involved too many things. Otherwise, why would Palace Lord Lei, one of the 3 palace lords of the Holy Ji Palace, the top cultivator of the God's Fall battlefield, come personally to deal with it? This matter is beyond our ability. The upper echelons want us to leave quickly and head to the Magic Sky Fire region, Saint Emperor Frost continued. In the end, the 5 of them left the broken city and headed towards the Magic Sky Fire region. The Magic Sky Fire region was located in the northwest of the God's Fall battlefield. Fang Chen and the other 4 landed on the edge of a desert from the void. The surrounding void was filled with an unparalleled power. When they looked up, they realized that outside the desert there was an endless sea of fire. In the sea of fire, there was a blood-red city. Is this the Magic Sky Fire region? Fang Chen murmured. He could feel that the temperature in the Sea of Fire was too high. If he was not careful, his primordial spirit would be refined. Let's go to the Fire City first. Under Saint Emperor Frost's lead, everyone entered the Sea of Fire. Fang Chen was surprised. He could feel that the Sea of Fire was extremely hot, but when he walked in, he realized that everything was illusory. This is only the periphery of the Magic Sky Fire region. It's not the real core. Only by crossing the Fire City can we be considered to have truly entered the Magic Sky Fire region, Lu Lanqi said in a low voice. After a while, the 5 of them entered the Fire City. At the moment, the square of the Fire City was filled with people. Countless disciples of top forces flocked there. The fire essence was too precious. Even in ancient times, it was a treasure of heaven and earth. Especially to fire-based martial artists, it was a fatal temptation. The fire essence contained 3 types of origin flames, something that every fire attribute martial artist yearned for even in their dreams. As long as he could obtain the fire essence, he would be able to create countless fire attribute powerhouses in a short period of time. For many of the top sect, this was an excellent opportunity, which was why they were crazy about it. So many people. Fang Chen sighed. Holy Frost Emperor. Suddenly, someone shouted. Fang Chen looked up and saw a group of cultivators in sword armor walking over. When the leader saw the Frost Saint Emperor, the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a look of disdain. He walked up to Holy Emperor Frost and said with a smile, "What? Did the Heaven-Defying Alliance only send the few of you?" Holy Emperor Frost frowned. "Do you think it's up to you to tell who my Heaven-Defying Alliance sends?" Frost Saint Emperor didn't have a good impression of Sword Saint Mountain. What's there to be arrogant about? If not for your sneak attack, would I have lost to you in the battle back then? Hearing the conversation between the two, Fang Chen gradually understood. This disciple of Sword Saint Mountain must have lost to Holy Emperor Frost back then, and was unwilling to accept it. Now that they met again, he wanted to fight. This guy is the 3rd disciple of Sword Saint Mountain, Jian Qingyan. He once challenged Holy Emperor Frost and lost, so he bears a grudge, Lu Lanqi said softly. Fang Chen nodded and sized up Jian Qingyan. He knew of Sword Saint Mountain. It was one of the top forces in the God Fall battlefield and could be said to be the orthodox Sword Way. There were countless disciples with heaven-defying potential in Sword Way gathered in the sect. Their Sword Way techniques were godly. Jian Qingyan's cultivation was at the 6th level of a holy emperor. Jian Qingyan's body had complex sword-shaped runes, which surprised Fang Chen. No wonder they are the number 1 Sword Way sect. They live up to their reputation. Jian Qingyan gave Fang Chen the feeling that he was a sharp sword that could tear the sky apart at any time. A loss is a loss. Only the weak would find excuses, Holy Emperor Frost said coldly. The Saint Emperor said coldly. Then, ignoring Jian Qingyan, he walked towards the center of the square. "You!" Jian Qingyan was instantly enraged. He pointed at Holy Emperor Frost and said eerily, "You are so smug after beating me once. Since you are so arrogant, why don't we have a battle in Fire City?" Jian Qingyan wanted to avenge his humiliation. However, Holy Emperor Frost did not want to waste time. Not interested, Holy Emperor Frost said indifferently. He ignored Jian Qingyan and greeted the disciples of the other sect. "Good, very good. I hope you can still be so arrogant after entering demonic sky fire region," Jian Qingyan said fiercely. There were several forces in the center of the square. These forces were the top forces in the God Fall battlefield. As for the other weaker forces, they were not qualified to be here. When everyone saw Holy Emperor Frost, they all looked over. The people from Heaven-Defying Alliance are here. There was a lot of discussion in Fire City. I didn't expect Holy Emperor Frost to lead the team this time. It is said that Holy Emperor Frost is the strongest outer disciple of Heaven-Defying Alliance. I wonder who is stronger between him and Gulu? To the outside world, heaven-defying alliance was divided into outer and inner sect. The so-called outer sect was where Fong Qin and the others cultivated. It was the disciples of Jiuan Mountain and the other peaks. The inner sect was the legendary Holy Ji Palace. As expected of heaven-defying alliance, they didn't even send disciples of the Holy Ji Palace to fight for the Fire Marrow Mine. The disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are so powerful. If they show up, the other sect won't be able to fight for it. I heard that the other top forces worked together to stop heaven-defying alliance from sending disciples of the Holy Ji Palace. That's how they came to an agreement. Some people sighed. Heaven-defying alliance sent disciples who were peak 6th level Holy Emperors. They had a strong foundation. Holy Emperor Frost, long time no see. In the center of the square, a few people greeted Holy Emperor Frost. While Holy Emperor Frost was discussing with the chief disciples of the other top forces about entering demonic Skyfire region, Lu Lanqi was also carefully introducing the disciples of the other forces to Fong Qin. Do you see him? That man with sword-like eyebrows is the chief disciple of Sword Saint Mountain, Jian Mayun. He's Jian Qinyun's brother. A long time ago, his cultivation reached the peak of 6th level Holy Emperor. According to unreliable sources, he might have taken the last step and become a 7th level Holy Emperor. Hearing this, Fong Chen's expression changed. It was rare to see two saints in one sect. He studied Jian Mayun seriously. The latter gave him the feeling of Mount Tai. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time, suppressing him with sword qi. This Jian Mayun is not simple, Fong Chen muttered. The man in purple beside him is the chief disciple of Purple Robe Sect, Luo Zi. The man in black is the holy son of Nine Saint Palace. Lu Lanqi briefly introduced the chief disciples of the top forces to Fong Chen. They were the biggest threats in this fight for the Fire Marrow Mine. As for the others, they weren't much of a threat. Fong Chen scanned Fire City, his heart pounding. The many disciples present could be said to be the strongest group of young people in the battlefield of Godfall other than the Holy Ji Palace. Only by fighting with these people could he improve further. Whoosh! Fong Chen took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. In Fire City, many forces noticed Fong Chen. They were shocked and rubbed their eyes hard, thinking that they had seen wrongly. Oh my God, am I seeing things? Why would the heaven-defying alliance send a 3rd-level Holy King here? Humph! A mere 3rd-level Holy King dares to enter the demonic fire domain. He's asking for death. He must have followed Holy Emperor Bing and the others to gain experience. Many people discussed among themselves as they glanced at Fong Chen. Humph! A bunch of idiots. Lu Lanqi snorted and moved his red lips. How can the disciples of the heaven-defying alliance be measured by their mortal realms? We've been underestimated, Zaidi said with a smile. Junior Fong Chen's realm is slightly lower, but his combat ability is enough to be in the 2nd tier. He's stronger than more than 90% of the warriors in Fire City. Holy Emperor Mabai nodded. They knew Fong Chen's combat ability very well. Even Yuan Lai and Xiao Fan had been defeated by him. Although he wasn't as good as them, he wasn't far off. Fong Chen shrugged, showing that he didn't care. If that's the case, they won't pay attention to me. At the crucial moment, I can play an unexpected role, Fong Chen said to himself. At noon, the sun was high in the sky. The temperature in Fire City rose rapidly. At this time, Holy Emperor Bing returned. Deep in Fire City, there's an entrance to the demonic fire domain. After 6 hours, the flame seal at the entrance will weaken. We'll act then. How do we split it? Holy Emperor Mabai asked. This was the most important thing. In a month's time, we'll kill the rank 6 fire demons in the demonic fire domain. The more we kill, the more mineral veins we'll get. We'll divide it according to the ratio. Holy Emperor Bing said. Of course, before I left, the upper echelons talked to me alone. Their intention is that our heaven-defying alliance must take control of 50% of the mineral veins. 50%, which was half. The Heaven-defying Alliance wanted to monopolize half of such a huge mineral vein. Fang Qin sighed. As expected of the Heaven-defying Alliance, it was fine if they didn't make a move, but once they did, it would make people's jaws drop. If it's half, it'll be much easier, Holy Emperor Mabai said. With the Heaven-defying Alliance's strength, they could even occupy 80%. But the upper echelons also considered the overall development of the various forces in the God's Fall battlefield and the stability of the situation. In the end, they chose to give in. After all, once the other forces were forced into a corner, they would join forces to fight against the Heaven-defying Alliance. Even if they could suppress them in the end, the Heaven-defying Alliance would suffer heavy losses. In this way, the God's Fall battlefield that had gradually recovered after a long time would return to the wilderness. There's a fire core in the fire demons' bodies. After killing them, keep the fire core. At the same time, pay attention to the disciples of the other sect. Holy Emperor being reminded. Chapter 35-38. The demonic fire domain was boundless. The fire city was located at the edge of the demonic fire domain. It was a transit station. The disciples of the various sects who came this time basically gathered in the fire city and waited for the magic sky fire domain seal to open. Standing in the fire city, Fang Chen's expression changed when he sensed the aura coming from the demonic sky fire domain. The blood in his body surged violently as if it had been greatly stimulated. What a terrifying flame! Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Even with his chaotic sword body and sword armor, he might not be able to withstand the terrifying triple flame origin. I wonder if I can comprehend the origin of fire here. Fang Chen thought. If others were to know that he had such thoughts, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. Since the demonic fire domain appeared, no one had dared to comprehend the origin of fire here. In history, there were 3 people who succeeded in comprehending the origin of fire in the demonic fire domain. However, 2 of them were corroded by the triple origin fire and died. What about the last one? Fang Chen asked curiously. What kind of expert could comprehend the origin of fire in the demonic fire domain and escape unscathed? The elusive leader of our heaven-defying alliance, Lulanchi said, curling his lips. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled and his eyes widened. Leader. After entering the heaven-defying alliance, Fang Chen realized how powerful the heaven-defying alliance was. It was the most powerful force in the entire battlefield of gods. The leader of the heaven-defying alliance controlled thousands of worlds. He was the legendary #1 person in the battlefield of gods. However, Fang Chen had never seen him. He had only heard about his legend. Just how strong is he? Fang Chen asked subconsciously, how strong was the #1 person in the battlefield of gods? This was probably something that many people wanted to know, right? However, Lulanchi looked into the distance and shook his head. He did not know. The Alliance Master hasn't appeared for 2 epochs. As for where he went, no one knows. 9 eras ago, 3 half-step primal chaos supremes angered the Alliance Master, and he killed all 3 of them with a single blow. What? Fang Chen exclaimed. Killing 3 half-step chaotic supreme realm experts with 1 strike. What kind of concept was that? It should be known that the 3 palace masters of the Tao Palace were half-step chaotic supremes. The 3 of them combined could sweep the entire God's Fall battlefield. However, the 3 of them were killed by Alliance leader defying heaven in a single blow. It was unbelievable. Back then, there were many top powerhouses in the God's Fall battlefield. It wasn't like it is now. However, after that battle, no other forces dared to challenge our position. Even the other half-step chaotic supremes have gone into seclusion. The impact of that battle was too great, and it was also the strongest battle the Heaven-defying Alliance had ever fought. Alliance Master, has he stepped into the primal chaos supreme realm? Fang Chen swallowed his saliva and asked while panting. The primal chaos sovereign was the most powerful existence in the world and an eternal existence. They could destroy heaven and earth with a single thought. Lu Lanchi shook his head. Before the God's Fall battlefield, there were many powerhouses and the cultivation environment was very good. At that time, there were primal chaos sovereigns. However, since the God's Fall battlefield, this world has been limited. Almost no one has been able to cultivate to the primal chaos supreme realm. The primal chaos supreme realm was only a legendary existence. No one in the world could cultivate it. Even the monstrous alliance leader defying heaven hadn't stepped into that realm. However, although the alliance leader isn't a primal chaos supreme realm expert, he can be said to be the strongest in this world, the first person below the primal chaos supreme realm. Without the primal chaos supreme realm, the alliance leader defying heaven was the strongest. Feng Qin sighed, but at the same time he was shocked. I once heard grandfather vaguely mention that the alliance leader's disappearance should have something to do with the disappearance of the primal chaos supreme realm. Lu Lanchi glanced at Feng Qin and said, "There are many secrets in the God's Fall battlefield. What we know is only on the surface. Moreover, the primal chaos supreme realm is too far away for us. There's no need to think about it." Indeed, they were only low-level saint realm warriors now. There was still a long way to go before they were saints or even invincible saints. In the God's Fall battlefield, invincible saints were already the strongest who stood at the top of the pyramid. Whoosh! Feng Qin took a deep breath and shook his head. He collected his thoughts and stopped thinking. Dong! 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 Just then, the crazy sound of horns came from Huiqing. It was as if the ancient war had reappeared. "The seal is weakening," Lu Lanchi said. The two of them quickly rushed toward the depths of Huiqing. Whoosh! 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 Along the way, countless air-piercing sounds entered their ears. Soon, a dense crowd of warriors gathered in the depths of Huiqing. Among them, those who stood at the front were naturally many top forces. Feng Qin and Lu Lanchi walked behind St. Emperor Frost and the other two and looked at the void crack. The seal is weakening. Feng Qin also noticed that the seal at the void crack was weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the void crack. Time passed. After 6 hours, the power of the seal was at its lowest. At this time, some sect finally couldn't hold back. "Let's go." Under the lead of Jian Mayun and Jian Qinyan, the experts of Sword Saint Mountain rushed toward the void crack. Whoosh! Whoosh! When they rushed to the seal, they were immediately enveloped by flames and disappeared. They went in. The others were stunned and immediately swarmed over. "Let's go in too." The 5 people of Defying Heaven Alliance also moved. Feng Qin followed behind the 4 of them and quickly arrived at the void crack. Hiss! Hiss! The power of the poison rushed toward them as if it was going to evaporate all the blood in their bodies. "Activate the talisman." Lu Lanchi's voice sounded. The others shook their wrists, and a talisman appeared in their palms. An ethereal power was released from the talisman, forming an invisible armor that blocked the attack of the poison power. The talisman was given to the 5 of them by the higher-ups. It was specially used to resist the poisonous flames at the void crack. Feng Qin felt his vision blur, and then he fell into a sea of fire. Terrifying flames were everywhere, as if they would burn him down at any time. Is this the demonic sky fire territory? Feng Qin looked around. Soon he was sure that this was not the demonic sky fire territory, but the flame passageway that led to it. "Let's go." It was too dangerous here. Feng Qin did not want to stay too long. He turned into a ray of light and rushed toward the end. Somewhere in the flame passageway, Jian Qingyun and a disciple of Sword Saint Mountain were rushing. They did not split up and were rushing at full speed. "Senior brother Qingyun." Suddenly, the disciple called out, Jian Qingyan looked in the direction of the disciple's finger and suddenly discovered Fang Qin, who was rushing over. Defying Heaven Alliance? Jian Qingyan licked his dry lips and said eerily, "That Frost Saint Emperor is arrogant just because he is a disciple of Defying Heaven Alliance. He is too hateful. Before I kill him, I will collect some interest." Because of Frost Saint Emperor, Jian Qingyan hated the disciples of Defying Heaven Alliance. If it was someone else, he would not dare to act recklessly in the flame passageway. However, the person in front of him was just a third-level Holy King. This made him want to kill him. "Senior brother Qingyan, there is no need for you to deal with this kind of trash. As long as we destroy the talisman in his hand, he will naturally die in the flame passageway." The disciple chuckled. Jian Qingyan nodded. "The feeling of living is worse than death." Fang Chen, who was rushing forward, suddenly slowed down. "There is another aura." Fang Chen frowned and looked around, but he did not find anything. He shook his head and continued forward. Perhaps, like him, there were others who were passing by. Buzz! However, just as he turned around, Jian Qingyan struck out with his sword. In the air above the flame passageway, 1,000 feet long sword shadow appeared out of nowhere. It tore through the flame passageway and slashed toward Fang Chen. Oh no! Fang Chen knew that things were not going well and instinctively blocked it. Boom! His hands were covered with a layer of sharp sword qi and blocked the 1,000 feet long sword shadow. Kacha! At this moment, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared behind him. Taking advantage of his unprepared state, the ghost-like figure threw a round ball at his right hand. Rumble! When the round ball came into contact with the talisman, it exploded. The terrifying force of the explosion destroyed the talisman. Bang! Fang Chen's body was sent flying by the third-level origin fire in the flame passageway. Ha ha ha! Jian Qingyan sneered with a long sword on his back. Without the protection of the talisman, the poisonous fire attacked his heart. Fang Chen's face instantly turned pale. He tried to use all his strength to expel the flames in his body. His face was filled with pain. Damn it! He recognized Jian Qingyan. How is it? How does it feel to have the poisonous fire attack your heart? Jian Qingyan sneered. Frost Saint Emperor dared to be arrogant in front of me. This is just the interest. Without the talisman, you will enjoy the pleasure of the poisonous fire until you die. With that, Jian Qingyan did not want to waste any more time and turned to leave. Kid, in your next life, don't stand on the wrong team. Hiss! The poisonous fire in Fang Chen's body was burning vigorously, constantly corroding his organs. Puchi! Blood spurted out of his nostrils, and his body was in great pain. However, at this critical moment, the restless blood in his body played a crucial role. Fang Chen was a little stunned. The blood in his body flowed rapidly, and wherever it passed, the poisonous fire was instantly extinguished. It can actually do this. His blood could actually restrain the poisonous fire. This discovery made Fang Chen extremely surprised. Buzz! He quickly activated his blood to completely refine the poisonous fire in his body and form a defense to prevent the poisonous fire from invading his body. His complexion also recovered a little. Whoosh! He raised his head and looked at the disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain, who had not gone far. If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to die. A moment later, a furious roar resounded through the sky. In the endless sea of flames, Jian Qingyan held a long sword in his hand and constantly slashed out with terrifying sword qi. Bastard! How dare you kill a disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain? I will definitely tear you to pieces. In the dark, Fang Chen looked coldly at the corpse at Jian Qingyan's feet. Just now, he had taken Jian Qingyan by surprise and killed the disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain. Chapter 35-39. Jian Qingyan gripped his long sword, his face darkening. His heart was burning with rage. He could not accept the fact that the prey in his eyes had suddenly become the hunter. Most importantly, this prey had killed a disciple of Sword Saint Mountain right in front of him. This was a disgrace. A mere third-level, holy king dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Jian Qingyun's robes fluttered in the absence of wind, and his body was filled with terrifying sword Dao runes. He slowly raised his palm, and a torrential sword will surged out from where his long sword passed. "You deserve to die." Jian Qingyun glared at Fang Chen, gritting his teeth. Crash! After killing the disciple of Sword Saint Mountain, Fang Chen appeared and looked coldly at Jian Qingyun. "Only you are allowed to destroy my talisman, and I'm not allowed to retaliate? Is this the style of Sword Saint Mountain?" If not for his blood that could refine the poisonous fire and prevent it from attacking his heart, he would have been dead. Everything had a corresponding price. Since he had done it, he had to be prepared to pay the price. Obviously, this price had driven Jian Qingyun crazy. "My disciple of Sword Saint Mountain is not that easy to kill," Jian Qingyun said angrily. He slashed out with his sword, and a dazzling sword light quickly condensed into a huge sword shadow. It carried an unparalleled sword Dao aura and swooped down. "Die!" He roared and stomped his foot. His body followed the huge sword shadow and rushed toward Fang Chen. He did not want to give Fang Chen any chance, and directly used his strongest attack. Unparalleled sword art, sky-cleaving sword. The 30,000-meter-long sword image that swooped down suddenly exploded when it was less than 1 meter away from Fang Chen. A strong ripple instantly appeared in the sky and quickly spread out. The terrifying impact of the explosion of the sword shadow instantly affected Fang Chen. At the same time, a blue light flashed and disappeared into Fang Chen's body. "You should be proud to die under my unparalleled sword art." Jian Qingyun held his sword and looked coldly. Fang Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the incoming sword light. His attainments in swordsmanship had reached an extremely high level. In terms of theoretical knowledge, he was comparable to a saint. He could tell at a glance that the unparalleled sword art was extraordinary. His eyes flickered, and the path of the sword shadow was instantly exposed before his eyes. Looking at the pattern in the void, Fang Chen was speechless. It's mixed with a trace of gold origin and a trace of wind origin. The real killing move of this unparalleled sword principle should be that blue light. Fang Chen muttered to himself. To be able to combine two origins into a single sword technique, as expected of a Sword Saint Mountain. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. It was very difficult for the same martial artist to comprehend two origins, let alone combine two origins into a single sword technique. It was even more difficult. However, the Sword Saint Mountain was a holy land for sword cultivators. As the head of the sect, they were the most powerful existence in the world. Their comprehension of the way of the sword had reached unprecedented heights, which was why they were able to create such a sword technique. Fortunately, Jian Qingyun didn't comprehend two origins. Fang Chen could feel that the origin that Jian Qingyun comprehended was the gold origin. As for the wind origin, it should be some kind of secret treasure that stored the origin power. When performing a sword technique, the power of the unparalleled sword art would reach its peak by releasing the power of the wind origin. Boom! Sword chi surged and shrouded Fang Chen. Seeing this scene, Jian Qingyun sneered. "So what if you're a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance? Didn't I still kill you?" At this moment, Jian Qingyun was a little arrogant, and at the same time, he looked down on Fang Chen. It's not a loss to kill a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance with a portion of the wind origin power. With that said, Jian Qingyun took a step forward and prepared to search Fang Chen's body. "It's about time," he muttered. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the crisscrossing sword chi exploded, and the entire flaming passage was filled with raging flames. Fang Chen stood in the sea of fire. He looked into his body and saw that there was a blue light that was trapped by his blood, unable to move. This blue light is a little strange. Fang Chen was speechless and suppressed it. Then he looked through the flames and saw Jian Qingyun walking over. Huh, why are you so sure? Jian Qingyun cried out involuntarily the moment he saw Fang Chen. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He used the wind origin power and performed the unparalleled sword art. How could this guy resist it? It seems that the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain are nothing more than this. Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back and smiled coldly. You can't even beat me. Who gave you the courage to challenge senior brother Hanbing? Jian Qingyun stared at Fang Chen, trying to find out what was wrong with his body, but he failed. It must be the treasure that the heaven-defying alliance gave him that allowed him to resist my attack. Yes, that must be it. Jian Qingyun thought to himself. He recovered and snorted coldly. Humph! The heaven-defying alliance really went all out to give you such a powerful treasure. However, I'd like to see how many times you can stop me. Swoosh! He performed the unparalleled sword art again. Rumble! Just like before, the blue light entered Fang Chen's body and the crisscrossing sword chi exploded. However, the result was the same. Fang Chen was safe and sound, which shocked Jian Qingyun. What's going on? He refused to believe it and continued to attack. Die! After failing 3 times in a row, Jian Qingyun was already in a state of madness. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fang Chen, a mere 3rd-level Holy King. I don't believe that I can't kill you, Jian Qingyun shouted. However, Fang Chen did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, he eagerly waited for Jian Qingyun's attack. This was because he felt that the blue light was extraordinary. It was very likely that the secret of fusing 2 origins into a secret technique was in it. His blood could restrain the blue light. He already had an idea. He would lure Jian Qingyun to continue attacking and restrain more blue light so that he could study it later. Unparalleled sword art, void-shattering. Jian Qingyun bellowed as he unleashed his strongest move. Die! His eyes were scarlet as he used up the last bit of wind origin power. The huge sword shadow pierced through the sky and charged straight at Yi Xuan. Hiss! Hiss! Fang Chen slammed his palms together and retreated, skillfully avoiding the attack of the huge sword shadow. He then absorbed the blue light at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Without the support of the blue light, the huge sword shadow shattered. No. Seeing this, Jian Qingyun roared in anger and was filled with indignation. His heart was dripping blood. Before coming here, his older brother had helped him obtain 5 wind source essences, each of which was invaluable. With the wind origins, the power of his unparalleled sword art had increased tremendously. It could be considered as another life-saving measure. However, he had now wasted all 5 wind origins on a 3rd-level Holy King. It stopped just like that? Chapter 3540. Jian Qingyun clenched his fists tightly, his perlicue hurting. The 5 portions of origin of wind that his brother, Jian Mayun, had obtained for him had been depleted. However, Jian Qingyun was not injured at all. This made Jian Qingyun's expression turn grave. He reassessed Fang Chen and realized that the 3rd-level Holy King before him had concealed his strength too well. His combat strength was definitely at the level of a 6th-level Holy Emperor or even higher. Recalling what had happened before, Jian Qingyun even thought that Fang Chen was the trump card of the heaven-defying alliance. No wonder the heaven-defying alliance would send a 3rd-level Holy King to participate in such an important event. Jian Qingyun said in a low voice. He rolled his eyes and quickly understood. The origin of wind has been depleted. My unparalleled sword technique is unable to unleash its full power. It is impossible to defeat him. Rather than wasting time here, he might as well enter the demonic fire domain. Let's go. Thinking of this, Jian Qingyun waved the long sword in his hand and slashed at Fang Chen. Just as Fang Chen was about to block, Jian Qingyun's palm jerked, and he retreated quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. Trying to escape? Fang Qin sneered. He had already been prepared for this. With a flick of his wrist, the hidden star sword slashed out. A faint sword light pierced through the void and disappeared instantly. A moment later, in the distant void, there was a scream. Blood splattered all over the flaming passageway. A severed arm was burned by the flames. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Fang Chen rushed over, Jian Qingyun had already escaped. Substitute life charm. Sensing the aura in the surrounding void, Fang Chen said. The so-called substitute life charm was a talisman refined by a powerful talisman master. This talisman contained an extremely strong power and could replace the owner in a desperate situation to withstand a fatal blow. Therefore, people called it the substitute life charm. In the outside world, the substitute life charm was priceless. Even a dominant force like the Heaven-Defying Alliance would not casually give out a substitute life charm to their disciples. Unexpectedly, Jian Qingyun, the third disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain, actually had a substitute life charm. Count yourself lucky this time, Fang Chen said as he plunged into the depths of the flaming passageway. Hoo. After fleeing for an unknown period of time, Jian Qingyun, who was dragging his severed arm, finally walked out of the flaming passageway and entered the magic sky, fire domain. Damned fellow! Jian Qingyun stopped in his tracks and panted heavily. His face was contorted with rage, and he wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Chen into pieces. The enmity of my severed arm is absolutely irreconcilable. From this day forth, I, Jian Qingyun, will not rest until you're dead. Jian Qingyun held into the skies, in a secret place within the flaming passageway. This place was shrouded in poisonous flames. Ordinary people would have a hard time discovering that in the center of the poisonous flames, there was a flight of stairs made entirely of poisonous flames. Fang Chen sat cross-legged on the steps with his eyes closed. He was trying to comprehend the blue light trapped in his body. The blue light was the power released by Jian Qingyun's unparalleled sword principle. The power contained two completely different origin energy. Fang Chen was very curious. What was it that could drive two different types of power to fuse together? He released his divine consciousness and enveloped the blue light. After being suppressed by the blood, the blue light had already lost its sharpness. It no longer struggled and allowed Fang Chen to invade. After entering the blue light, Fang Chen realized that there were translucent crystals swimming around. Seeing this, he was stunned. Epiphanies often happened inadvertently. At this moment, Fang Chen was in a state of epiphany. It was as if a brand new door had opened in his mind. He had never thought that different origins could be combined in such a manner. The more he comprehended, the more shocked and excited Fang Chen was. At the same time, Saint Emperor Hanbing and the other three had already gathered in the magic sky, fire domain. They looked at each other and realized that Fang Chen had not arrived. Where's Fang Chen? Lu Lanqi was slightly anxious. Zi Dai shook her head. After we entered the flaming passageway, the poisonous flames were too strong and scattered us. We lost contact with him. With Fang Chen's strength, the flaming passageway should not be a problem for him, Saint Emperor Amobai said. Saint Emperor Hanbing nodded. The most important thing now is to kill the rank 6 fire demons. As for Fang Chen, we'll hunt while looking for him. They came with a mission this time. The fire marrow mine was very important to the Heaven-Defying Alliance. They could not give up such a good opportunity to find Fang Chen. Although Lu Lanqi was worried about Fang Chen, he had to consider the big picture. Fang Chen, I hope you're okay. Lu Lanqi prayed. She knew Fang Chen's strength better than the other three. If it was just the flaming passageway, she would not be worried. As Saint Emperor Hanbing said, the most dangerous thing in the magic sky fire domain was not the fire demons, but the disciples of the other sect. The human heart was the most unpredictable. especially since Sword Saint Mountain had a grudge with Saint Emperor Hanbing. What if they encountered Fang Qin? Would they be ambushed? However, it was useless to think about it now. She flicked her hair, and a look of determination flashed in her eyes. She followed Saint Emperor Hanbing and the other two and continued to go deeper. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, Fang Qin had been comprehending the profound of the blue light. Finally, 1 day after half a month, he had an epiphany. Buzz! He opened his hands, and a terrifying golden light shone from his body. It completely covered his body. The golden light continued to expand, and the poisonous fire around him dissipated. Condense! Fang Qin yelled, and the power of the metal origin quickly condensed into an origin star. Success! The 8th origin star was condensed. Looking at the 8 origin stars in his body, Fang Qin smiled brightly. I've comprehended almost half of the metal origin. Fang Qin muttered. The blue light was too important to him. It's a pity that in order to fully comprehend the profound of the blue light, I need to comprehend the wind origin. The 5 elemental origins were divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Fang Qin had comprehended the metal origin previously. An origin was like a great Tao. When comprehended to the extreme, it could destroy the world. Very few people could fully comprehend it. It was rare for the younger generation to comprehend almost half of it. I've gained a lot from this enlightenment. I've comprehended almost half of the metal origin and condensed the 8th origin star. In fact, I even feel that my affinity with the origin of wind has greatly increased. If there's a wind elemental spiritual herb, it might help me comprehend the wind origin. Huff! When he thought of this, Fang Qin took a deep breath and completely sealed the 5 dim blue lights within his body. After which he stood up and looked towards the magic sky fire domain with a deep gaze. Magic sky fire region? Fang Qin muttered. He had a feeling that the trip to the magic sky fire region might be a major turning point in his life. He might take the opportunity to climb to the top. Chapter 3541. After leaving the flaming passageway, what entered his eyes was a sea of fire. This was the real demonic sky fire domain. Everywhere was filled with terrifying fire origin energy. Fang Qin sighed. If he could cultivate here, it would be much easier to comprehend the fire origin energy. Of course, he was just thinking about it. After all, this was the legendary demonic sky fire domain. No one below the Saint King level could withstand the corrosion of the flames here. Only Fang Qin was an exception. Phew! Fang Qin took a deep breath and stabilized his body as he looked around. Wang! With a thought, the blood in his body became restless and turned into thick blood qi. On the surface of his skin, it formed a blood qi armor and instantly blocked the corrosion of the flames. It is indeed useful. Fang Qin grinned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the inheritance of the blood cavalry saint was too powerful. Now that my half-perfect bloodline is only a step away from the perfect form, it is already so outstanding. If it reaches the perfect form, how strong will it be? Fang Qin was a little excited. Of course, he also knew that this was not something that could be done in a short period of time. After entering the flaming passageway, most of the sect disciples were isolated. Fang Qin pondered. It will be difficult to find Senior Brother and the rest in the vast demonic sky fire domain. After thinking for a while, Fang Qin came up with a plan. While hunting the fire demons, he would look for Frost Saint King and the rest. With my current strength, I can still deal with 6th rank Holy Kings. However, if I were to face the fire demon, I'm afraid it would be troublesome, Fang Qin said. Compared to the fire demons, there was still a gap between them and the fire demons. The fire demons were a spiritual body formed by the triple origin flames. This spiritual body did not have any intelligence and only knew how to attack the invaders. Moreover, As this was the demonic sky fire domain, they were in the sea of fire and could explode with more power. Therefore, the overall strength of a 6th level fire demon was close to a 7th level saint. Just as Fang Chun was thinking, 2 fire demons rushed over from afar. Their bodies were filled with flames, and their bodies were similar to the red flame tiger. Roar! The fire demon roared and shot out a terrifying beam of flame from its eyes. It pierced through the void and shot towards Fang Chin. Fang Chin tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and dodged the 2 mechanical-like attacks. After the fiery light beams missed, they bombarded the ground and instantly exploded, turning into a majestic sea of fire that burned the world. At the same time, the 2 fire demons also quickly rushed over. 3rd level Saint Kings. Fang Chin saw the patterns on the foreheads of the 2 fire fiends. The number of patterns represented the strength of the fire fiends. One of the patterns was a rank 1 fire demon. The 2 fire demons in front of him each had 3 lines on their foreheads. Fang Chin immediately used the primordial chaos sword art. The hidden star sword spun, and the blade released a dazzling radiance. The terrifying sword Qi swept across the heavens and earth. In a split second, it formed a sword net and blocked the 2 fire demons. Rip! The fire demons were strong, and the flames on their bodies could burn everything. They were burnt on contact. However, Fang Chin didn't waste any time and used the chaos sword art again. Chaos sword art, 8th sword. The sword light that swept across the sky turned into tens of thousands of sword shadows that swooped down. As they descended, they formed a sword formation. The 2 fire demons were unable to resist at all and were instantly killed by the tens of thousands of swords. Bang! In just one move, the 2 rank 3 fire demons were killed by Fang Chin. After the fire demons died, their bodies collapsed and turned into flames. They returned to the magic sky fire region. At the same time, 2 palm-sized balls of flames appeared in front of Fang Chin. Fang Chin sucked in his palm and kept the 2 fire cores. This is the fire core. There was a strong power coming from the fire core. Rank 3 fire origin. Fang Chin felt the purest flame power in the world. This power came from the fire origin, and it contained a complex ultimacy. After studying it for a while, Fang Chin laughed heartily. The fire core was a priceless treasure for fire elemental cultivators. It was much more powerful than the rarely seen fire elemental elixirs. With the fire core, one would be able to comprehend the fire origin with half the effort. Although there were only 2 rank 3 fire cores, Fang Chin didn't throw them away. Instead, he kept them. Continue. In the following time, Fang Chin began to hunt the fire demons. A few days later, he couldn't help but sigh. Although the magic sky fire region was rich in fire demons, he had only encountered low-level fire demons. He hadn't seen a single rank 6 fire demon. It seems like there aren't many rank 6 fire demons, Fang Chin said. He stood on a mountain peak and looked around. It was a sea of fire, and he couldn't see anyone. Boom! A deafening sound came from the distant horizon. Fang Chin frowned. Fire demons? Soon he shook his head. This didn't sound like the sound of a fire demon. Could it be a relic had appeared? Thinking of this, he quickly rushed toward the source of the sound. At the same time, in other directions, some disciples of the sect also noticed the abnormality and rushed with all their might. In a valley. Senior brother, we are so lucky. The second disciple of the Burning Mountain sect looked at the fire core and shouted excitedly. Their Burning Mountain sect was a second-rate force. The strongest person was just an ordinary saint. This time, only the 2 of them were sent to the magic sky fire region. They majored in fire element, so the magic sky fire region was very important to them. The sect had high hopes for them. They didn't expect them to get a share of the fire marrow mine, but they hoped to get more fire cores for the sect's development. Who would have thought that the two of them would stumble upon such a strange valley by chance? On the altar in the middle of the valley, numerous fire cores were placed. The heavens are on our side. Junior brother, the commotion caused by us breaking the seal will definitely attract the disciples of the other sect. Let's quickly take the fire cores away. The eldest disciple of the Burning Mountain sect reminded. The two of them came to the altar and prepared to take the fire cores. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard, and a rainbow of light pierced through the sky. Sir, we are disciples of the Burning Mountain sect. We found this first. Please don't interfere. The two disciples of the Burning Mountain sect found that the person who came was not a disciple of a top sect. They sighed in relief and reported the name of their sect, trying to scare the other party. Burning Mountain sect? Never heard of it. The person saw the fire cores and his eyes shone. I, Banqing, want these fire cores. Leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The two disciples of the Burning Mountain sect looked at each other and said coldly, Sir, aren't you going too far? Chapter 3542. Boom! In just one exchange, the two disciples of the Burning Mountain faction were sent flying. The second disciple took a full-powered blow from the black-robed man and was instantly heavily injured. Pucci! The second disciple spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The eldest senior brother's expression changed as he asked, Who are you? Which sect are you from? He had never heard of Banqing's name before. If he was a disciple of a top sect, he would know who he was. Kiki, the black-robed man. Banqing laughed sinisterly. A layer of black aura surrounded his body, blocking the corrosion of the flames. He stepped onto the altar step by step. So many fire cores. It saves me a lot of time. After a rough inspection, there were over 1,000 fire cores on the altar. Most of them were low-grade fire cores, and there were only a few dozen 5th-grade fire cores. Seeing 3 6th-grade fire cores, Banqing was a little surprised. Whoosh! He waved his sleeve, wanting to collect them, but at this moment, a change occurred on the altar. Inscriptions appeared inside the altar, forming a new seal that enveloped the fire cores and prevented Banqing from collecting them. Banqing frowned, gathered all his strength, and punched out. Dong! The terrifying power collided with the seal, and Banqing's body was constantly pushed back by the seal. You want to stop me with a mere seal? Banqing continued to increase his strength, and even took out his life weapon, wanting to break the seal. Below the altar, the two disciples of the Burning Mountain faction had extremely gloomy expressions. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Just as the thousands of fire cores were about to enter their pockets, such a freak appeared. Senior brother, what should we do? The second disciple of the Burning Mountain faction asked. The eldest senior brother shook his head. This person is very strong, and his cultivation technique is too strange. We can't fight him head-on. Let's retreat first. As he spoke, the two had already retreated to the edge of the valley. Whoosh! 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 Another sound came. The two raised their heads and were stunned when they saw who it was. Heaven-defying alliance, Fengchen. The two disciples of the Burning Mountain faction recognized Fengchen. Senior brother! The second disciple of the Burning Mountain faction rolled his eyes and asked excitedly, What if both of them are injured? On the altar, Banqing was somewhat angry. The seal seemed very weak, but it was actually very strong and countered his cultivation technique. It would be very difficult to break through it with brute force in a short amount of time. Damn it! Banqing cursed. This is the devil slaying formation. It devours all devil chi and is the bane of devil Dao cultivators. Banqing suddenly heard a voice behind him. He quickly turned his head and saw Fengchen. Heaven-defying alliance, Fengchen? Banqing said sinisterly, You know me. Fengchen was stunned. He didn't know this person, but this person knew him. It could only be said that the heaven-defying alliance's name was too resounding. Kiki, the heaven-defying alliance, sent a total of 5 disciples this time, led by the Frost Saint Emperor. You are the only 3rd-level Holy King. So how could you not be noticed? Ban Qing raised his eyebrows slightly. Based on what you just said, you seem to be very familiar with seals? Why don't you help me break through the seal? Ban Qing stared at Fang Chen with a smile, his killing intent overflowing. He was threatening Fang Chen. Fang Chen shrugged. I can indeed break through the devil-slaying formation, but why should I help you? I can open it myself and take all the fire cores inside. Do you think you can ignore everything just because you are a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance? Don't forget, you are only a 3rd-level Holy King. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Ban Qing bared his fangs. Obediently help me break through this so-called devil-slaying formation, or else your life will end here. Ban Qing began to threaten Fang Chen. Fang Chen walked onto the altar, unafraid of Ban Qing's threat. Do you know why this formation is called the devil-slaying formation? Fang Chen suddenly asked. Ban Qing shook his head. Fang Chen flicked his finger, and a force touched the devil-slaying formation. The formation was instantly activated, and a monstrous power was released from the devil-slaying formation. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The devil-slaying formation sensed the demonic qi on Ban Qing's body and furiously attacked. You're courting death. Ban Qing cursed as he resisted the devil-slaying formation's power. Because this formation specializes in killing the disciples of the no-demon sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen attacked. He saw through the devil-slaying formation's trajectory and formed a seal with both hands, constantly increasing the devil-slaying formation's power to surround and kill Ban Qing. Ban Qing was furious. He had not expected Fang Chen to recognize him as a member of the no-demon sect. In that case, there was no need to hold back. Devil-slaying. Ban Qing roared. He blasted away the devil-slaying formation's power with both hands and charged toward Fang Chen. Outside the valley, many disciples arrived one after another. However, they were all second-rate sects with similar strength to the Burning Mountain sect. When they saw the 2 disciples of the Burning Mountain sect and the battle on the altar, they were all dumbfounded. Isn't that Fang Chen of the Heaven-Defying Alliance? Who's the one fighting Fang Chen? Alas, with the Heaven-Defying Alliance's interference, we have no fate with those fire cores. However, to be able to see such an intense battle, this trip was not in vain. When they saw Fang Chen, many disciples had already given up on the idea of fighting for the fire cores. Even the 2 disciples of the Burning Mountain sect had hoped that Fang Chen and Ban Qing would both be injured. However, as time passed, they became disheartened. To them, the extremely powerful Ban Qing was not even worth mentioning in front of Fang Chen. Perhaps the devil-slaying formation played a part in this, but Fang Chen once again showed them how heaven-defying the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance were. Boom! A sword slashed out, instantly shattering Ban Qing's defensive black qi. Then the power of the devil-slaying formation invaded Ban Qing's body. Ah! Ban Qing screamed miserably. In an instant, his body turned into a pool of black water and was killed by the devil-slaying formation. The no-demon sect actually infiltrated the demonic sky fire domain. Although he had killed Ban Qing, Fang Chen was not happy at all. His expression became more and more serious. What is the no-demon sect planning? Drip! Fang Chen's gaze was attracted by the devil-slaying formation. After killing Ban Qing, the devil-slaying formation refined all the demonic power and turned it into blood that dripped onto the center of the altar. What happened here? Who set up the devil-slaying formation here? Why did they set up the devil-slaying formation? Fang Chen was filled with doubts. Outside the valley, he's too strong. Ban Qing defeated us too with a wave of his hand. But in front of Fang Chen, he couldn't fight back at all. The eldest disciple of the Burning Mountain sect said with a sigh. Let's go. The fire cores already belong to someone. We don't need to waste any more time. A third-level Holy King is already so powerful. He's another rising star. In the near future, he'll definitely shine on the God's Fall battlefield. It didn't take long for the disciples outside of the valley to leave. Chapter 35:43. The Demon Slayer array could refine all demon gods. It seemed simple, but in fact it contained terrifying patterns. The slightest carelessness would put one in a desperate situation. However, after careful investigation, Feng Chen found that the Demon Slayer array would not take the initiative to attack ordinary warriors. But once it smelled demon qi, it would attack crazily. This was also the reason why Ban Qing, a disciple of the No-Demon sect, was killed by Feng Chen in one blow. From the moment he stood on this altar, he was suppressed by the Demon Slayer array and could not exert his full strength. Drip! The Demon Slayer array refined the demon qi in Ban Qing's body and then turned it into blood, dripping in the center of the altar. At this moment, the altar started to change. A red halo appeared vaguely on the altar. In an instant, the entire altar was completely covered. The many disciples of the sect outside the valley could no longer see the altar. Hiss! The thousands of fire cores piled up on the altar collapsed and scattered under Feng Chen's feet. At the bottom of the fire cores, 3 layers of origin fire emerged and quickly condensed into a figure. As soon as this figure appeared, Feng Chen felt a huge pressure. Invincible Saint! Feng Chen exclaimed. He did not expect to meet an invincible saint here. Thinking of the Demon Slayer array and the Scarlet Altar, Feng Chen's face became solemn. Disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, Feng Chen greets Senior. Feng Chen hurriedly cupped his fists. The illusory figure sat cross-legged on the altar, looking at Feng Chen with empty eyes. After a long time, he slowly said, "You have the aura of the Blood Cavalry Saint." Feng Chen was stunned. This figure actually knew about the Blood Cavalry Saint. He looked at the illusory figure with some vigilance. He did not know whether he was a friend or foe of the Blood Cavalry Saint. If he knew about the perfect bloodline, would he attack him? However, Feng Chen soon knew that he was wrong. He had gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. Is the Blood Cavalry Saint still alive? The illusory figure asked. Feng Chen shook his head and answered truthfully. The illusory figure fell into silence with a complicated expression on his face. After a long time he sighed and said, "Although I've only met him once, we're working towards the same goal after all, so we can be considered allies. Since he has chosen you, then you must have some outstanding qualities." Feng Chen listened quietly. "I just saw that the blood in your body hasn't completely evolved into a perfect bloodline." "You still have a long way to go," said the illusory figure. When he spoke until here, the illusory figure grinned. After which, he no longer spoke about these matters and changed the topic. "Do you know why I set up the demon slaying formation here?" Feng Chen shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Then the illusory figure told him that he used to be an invincible saint as well. Together with several other invincible saints, they were planning something important. However, at the critical moment, a mysterious expert appeared and heavily injured his primordial spirit. Although he escaped at that time, in the end his injuries were too severe and he died here. Before he died, the claws and teeth of the mysterious expert happened to invade this place. He set up the demon slaying formation and used it to kill those demons. The thousands of fire cores on the altar were left behind by the claws and teeth of the demon slaying formation that were killed by the demon slaying formation. After hearing this, Feng Chen was deeply shocked. An invincible saint was already one of the top experts in the battlefield of Godfall. In this world without a chaotic supremacy, who could compete with him if a half-chaotic supremacy didn't appear? Feng Chen was thinking. If there was anyone who had the ability to severely injure the invincible saint in front of him, then only the 3 palace lords of the Holy Ji Palace and the legendary Heaven-Defying Alliance leader could. Other than them, No one else could do this. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's expression became serious. That mysterious expert is the biggest disaster in our world. His purpose is to completely destroy us, said the illusory figure. His face was full of fear. Thinking back to the battle back then, it was too shocking. He couldn't imagine that there was such a powerful person in the world. When he said this, Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously, the mysterious expert wasn't from the heaven-defying alliance. Could it be? He thought of the expert in the forbidden land of the North Sea, and the evil expert who hid a wisp of consciousness in the demon emperor's mausoleum. Is it him? Fang Chen felt that the expert mentioned by the illusory figure was most likely the evil expert who set up the trap in the demon emperor's mausoleum. However, even the illusory figure couldn't explain it clearly, so Fang Chen could only guess. There will be a great disaster in this world in the future. Since you have a half-perfect bloodline, it means that you are the person chosen by the experts and the greatest trump card to deal with the disaster in the future. Speaking of this, the illusory figure looked at Fang Chen with a gentle gaze. Child, your cultivation is too weak. Hurry up and cultivate. You don't have much time left. The illusory figure pointed at the fire core on the ground. Unfortunately, before I died, I paid a great price to do something. As a result, I didn't leave anything behind and can't help you much. The illusory figure was a little lonely. Senior, Fang Chen wanted to ask what kind of disaster it was, but the illusory figure waved his hand to stop him. When your strength reaches a certain level, someone will come looking for you. You will know then. If you know now, it will be a disaster. Fang Chen nodded and didn't ask any more. Senior, do you know about the fire essence mine in the Demon Sky fire domain? Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, he returned to the topic at hand. Fire essence? The illusory figure smiled. I know about this. I think you came here for the fire essence mine, right? Whoosh! The illusory figure waved his sleeve and a fiery red token appeared in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen instinctively reached out and caught it. Instantly, a burning aura entered his palm and a large amount of information entered his mind. Fang Chen's eyes widened and he was overjoyed. This is the core control of the fire essence mine that I refined. As long as you refine it, the entire mine will be under your control. Fang Chen's mouth was wide open and he was extremely shocked. For the current you, the Demon Sky Fire domain is very suitable for you to cultivate. I saw that you comprehended the origin of metal. You can head to the core of the Fire Essence mine and use the Fire Essence crystals to comprehend the origin of fire, the illusory figure said. He also told Lin Fan that there were many Fire Essence crystals, but they were very secretive. Unless one had the central control token, no one below the saint level would be able to find them. All right, I'm about to collapse. You can leave now, the illusory figure said. Senior, I will never forget the kindness you've shown me. May I ask for Senior's name so that I can engrave it in my heart? Fang Chen asked. In the ancient era, people called me Huakong. The voice became softer and softer until it finally disappeared. Fang Chen woke up from his shock and found that the illusory figure had disappeared. The altar had returned to normal, and the Demon Slayer array was still there, but it had lost its essence. Huakong Saint, Fang Chen muttered to himself and bowed deeply to the altar. After that, Fang Chen stood on the altar and did not speak for a long time. What the Huakong Saint had said had touched him deeply. What had happened in the Battle of Gods back then? What kind of world was it in the ancient era? Why would there be a battle of gods that almost destroyed the chaotic space? What kind of unspeakable secret was behind the battle of Godfall? Also, what was the disaster in this world? Who was the human expert in the forbidden land of the North Sea? What was the evil expert in the Demon Emperor's mausoleum planning? Fang Chen felt that he was too small. There were too many secrets hidden in this world. After thinking for a long time, he slowly raised his head and his eyes were firm. He understood that only when his strength reached a certain level could he know these secrets. Let's refine it here. He opened his palm and began to refine the token. Because he had gained the approval of the Huakong saint, the process of refining the token went smoothly without any difficulties. 3 days later, the token turned into a blood-red light and drilled into Fong Chen's body, perfectly merging with his primordial spirit. At this moment, Fong Chen was extremely shocked. With just a thought, he could see every corner of the fire essence vein. Furthermore, he could control the fire essence within the fire essence vein with just a thought. This, Fong Chen was shocked. Only an invincible saint could do something like this, right? He tried to control the ore in the fire marrow vein with his mind, and it was easy for him to do so. This is great. The mission given by the higher-ups of the Heaven-Defying Alliance was to occupy at least 50% of the mining rights of the vein. But now, Fong Chen could control the entire vein with his mind. No one would believe it. Fong Chen grinned. The disciples of the other sect were probably working hard to kill the fire demons, and he had already controlled the vein. Phew! After adjusting his state of mind and taking a deep breath, Fong Chen slowly got up. Let's find Senior Brother Frost and the others first and kill some fire demons. Fong Chen made up his mind. However, because the Frost Saint King and the others were not in the fire marrow vein, he could not use his mind to find them. The demonic sky fire domain was huge, and it would be difficult to find them. Well, I'll just treat it as an experience. Hopefully, I can use this opportunity to break through to the Saint King level. Fong Chen smiled. While others were fighting for their lives, he was having a relaxing experience. On a small hill in the demonic sky fire domain, Puchi, Jian, Mayun, pointed his finger and a fire demon fell to the ground. He then kept the fire core. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Jian Qingyan quickly ran over. Big brother, didn't I tell you to recuperate? Jian Mayun frowned. A disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance cut off one of my arms. If I don't take revenge, I won't be at ease. Jian Qingyun's face was ferocious. This was his inner demon. If he could not take revenge, his cultivation would be blocked. This was an extremely dangerous sign. Patting his younger brother's shoulder, Jian Mayun said coldly, "Don't worry. I've already asked the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain to find them. Once they are found, they will take revenge for you." Chapter 3544. Most of the disciples who had entered the magic Skyfire region were the top disciples of their sect. In the battlefield of gods, they could be said to be the top of the younger generation outside of the Holy Ji Palace. Among them, the most famous were Jian Mayun from Sword Saint Mountain, Luo Zi from Purple Robe Sect, and the Holy Sun from Nine Saint Palace. As time went on, there were countless battles. Lu Lanqi had once told Fong Chen that the most dangerous thing in the magic Skyfire region was not the fire demons, but the disciples of the other sect. People's hearts were unpredictable. The fastest way to get fire cores was to kill the disciples of the other sect. This was a way to kill two birds with one stone. They could get enough fire cores and weaken the overall strength of their competitors. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak, they would not let go of any opportunity to weaken their opponents. In the time that Fong Chen was cultivating in the mysterious valley, there were countless battles in the magic sky fire region. Have you heard? A mysterious expert appeared and defeated Gu Fu, who was ranked 9th on the Saint Royal ranking. Of course I have. It was said that there was a huge commotion and many super experts on the Saint Royal ranking appeared. I heard from the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain that the mysterious expert was so powerful that he defeated Gu Fu with just one attack. Everyone was in an uproar and their hearts were filled with shock. Gu Fu was the leading figure of the younger generation of the ancient clan. The secret techniques that he cultivated were passed down from the ancient times. The ancient clan was the oldest clan in the ancient times. They put all their resources on Gu Fu and cultivated him into a monstrous genius. Ever since Gu Fu made his debut, he had been invincible. He had never been defeated among the younger generation and was ranked ninth on the Saint Royal ranking. The Saint Royal ranking was written by the ancient clan. It included 100 young Saint Royal realm cultivators. They had a complete evaluation system. Those who could be ranked on the Saint Royal ranking were basically the top talents of their respective sect. Saint Emperor Frost and the others were ranked at the top of the Saint Royal ranking. To be ranked in the top 10 meant that they were invincible among the 3 Saint Royal realm cultivators. However, such a powerful Gufu had been defeated by a mysterious expert. How could they not be shocked? Who is it? Which sex expert is it? The Heaven-Defying Alliance? Someone shook his head. There were a total of 5 disciples from the Heaven-Defying Alliance, and they knew all of them. This battle made many people feel a sense of crisis. It wasn't just the younger generation of the various large sect that could be ranked on the Sage Royal rankings. In the vast battlefield of God's Fall, there might be many monstrous, rogue cultivators hidden. Other than that, there was another piece of news. Jian Mo Yin, ranked 3rd on the Holy Emperor ranking list, challenged Neo Mo, ranked 2nd. The 2 of them fought fiercely. Mountains were destroyed one after another. In the end, the 2 of them disappeared at the same time. No one knew what the result of this battle was. Wang Fong Chen, who was cultivating on the altar, suddenly opened his eyes. He frowned as he sensed the command medallion flickering. He shot to his feet. A heaven-defying command medallion flickering. Could it be Senior Brother Hanbing and the others? The 5 of them had heaven-defying tokens. Only when they reached a certain distance would their tokens attract each other and vibrate. Let's go. Fong Chen grinned, stopped comprehending, and leaped out of the valley. Whoosh! 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 Dust flew in the air. In a fiery red wasteland, a woman in a black dress was running wildly. Her body was covered in blood, and her face was pale. She was clearly injured. Lu Lanqi, you can't escape. Behind her, there were 3 people chasing after her. Aren't you afraid of the Heaven-Defying Alliance's revenge? Lu Lanqi was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Not long ago, the 4 of them encountered a beast tide and got separated. After a few days, she encountered a rank 6 fire demon. In the process of killing it, she was discovered by the 3 people behind her. They attacked together and severely injured Lu Lanqi. Boom! A shocking sword shadow shot out and sent Lu Lanqi flying. Then the 3 of them stopped and looked greedily at Lu Lanqi, who was lying on the ground. I've heard that the Heaven-Defying Alliance is full of beauties. Today, I see that they live up to their reputation. The disciple of Sword Saint Mountain sneered. Lu Lanqi, I didn't think that you would have such a day. Brother Jian, we took such a big risk to attack a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. We can't go back empty-handed, right? The other 2 shrugged. They knew that Jian Ji of Sword Saint Mountain was lustful and interested in Lu Lanqi. Therefore, they did him a favor and helped him capture Lu Lanqi. Gentlemen, this is a sword talisman made by an elder of Sword Saint Mountain. It contains the power of a rank 6 peak, Holy Emperor. I'll give it to you. At this moment, Jian Ji was blinded by the beauty and urged the 2 to leave. After keeping the sword talisman, the 2 laughed and turned to leave. You. Lu Lanqi realized that something was wrong and wanted to kill himself. Bang! Jian Ji slapped him to the ground. Lu Lanqi struggled, and with a tearing sound, his sleeve was torn, revealing his snow-white skin. Come! I, Jian Ji, will take good care of you. Come with me, and your strength will improve. Jian Ji smiled wretchedly. Not far away, Fong Chun was rushing over. Suddenly, with a bang, the heaven-defying talisman on him shattered. His expression changed, and he sped up. The shattering of the heaven-defying talisman meant that a disciple of the heaven-defying alliance was in danger. Whoosh! 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 Fong Chen was like a golden winged rock. traveling through the void, and quickly found the two disciples who were chasing Lu Lanqi with Jianji. This Jianji is blinded by beauty. He's willing to give us 2 sword talismans to give up. The golden-robed man shook his head. Brother Fu, do you think there'll be trouble? The black-robed man was worried. After all, Lu Lanqi was a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. If they were found out, even their sect would be punished. Don't worry. After enjoying himself, Sword Taboo will take this into consideration and kill him to silence him. Whoosh! The two of them who were talking suddenly felt a powerful aura enveloping them. They raised their heads and saw Fang Qin. What were you talking about? Fang Qin asked coldly. Who are you? Brat, are you tired of living? How dare you block my path? After sensing Fang Qin's cultivation base, the two of them threatened him. What were you guys talking about just now? Fang Qin repeated. You're courting death, the golden-robed man shouted and was about to attack. But the black-robed man stopped him. He turned his head. The black-robed man's expression changed. He's Fang Qin from the Heaven-Defying Alliance, a third-level holy king who dared to enter the demonic fire domain. Other than a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, there was no one else. The two stared at each other with murderous intent. Kill! Suddenly, a terrifying aura exploded. The two joined forces, wanting to kill Fang Qin as quickly as possible. Die! Fang Qin took out the hidden star sword and attacked furiously. The sword's shadow swooped down with endless power. When it was close to the two, it split into 2 sword shadows. Pucci! The two were unable to resist and were heavily injured by the sword shadows, falling to the ground. Whoosh! Fang Qin turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. After hearing the conversation between the two of them, he felt a little worried. Lu Lanqi. He was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Lu Lanqi appeared in front of him. Fang Qin was furious. At this moment, Lu Lanqi's clothes were a bit tattered. Jian Ji's evil claws were approaching her body. Damn it! Fang Qin was furious. He slashed out with his sword, and a monstrous sword qi rushed towards Jianji. Bang! 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 Jianji reacted quickly and blocked Fang Qin's attack with his sword. But before he could react, Fang Qin had already taken Lu Lanqi away. Whoosh! Fang Qin took off his robe and covered Lu Lanqi with it. How are you? Fang Qin asked. Lu Lanqi, who was always cold and elegant, was trembling. She grabbed Fang Qin's arm tightly. She was greatly shocked. As long as I'm here, everything will be over. Fang Qin comforted her softly. It's you. Jian Ji recognized Fang Qin. How dare you ruin my plan? Do you believe that I won't kill you? Wait for me here. Fang Qin put Lu Lanqi aside and stepped forward. He came before Jian Ji and sized him up. A hero saving a damsel in distress? Unfortunately, you met me. Jian Ji was very arrogant. Of course, he had the right to be arrogant. He was 19th on the Saint Royal ranking, 1 rank higher than Lu Lanqi. In the demonic fire field, unless he met someone in the top 10, he had nothing to fear. Everyone knew Fang Qin's cultivation. He didn't think that Fang Qin could be that strong. You're dead, Fang Qin said, as if he was talking to a dead man. You? Jian Ji's sword soared into the sky. His aura was overwhelming. Just as he was about to attack, Fang Qin suddenly asked, What's your rank on the Saint Royal ranking? 19th. What about Jian Qingyan? Fang Qin continued to ask. 11th. Fang Qin nodded thoughtfully. Not long ago, I killed a disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain in front of Jian Qingyan. I even cut off one of his arms. Are you an idiot? Jian Ji looked at Fang Qin as if he was an idiot. You don't believe me? Fang Qin said. Looks like you didn't receive the news, but it doesn't matter. You'll believe me soon. Indeed, Jian had lost contact with the team. He didn't receive any orders from Jian Mayun. Boom! The sky changed color. Jian attacked with a sword. The two swordsmen were fighting. Shocking sword intent covered the entire area. Terrifying sword qi continued to spread. Even Lu Lanqi could feel his heart palpitating. Fang Chen had come to her rescue when she was at her most helpless. She had mixed feelings. She was worried about Fang Chen. No. After a short while, a horrible shriek was heard. A sword qi that seemed to have existed since the beginning of time slashed through the sky and pierced through Jianji's chest. Bang! Jianji was sent flying. Blood gushed out from his chest. He was terrified. Impossible. You're just a third-level holy king. How can you be so strong? Jianji panicked. He sent a message to the other two. There's a strong enemy coming. Come and help me. I'll thank you. He couldn't imagine how Fang Chen's swordsmanship could be so strong. Chapter 35-45. Jianji would never have thought that the two people who had helped him had already been severely injured by Fang Chen. Even if they were not dead, they had lost their ability to fight. After sending the message, Jianji realized that there was no response from Fang Chen. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen had a cold smile on his face. Jianji kept retreating. Fang Chen was too strong. Unless Jian Mayun, the first disciple of Sword Saint Mountain, acted personally, no one would be able to suppress him. I, Jianji, am willing to compensate for what I have done. What are your conditions? Jianji begged in panic. But it was useless. Lu Lanqi was also a disciple of Heaven-Defying Alliance and had helped Fang Chen many times. If Fang Chen had not come in time, Lu Lanqi would have been humiliated. Thinking of this, Jianji was furious. If anything happened to Lu Lanqi, how could he explain it to Peak Master Yun Luo? Therefore, Jianji had to die. The hidden star sword was swung, and Jianji instinctively reached out to block it. One of his arms was instantly cut off. He screamed in pain and tried to escape. However, Fang Chen had already locked onto him and had injured him severely. There was no way for him to escape. Bang! Jianji spat out blood. He could no longer support himself and sat on the ground. His face was ashen as if the end of the world had come. You can't kill me. Jianji's expression changed, and he gradually calmed down. He knew that Fang Chen's strength was beyond his imagination. It was almost impossible for him to escape from under Fang Chen's nose. Rather than that, he would rather negotiate with him. He did not believe that there would be eternal enemies in this world. As long as there were enough benefits, even if it was an eternal enemy, they could work together. I am a disciple of Sword Saint Mountain, and I am on the Saint Royal ranking. If you kill me, Sword Saint Mountain will definitely do their best to kill you, Jianji said. Aside from the Heaven-Defying Alliance, Sword Saint Mountain was the strongest sect in the world, standing shoulder to shoulder with Purple Robe Sect and Nine Holies Palace. There were many disciples from the Sword Saint Mountain who were ranked on the Holy Emperor ranking list, but only a few of them were in the top 20. Those disciples were the most precious disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. They couldn't afford to lose them. The reason he brought out the Sword Saint Mountain was to make Fang Chen retreat in the face of difficulties. I was wrong before, but Lu Lanqi did not suffer any substantial injuries. I am willing to apologize for my reckless actions and give you an origin pill. Jianji gritted his teeth. The origin pill was extremely important to Saint Realm martial artists. Even Fang Chen was only given one when he became the chief among the new disciples. And now, for the sake of survival, Jianji had taken out an origin source pill. From this, one could see how much he desired to live. Fang Chen was silent, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. 3. That's the limit. No more. Seeing this, Jianji hurriedly cried out. Fang Chen ignored Jianji and continued walking forward. Jianji's body was trembling as if the god of death was near. He was filled with fear. How about I add an origin saint weapon? Jianji roared hysterically. This was already beyond what he could bear. However, in order to survive, he had no other choice. Ha ha ha, Fang Qin sneered. The moment you attacked Lu Lanqi, your fate was sealed. With a bang, Fang Qin punched Jianji, crippling his cultivation. Then he threw Jianji to Lu Lanqi. Lu Lanqi had calmed down and regained his noble temperament. He looked at Jianji coldly. Miss Lulan, I was blinded by greed. Please, for the sake of the Sword Saint Mountain, let me live. Jianji knew that Lu Lanqi was the key to his survival. Kill him, Lu Lanqi said coldly. His voice was emotionless. Fang Qin nodded and raised his sword. No, I have a sworn brother. He's the disciple of ancestral patriarch Heizong Tang. If you dare touch me, he won't let you go. Slash! With a single strike, Jianji died. Thank you. Lu Lanqi lowered his head and said softly. Jian Mayun sat cross-legged on the peak of the flaming mountain, breathing fire energy. After entering the demonic fire domain, the others were fighting to kill rank 6 and above. However, Jian Mayun was not in a hurry. He had an epiphany and was comprehending the origin of fire. Phew! After cultivating for a while, Jian Mayun opened his eyes. As expected of the demonic fire domain, I've only cultivated for a few days, and I feel like I've crossed the threshold. I'm about to comprehend the origin of fire. Comprehending a second origin source was simply too attractive for Sword Demon Yin. After I find the fire marrow mine and refine the fire marrow crystals, I'll be able to speed up my comprehension. When I fully comprehend the origin of fire, I'll definitely be able to challenge him. Jian Mayun's eyes shone with a terrifying light. The only expert on the sacred royal leaderboard that could make him pay so much attention to was the mysterious expert at the top. His goal was to replace him and become the new top of the sacred royal leaderboard. Phew! The communication token rang and Jian Qingyun's anxious voice came through. Big brother, Jianji is dead. Jian Mayun frowned and asked, What's going on? I'm not sure yet. However, I suspect that it has something to do with the Heaven-Defying Alliance. The voice came from the other side. The Heaven-Defying Alliance? If the loss of his younger brother's arm had already infuriated Sword Demon Yin, then the death of his younger brother, Jianji, had completely driven him into a frenzy. Soon he gave an order to the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain to find Fang Qin at all costs. Not long after, a piece of news spread through the demonic fire domain. The Sword Saint Mountain had offered an origin elixir as a reward for finding someone. The target of the reward was the new chief disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, Fang Qin. The news was so shocking that no one knew what was going on. Many martial artists who coveted the origin elixir started to look for Fang Qin frantically. At the same time, in front of a lava pool in the demonic fire domain, a man in crocodile armor muttered to himself, Jianji is dead. I suspect that he was killed by the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. Tang licked his dry lips and revealed a playful smile. I don't want to kill anyone. However, the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance have forced me to take action. At this point, an extremely cold aura emerged from Tang Yi's body. Although Jianji's strength was weak, he was my sworn brother after all. We once said that we would share blessings and hardships together. Now that he is dead, I will overturn the entire demon sky fire region to avenge him. The Heaven-Defying Alliance. Tang Yi said eerily, Let me see if the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance are worthy of their name. After treating Lu Lanqi's injuries, Fang Chen brought him deep into the demonic fire domain to look for Saint Emperor Frost and the others. Along the way, they met many disciples of the sect who wanted to kill Fang Chen in exchange for the origin elixir. However, almost everyone who tried to kill him died in the hands of Fang Chen. After a few days of traveling, Fang Chen finally met up with Saint Emperor Frost and the others. Shao Shi, are you all right? Saint Emperor Frost was furious after knowing what had happened. I'm fine. Lu Lanqi shook his head gently as Zi Dai comforted him. Saint Emperor Mo Bai looked at Fang Chen and said, You're good. You actually killed Jianji. That guy is in the top 20 of the Saint Emperor leaderboard. The entire Sword Saint Mountain is looking for us for revenge. At the same time, Jian Mo Yin has also issued a reward for your whereabouts. Saint Emperor Frost said. Senior Brother Frost, what do you mean? Fang Chen asked. Our heaven-defying alliance has never provoked anyone. But that doesn't mean we're afraid of trouble. Since the Sword Saint Mountain has issued a reward for your whereabouts, then we won't back down. From today onwards, we'll officially declare war on the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain, Saint Emperor Frost said. Saint Emperor Mo Bai added, That's right. I've always disliked Jian Mo Yin. If he dares to come, I'll teach him a lesson. Fang Chen rolled his eyes and suddenly said, Senior brothers, Jian Mo Yin thinks he's strong and wants to do whatever he wants. He even looks down on our heaven-defying alliance and issued a reward. This is a public provocation. The two of them looked at Fang Chen, waiting for him to finish. I wonder if the two of you want to do something big. The two of them didn't know what he was talking about. Fang Chen gestured at his neck with his palm. The two of them opened their eyes wide and their pupils constricted. The two of them fell into deep thought while Fang Chen waited quietly. After a long while, Saint Emperor Mo Bai said, I have no objections. But if we do this, how will we explain it to the Sword Saint Mountain? Although the Heaven-Defying Alliance wasn't afraid of the Sword Saint Mountain, if they killed all the top disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain, the Sword Saint Mountain would definitely go crazy. Entering the demonic sky fire domain is dangerous. Let's rely on our own abilities. The Sword Saint Mountain has been targeting us. It's time to teach them a lesson. Saint Emperor Frost's eyes flashed coldly. However, this lesson was bound to cause a storm of blood. Soon, the three of them discussed and decided to do something big. Saint Emperor Frost took out a map from his bosom. This is the rough map of the demonic sky fire domain. This is where we are now. Saint Emperor Frost gestured on the map. The fire essence mine is in the depths of the demonic sky fire domain, which is right here. After introducing the general location, Saint Emperor Frost said, Although the Sword Saint Mountain isn't as strong as the Heaven-Defying Alliance, we have to be careful of Jian Mo Yun and the others. If he uses his trump card, we have to be prepared. We'll listen to Senior Brother Frost's orders. Saint Emperor Mo Bai said. Purple Butterfly and Lu Lanqi also nodded. A total of 18 disciples came from the Sword Saint Mountain this time. The one we have to pay attention to the most is Jian Mo Yin. It won't be easy to catch them all. Chapter 3546. In the Magic Sky Fire region, all the top geniuses had gathered. They were all trying their best to kill rank 6 fire demons to gain more control of the Fire Marrow Mine. However, they would never have imagined that the Fire Marrow Mine, that all the top forces in the God Fall battlefield would be controlled by a 3rd-level Holy King. Even Saint King Hanbang and the others would not believe it. The attraction of the origin elixir was too great. No one could resist the temptation. In the huge Magic Sky Fire region, most of the disciples in the sect were looking for Fang Chen and the others. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In a wasteland surrounded by flames, there was a terrifying triple origin fire. Fang Chen's group of 5 suddenly appeared. The moment they came into contact with the 3 layers of origin flame in the air, their clothes burned. The expressions of the Frost Sage Emperor and the others changed drastically. They quickly circulated the energy in their bodies to resist. Follow me, Fang Chen said. He led the 4 and continued forward. Soon they came to the center of the wasteland. There was a pentagram on the ground. Junior Brother Fang, why did you bring us here? Saint King Mo Bai asked. Saint King Hanbing stopped and stared at the pentagram. He was on high alert. This pentagram seems to be a powerful seal, Purple Butterfly said softly. Lu Lanqi also looked at Fang Qin curiously. They had been following Fang Qin all this time. They had not encountered any fire demons or other disciples in the sect. Was this a coincidence? At this moment, the four of them realized something. They looked at Fang Qin with sparkling eyes. Facing the gazes of the four people, Fang Qin grinned and stomped his foot. Suddenly, the pentagram underwent a shocking change. The three primordial flames in the surrounding void gathered crazily on the pentagram. In the blink of an eye, the power in the pentagram had accumulated to a certain extent. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. When he saw the five-pointed star shatter and a pitch-black hole appear, Saint Emperor Frost's pupils constricted. What is this? Saint King Mo Bai exclaimed. The four of them were shocked by the terrifying aura that emerged from the black hole. They even suspected that there was an extremely dangerous creature under the ground. What is this place? Purple Butterfly anxiously asked. Fang Chen was in the middle of the resplendent five-pointed star, and beneath his feet was a pitch-black hole. The aura emitted from the ground made the Frost Holy Emperor, whose battle strength was comparable to a seventh-order saint, feel somewhat frightened. However, Fang Chen was safe and sound. This made the four of them even more puzzled. What was Fang Chen doing? The fire essence vein is underground. Fang Chen said bluntly. What? Holy Emperor Frost's eyes widened as he exclaimed. Are you sure? Fang Chen nodded and briefly explained how he had found the entrance to the fire marrow mine. Of course, this was all made up by him. This was a matter of great importance, and he was not going to tell Frost Saint Emperor and the others. Instead, he was going to report it to the Holy Ji Palace. Fire essence vein. Purple Butterfly and Lu Lanqi were also delighted. The five-pointed star had not moved before. It was Fang Chen who had activated it. This meant that no one had been here before them. Didn't this mean that they were the first batch of sect disciples to come here? Let's go. Let's go in first. Fang Chen strode forward and plunged into the pitch-black hole. Frost Saint Emperor and the others looked at each other and finally followed him in. Fire essence was formed from the most powerful flames in the world. It contained a powerful triple origin fire. If a martial artist refined it, they would be able to comprehend the origin of fire faster. This was also the reason why all the top sect fought for control of the fire essence vein. Once they controlled the fire essence vein, it meant that in the near future, there would be a large number of saints in the sect. After the Battle of Gods, the chaotic world had declined and the path of cultivation had been blocked. Almost no one could rely on their own efforts to reach the chaotic sovereign realm. To be able to become a saint, one could already be considered to be famous in a region. Generally speaking, ordinary saint realm experts were the core and the most basic strength of every sect. With the fire essence vein, it meant that the Yin-Yang origin realm disciples in the sect could comprehend the origin of fire and reach the saint realm. It would not take long for them to rise. Therefore, when Frost Saint Emperor and the others entered the fire essence vein, they couldn't help but be shocked. Is this the fire essence vein? In the fire essence vein, a group of 5 walked on a very narrow path. Saint Emperor Mabai casually broke off a piece of red or from the wall beside him and shouted excitedly, "What a thick triple origin fire!" Purple Butterfly also took a piece. She was very happy when the power of the fire essence vein entered her palm. The triple origin fire in the demonic sky fire domain was one of the most primitive flames in the world. It could not be directly absorbed and refined. However, the fire essence or's triple origin flame was different. It had undergone the baptism and tempering of countless years before finally being nurtured, and its degree of purity was utterly not something that the third-level origin flames in the outside world could compare to. Even Fang Qin could not help but exclaim, "Everyone, After sighing, they returned to the main topic. Don't be in a rush to refine the fire essence vein. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Frost Saint Emperor raised his head and said thoughtfully, "You said before that we should find a dangerous place, set up an array and wait for the prey. Are you talking about this place?" Combining Fang Chen's actions and words, Frost Saint Emperor felt that the former was becoming more and more mysterious. He had to reevaluate Fang Chen. The biggest question in his heart was, how did Fang Chen find the fire essence vein? Fang Chen nodded. The fire essence vein is located at the center of the demonic sky fire domain. The disciples of the various sect go there to hunt the fire demons. Although Sword Saint Mountain has put out a bounty for us, they won't be able to hold back if they don't have any news of us. Frost Saint Emperor understood what Fang Chen meant, but Mo by Saint Emperor interrupted. This is the fire essence vein. It's full of danger. We don't know anything about it. If we set up the array randomly, wouldn't it be counterproductive? Zidai and Lu Lanqi were also thinking about this. Fang Chen shrugged and said calmly, "Do you trust me?" Time passed. Many disciples of the sect had entered the demonic sky fire domain for some time. Many rank 6 fire demons had been killed, which had enraged the fire demons. There were even rumors that the Fire Demon King had awakened and said that it would kill all the disciples of the various sect that had entered the demonic sky fire domain. When this news spread, all the disciples of the sect were excited. The weak cultivators were very worried, but the strong cultivators, for example, the top 10 cultivators of the Holy Emperor ranking list, were having a secret meeting. They wanted to cooperate and see if they could kill the Fire Demon King. The difference between a rank 7 fire core and a rank 6 fire core was like heaven and earth. It was too tempting. Even Sword Saint Mountain was tempted. "Big brother," one-armed Jian Qingyan said, "it's been so many days. Is there no news at all?" Jian Moyun sat cross-legged. He had just finished refining a fire core. He shook his head and said, "The disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance must have heard the news and hid. Otherwise, they would have exposed themselves." Humph! A guy in the top 10 of the Saint Emperor ranking only knows how to be a coward. Jian Qingyun gritted his teeth. He hated Fang Chen to the core. "Don't worry. I'll avenge you for losing your arm." Jian Moyun stood up and patted his younger brother. Now that the Fire Demon King has appeared, many people are planning to kill it. We can't fall behind. But Jian Qingyun wanted to say something, but his brother had already disappeared. The fire essence vein. Fang Chen used 5 days to set up an array at the entrance. It's still not enough. Fang Chen pouted. He was a little dissatisfied. Before the fire sky saint completely disappeared, he had imprinted the mark of the Demon Slayer array in his mind. These days, Fang Chen had barely comprehended a bit of it with his powerful array skills. Now the vast array in front of him was the Demon Slayer array. Junior brother Fang is really good. It's hard for a 6th level Holy Emperor to escape from such an array. Saint Emperor Mabai said. He could feel the terrifying energy within the array. Han Bing, Saint Emperor nodded. He had just tried it himself. Unless he used his trump card, he wouldn't be able to break the array. Moreover, the Demon Slayer chi within the array would condense into a powerful Demon Slayer blade as time passed. A 6th level Holy Emperor would find it hard to block the attack of the Demon Slayer blade. Most importantly, the Demon Slayer chi could suppress the strength of a martial artist, greatly reducing their combat strength. Among the disciples of the various sect that had entered the demonic sky fire domain, almost all of them would be affected to some extent. With this array, we're confident that we can suppress all the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. Zidai smiled. If they knew that this array only had 1/10 of the power of the Demon Slayer array, how would they feel? Wang. Fang Chen inserted the last array foundation into the wall of the mine. With a Wang, the Demon Slayer array closed completely and disappeared into the void. Phew, it's done. Fang Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead and smiled. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the depths of the fire marrow mine. Fang Chen and the others felt the earth tremble as a monstrous force attacked. What's going on? Han Bing's Saint Emperor's face changed as he felt a terrifying creature approaching. In the depths of the fire marrow mine, a fiery red light lit up the entire space. A fire demon covered in fire marrow crystals suddenly drilled out from the ground. It looked up to the sky and let out a furious roar, causing an earthquake. Kacha! Its large claws grabbed onto the fire marrow, and with a slight force, it instantly crushed it. Damned human martial artist! How dare you barge into the territory of my fire demon clan and kill my descendants? You're courting death. The fire demon king spat out the human language, and his nostrils spat out fire. Those who dare to kill my fire demon clan will all die. Just you wait. When this king comes out, the demonic sky fire domain will be filled with blood once again. Chapter 3547. What's going on? Holy Emperor Frost's face was grave. He could feel a terrifying aura coming from the depths of the fire marrow mine. The aura was so powerful that his scalp went numb. Fang Chen. Lu Lanqi also looked at him anxiously. Let's go. Fang Chen waved his hand, and the four of them were sent into the Demon Slayer Array. Stay in the Demon Slayer Array. I'll go take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the mine, leaving behind four people who looked at each other. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had left the Demon Slayer Array's range and arrived at the depths of the fire marrow mine. Roar! Just then he saw a shocking scene. An incomparably huge fire demon rushed out of the lava formed by the triple origin flames. It raised its head to the sky and let out a furious roar. Human! When the fire demon king saw Fang Chen, its eyes spat fire. It slapped out and the mine shook. Fang Chen felt the world spinning. The palm formed by the triple origin, fire swooped down and enveloped Fang Chen. The surrounding air condensed, but Fang Chen could not care less. With a thought, a flame essence wall instantly appeared in front of him to block. Rumble! A deafening sound rang out as the flaming palm collided with the fire essence mine, causing the earth to shake. Crack! The Flame Devil King's strength was too strong. He directly smashed the flame essence wall with a palm strike. The terrifying shockwave sent Fang Chen flying. Rank 7 Fire Demon King. Fang Chen cried out involuntarily, his heart trembling. At the same time, he released the Saint Puppet and wanted to activate it. However, at this moment, the fire demon with its monstrous aura instantly stopped attacking. It widened its eyes and sized up Fang Chen seriously. Seeing this, Fang Chen was somewhat stunned. The Fire Demon King shook its head and came to Fang Chen. It sniffed as if it was looking for something. What happened? Fang Chen was very puzzled. Just now, he had clearly felt that the 7th rank fire demon was filled with anger and killing intent towards him. Why did it suddenly stop attacking? You gained the recognition of the Fire Sky Saint. The Fire Demon King spoke in human language. Hearing this, Fang Chen was stunned, and then he understood. Come to think of it, the Fire Demon King must be related to the Fire Sky Saint. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped. Fang Chen nodded and told the Fire Demon King what had happened in the valley. Who? The Fire Devil King's breathing was a little hurried. Its face was trembling. It was very excited. Greetings, Master. The Fire Demon King knelt on one knee and worshipped Fang Chen sincerely. This, Fang Chen shrugged, somewhat stunned. The Fire Demon King stood up and explained the situation in detail. It turned out that the Fire Demon clan was once a very powerful clan in the ancient times. However, because of the Battle of Godfall, they were almost wiped out. Only a few clansmen were left, and they fled, frantically. In the end, they fled to the Demon Sky Fire region. For countless years, the people of the Fire Demon clan lived carefully and worked hard to cultivate. They wanted the Fire Demon clan to rise again. However, one day, a mysterious expert came and discovered them. He started a crazy massacre. Fortunately, the Fire Sky Saint appeared in time and saved them. From then on, the Fire Demon clan followed the Fire Sky Saint and protected him. It was a pity that the Fire Sky Saint fell. I see. Hearing this, Fong Qin heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't expect the Fire Demon King in front of him to be the servant of the Fire Sky Saint. He was finally relieved. My clan is almost wiped out. Strictly speaking, the fire demons living in the Magic Sky Fire region can't be considered as my pure-blooded descendants. Fong Qin could control the auras in the Fire Marrow Mine at will. Moreover, he had the aura of the Fire Sky Saint and the Demon Slayer formation that the Fire Demon King discovered. He believed in Fong Qin's identity without a doubt. The Fire Sky Saint has his reasons for choosing you. From today onwards, you are the new master of the Fire Demon clan. The Fire Demon King said. Fong Qin nodded and didn't refuse. There were many enemies in the Magic Sky Fire region, such as the Sword Saint Mountain. With such a powerful servant, it would be easy. Have you always lived here? Fong Qin asked. The Fire Demon King nodded. Fong Qin told him his plan. The Fire Demon King said, Humph! How dare he attack my master? I think he doesn't want to live anymore. Immediately, the Fire Demon King said that he wanted to find the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain for revenge. However, he was stopped by Fong Qin. He had his own considerations. If the news that the Fire Demon King obeyed his orders spread, it would cause a huge uproar in the sect. In the end, the news that he had obtained the approval of the Fire Sky Saint and controlled the entire Fire Marrow Mine couldn't be hidden. At that time, he would become a thorn in the eyes of the various top forces. They would do everything they could to capture him. Although he was a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance, he wasn't strong enough to ignore the threats of the various sect. Therefore, Fong Qin chose to keep a low profile. Hide in the mine and don't attack. When I'm no match for him, you can attack, Fong Qin said to the Fire Demon King. Not long after, Fong Qin returned to the Demon Slayer formation. The tremors in the Fire Marrow Mine had already disappeared. When the Frost Saint Emperor and the others asked, Fong Qin just brushed it off. In a wasteland not far from the Fire Marrow Mine, there was a fierce battle. Whoosh! Resplendent saber lights filled the sky. A cultivator wielding a saber sent out saber after saber strike. With every saber strike, the sky darkened even more. Humph! The ancient race young master only has this much ability. The man with the long blade sneered. With a flick of his wrist, the long saber moved horizontally and suddenly appeared behind Gu Fu. The saber slashed at his back. Although Gu Fu dodged, he was still injured. Pucci! The long saber contained a terrifying origin energy, and it sent Gu Fu flying with a single blow. The latter retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yan, you've hidden your strength well, Gu Fu said coldly as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The man called Lin Yan sheathed his long blade. You're only my first opponent in this trip to the demonic sky fire domain. Unfortunately, you've disappointed me. Back then, Gu Fu had become the most dazzling genius of the ancient race. His ancient demon annihilation art had reached perfection, and there were few who could match him in the younger generation. After reaching the Saint Emperor realm, he had directly entered the top 10 of the Saint Emperor ranking. Before entering the demonic sky fire domain, he had never lost. But now, in such a short period of time, he had lost 2 consecutive battles, and his confidence had been shattered. Gu Fu stared at Lin Yan solemnly. This guy was ranked 10th on the Saint Emperor ranking, and he came from a weak sect. Who? Fong Qin rushed over from afar. Someone's fighting. When he arrived, he saw the end of the battle. It was the clash between the two. Gu Fu of the ancient race. Fong Qin had once read the records of the Sage Emperor rankings and recognized Gu Fu's identity with a single glance. Who's that guy? He can actually defeat Gu Fu? Fang Qin looked at Lin Yan seriously. Lin Yan, ranked 10th on the Saint Emperor ranking, had actually defeated Gu Fu. If he had guessed correctly, Lin Yan's strength was comparable to the Frost Saint Emperor. Indeed, there are no weaklings on the Saint Emperor ranking. Fang Qin sighed. Shoo! At this moment, a terrifying saber radiance tore through the void and appeared before him, stabbing towards his chest. Fang Qin frowned and struck out with his palm. Crack! The saber radiance shattered and Fang Qin took a few steps back. He blocked it. Obviously, Lin Yan was surprised. He had not expected a third-rank Holy Emperor to be able to block his saber radiance. You're indeed a disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. You can't be judged by common sense. Lin Yan stared at Fang Qin. I've long wanted to experience the skills of the Heaven-Defying Alliance's disciples. Coincidentally, I've met you today. Saves me the trouble of looking for you. Lin Yan struck as soon as he finished speaking. Shoo! Wherever the saber radiance went, the void shattered. 9 saber sky extinction. Lin Yan let out a low growl as he displayed his unique skill. The sky changed color as the saber was executed. However, Fang Qin was not a pushover. He took out the star-concealing sword and executed the chaos sword art. Bang! 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 The saber radiance and sword radiance clashed together, and there was a terrifying energy fluctuation. Lin Yan's expression changed when he saw that Fang Qin had blocked the 3 saber radiance effortlessly. To be able to block the first 3 saber sky extinction is enough to prove that your strength is comparable to a 6th rank Holy Emperor. Lin Yan swung his saber radiance again. The 4th saber radiance, the 5th saber radiance, and the 6th saber radiance. 3 saber radiance intertwined. Lin Yan's strength should be comparable to Holy Emperor Mobai. He might even be stronger. Fang Qin muttered to himself, if I go all out, it won't be a problem to defeat him. However, his strength would definitely be exposed. If the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain knew about it, it would be difficult to lure them out and kill them. With that thought, Fang Qin swung his saber radiance and intertwined with the 3 saber radiance. Then he leaped and appeared in the void 1,000 miles away. Today's battle ends here. Trying to leave? Lin Yan swung his saber radiance for the 7th time. It pierced through the void and chased after Su Mo. However, Fang Qin had already disappeared without a trace. Boom! The saber radiance exploded 1,000 miles away and shattered the void. Lin Yan narrowed his eyes and pondered. Interesting fellow, Lin Yan said. In the distance, Gu Fu, who had been watching the battle, was even more shocked. An unknown disciple of the Heaven-Defying Alliance had actually unleashed such terrifying strength. His combat strength was comparable to Lin Yan's. He could definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the Holy Emperor ranking board. Monster. Gu Fu could not help but exclaim. It was difficult for other top sect to nurture a demon-like disciple who was ranked in the top 10 of the Holy Emperor ranking board. However, the Heaven-Defying Alliance had casually sent out a 3rd-rank Holy King disciple, and he was so powerful. In the void, Fang Qin stepped on the clouds and moved quickly. With my current strength, it should be difficult for me to find a match among the 6th-rank Holy Emperors. Fang Qin muttered to himself. Other than the top 5 demon-like disciples on the Holy Emperor ranking board, he was fearless. However, he was confident that he would surpass them in the near future. Chapter 3548. In fact, with Fang Qin's strength, it was not difficult to defeat Lin Yan. However, he had a mission now and did not want to be entangled with Lin Yan, so he chose to leave. However, in the eyes of Lin Yan and Gu Fu, this scene made them think that Fang Qin was no match for them and had fled. All of this was no longer within Fang Qin's consideration. At this time, he was already far away from the fire marrow mine and was heading towards the place where the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain gathered. Along the way, Fang Qin stopped in front of an impressive mountain. This mountain was blood-red and contained a terrifying triple origin fire. At the top of the mountain, there was a fire dragon circling around, giving off an extremely shocking feeling. After asking around, he found out that the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain had gathered here and seemed to have discovered something. Sword Saint Mountain? Fang Chen smiled sinisterly and immediately released his primordial spirit, golden core. His consciousness spread out and extended to the top of the mountain, instantly discovering the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain. Who is it? Suddenly a loud shout was heard. Then the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain discovered that someone was spying on them and exploded in anger. Swoosh! In the sky, a dazzling blade light swooped down with invincible blade chi and slashed towards the void, trying to force Fang Chen's consciousness to retreat. However, they miscalculated. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had reached the pinnacle of the golden core realm. Even an ordinary saint might not be stronger than him. Crack! With a thought, Fang Chen withdrew his consciousness and gathered it together, easily blocking the blade light that swooped down and then crushing it. What's going on? At this time, he could vaguely hear the disciples of Sword Saint Mountain discussing on the mountain top. Crash! Fang Chen leaped up, and in a few strides he arrived at the mountain top. When they saw Fang Chen, many disciples of Sword Saint Mountain cried out, "It's you!" After a moment of shock, everyone glared at Fang Chen, wanting to tear him into pieces. "You actually dare to appear?" "Humph. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. Since you're here, then stay here forever. Brat, you've killed a disciple of our Sword Saint Mountain and even severed one of senior brother Jian Qingyun's arms. Our Sword Saint Mountain will spare no effort in killing you." In an instant, many disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain surrounded Fang Chen, their killing intent surging. Fang Chen's gaze swept through the crowd, but he didn't see Jian Qingyun and Jian Mayun. He shook his head regretfully and asked, "Where is Jian Mayun?" "If eldest senior brother was here, do you think you could still stand here and speak? What's the point of talking to him? Just kill him." Some of the disciples could no longer hold themselves back and were about to make a move. "Is Sword Demon Cloud not here?" Fang Chen murmured. At that moment, the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain attacked together. "Kill!" Fang Chen bellowed. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and displayed a fierce and overbearing swordsmanship. Every time he brandished his sword, it would trigger the triple origin fire in the void and even cause the entire mountain to tremble. "Let's attack together and kill him." A fourth-level Sage Emperor was the first to rush to Fang Chen. His face was filled with joy. If he could kill Fang Chen, he would definitely be regarded highly by his eldest senior brother. At that time, he would be able to hold his head high among the younger generation of disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain and achieve a meteoric rise. It was as if he could already see the future. Pucci! However, at that moment, a shocking pain pulled him back to reality. He lowered his head and saw a long sword piercing through his chest. Blood flowed out continuously. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he realized that his vitality was rapidly fading away. "No!" A miserable shriek came out from his mouth. In the end, he fell head first onto the ground. This scene had completely enraged the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. "Damn you!" The disciples attacked in a frenzy. Countless saber glows intertwined with one another, forming a barrier that suppressed Fang Chen. Pucci! Sword after sword. Fang Chen's swordsmanship was extremely tricky. Even Lin Yan could not deal with his strength. How could these disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain withstand his attacks? In the blink of an eye, more than 10 disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain had fallen and collapsed on the ground. On the mountain peak, blood was dyed red and intertwined with the triple origin fire, forming a unique scene. At that moment, the other disciples finally realized that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fang Qin had started a massacre. The disciples below the 6th level could not resist and were slaughtered directly. Run! In the distant horizon, the disciples of the other sect sensed the bloody aura and looked over. When they saw that Fang Qin was slaughtering the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain, they were all stunned. They could not imagine that a 3rd-level Sage King would charge into a group of Sage Emperors and slaughter them. This was simply indescribable. Pucci, the hidden star sword, killed a disciple of the Sword Saint Mountain that was close to him. Fang Qin stopped his massacre. It's about time. Fang Qin murmured. All the disciples below the 6th level of the Sword Saint Mountain were slaughtered by him. He did not chase after the few 6th-level disciples who had escaped because he had other plans. If Jian Mayun hears this, he will come looking for me, right? Immediately, Fang Qin's figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Not long after he left, 2 silhouettes shot over from the distant horizon. Seeing the blood-soaked mountain peak, Jian Mayun let out a furious roar. What's going on? Jian Mayun's face was extremely gloomy. He had never been so furious before. Whoosh! Whoosh! The few 6th-level disciples who had just escaped returned. They were battered and exhausted, but they were barely holding on. Jian Qingyun hurriedly asked, "Who is targeting the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain?" Heaven-defying alliance, Fang Qin. Hearing Fang Qin's name, Jian Mayun and Jian Qingyun's faces turned ferocious. Frost Saint Emperor, how dare you attack my Sword Saint Mountain when I haven't even gone looking for you? Jian Mayun said coldly, "You're all going to die for killing my disciples." In the distance, countless disciples of the sect fell silent. This was a declaration of war and revenge. Any force that dared to look down on the heaven-defying alliance would be annihilated. Even the Sword Saint Mountain was no exception. Many people sighed. At the same time, some were excited. The disciples of the Sword Saint God were almost annihilated. Jian Mayun was furious and wanted to take revenge. In the near future, there would be a shocking battle. They would be able to feast their eyes. Not long after, the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain left. The news quickly spread. Fang Qin was once again a figure on the tip of the blade. Even the top 10 monstrous geniuses on the Saint Emperor ranking started to ask about Fang Qin. Lin Yan and Gu Fu were also shocked when they heard the news. Soon, the news spread that the top 10 monstrous geniuses on the Saint Emperor ranking had appeared in the dangerous places of the Demon Sky Fire Domain. The Holy Son of the 9 Saint Palace, Xian Chu, Luo Zi of the Purple Dress Sect, Ox Demon, and the other top 10 monstrous geniuses were also paying attention to the battle. Rip! A magma river was suddenly torn apart, and a burly man in red armor walked out of it. His body released a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. He opened his eyes, and 2 terrifying rays of light shot out, flattening a mountain in the distance. He had an evil smile on his face. Heaven-defying alliance, Fang Qin? Tang Yi's voice was hoarse. He was the personal disciple of old ancestor. He was also ranked 5th on the Saint Emperor ranking. He had inherited the skills of old ancestor Itzang and was regarded as one of the most promising geniuses among the Saint Emperors. Ever since he entered the Demon Sky Fire Domain, he had been cultivating in the magma. Now, he had taken that step, and the 7th rank Saint Realm was right in front of him. However, as soon as he came out of seclusion, he heard about Fang Qin and the matter of him becoming sworn brothers. 3rd rank Saint King? Tang Yi's expression was cold as he expelled the 3rd origin fire around him. He squinted his eyes and his killing intent soared. "I don't care who you are. If I want you to die, you must die," Tang Yi said. He had taken that step, and his strength had surpassed Saint Emperor Hanbing and Jian Mayun. He was not even afraid of Ox Demon, who was ranked 2nd. His goal this time was to challenge the 1st on the Saint Emperor ranking. The Demon Sky Fire Domain is where I, Tang Yi, will rise. My master is very confident in me. He said that I would reach the top of the Saint Emperor ranking at some point. Now that I, Tang Yi, am here, you should all tremble. Tang Yi stomped his foot, and the entire ground shook. I will step on the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance and reach the top. The remaining disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain followed Jian Mayun and chased after Fangchen. In fact, the reason why they could chase after Fangchen so easily was because of the clues that he had deliberately left behind. In the demon-slaying formation in the Fire Marrow Mine. How was it? Saint Emperor Hanbing and the others asked curiously when Fangchen returned. Fangchen gave a simple explanation. Lu Lanqi and the other three were all stunned when they heard it. After a long while, Saint Emperor Mabai gave him a thumbs up. I admire you. Junior Brother Fang is so brave. Junior Brother Fang killed the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. The Heaven-Defying Alliance has completely fallen out with the Sword Saint Mountain. Purple Butterfly wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lu Lanqi. The Sword Saint Mountain issued a bounty for the disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance. From then on, we will fight to the death. I think Fangchen did a good job. Saint Emperor Hanbing nodded. When Jian Mayun issued the bounty, there was no turning back. They had set up the demon-slaying formation to catch all the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain. Since they were going to play, they might as well play big. The disciples of the Heaven-Defying Alliance had never been afraid of anyone. Now is not the time to chat. Everyone, get back to your positions and be ready to fight, Saint Emperor Hanbing ordered. Saint Emperor Mabai, Purple Butterfly, and Lu Lanqi returned to their positions according to the previous arrangement. Senior Brother Hanbing. Fangchen asked, is it really impossible to contact the upper echelons of the sect in the Magic Dome Fire Domain? If all the disciples of the Sword Saint Mountain were killed, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. When the saints got involved, it would be difficult to deal with. He needed to contact Palace, Lord Lei of the Dao Palace, and report the true situation of the Fire Marrow Mine.